We see everything.
Bro, okay. So you're gonna fucking you haven't seen this video?
I haven't seen this.
Okay, this is like, I don't know. I think this is when cringe was invented.
Mike McCaffrey for the Halo Minute. How are you?
I'm singing this song.
I'm really good. I'm being serenaded right now. Help me.
Support you, baby.
Well, this is great because we want to communicate the excitement of
Okay,
Halo
hang on.
Really
I want to
good.
stop. Hang on. Okay, so
There's so much going on.
body language experts, okay, weigh in here. She said, he comes up, I'm so-and-so from the Halo Minute. Okay, nobody knows what that is, first of all. And this guy, and she's like, I'm being serenaded now, help me. Right?
Yeah.
And she's obviously uncomfortable by this one guy. And now, like, this is why, this is why it's so hard to be a woman in America right here, this video.
What's up?
Now, what are we here from? Korea? What?
Well,
In here?
I have you ever played Halo 3? Either of you?
No, I've heard of it though.
Have you? It's one of the biggest.
I have kids. They don't.
Okay.
Do I have to play it?
No. But I would like, if we have permission, to sing you a little bit of it, if that's all right.
All right, go for it.
Thank you.
Oh my
If you want to
god.
keep singing too, that's all right.
Like honestly,
All right, here we go.
honestly, like this is so good that it almost seems like it's a fucking like staged
It's a
internet
bit.
skit, you know?
Mm.
Now, what does he mean? I'm going to sing a little bit for it if you don't mind. Okay, so what does that mean for starters? 2, what if he sings it so good we literally get a copyright strike because it's like, that is clearly the Halo song.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Halo song doesn't have words.
Yep. You would be correct.
All right.
I have a halo. Have you noticed?
Mom joke.
Yeah.
What is?
It's our idea that in order to help people kind of assimilate to the idea of Halo 3, we could sing it. So,
Do you have to have played 1 and 2?
No.
Okay, good.
all right.
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Run, lady, run.
Monk.
Run.
Did he just shush her?
He shushed her.
Good lord.
I love how this guy got out of the car because he felt like competitive that this guy was going to come in and steal his woman.
Oh my god.
This lady has no idea what happened after this, you know? Like she might have like forgotten about this entire event.
Oh yes.
Am I winning the game?
Oh my god.
You need some pots and pans in the background. I'm exhausted.
Wow.
That was
What's-
good.
wow.
Thanks.
What's your
Can't wait to play again.
Well, I'm doing my part on the street. What about you? This is Mike McCaffrey. I've made new friends today for the Halo Minute.
Wow.
He ended it right after. It went home and ended it. He did an experiment called could Kurt Cobain reach the trigger?
I don't know how to react.
Yeah, look at how dead inside this man is.
Oh my god. Well,
And she
You
ended
know
up
this
leaving
video?
with the guy, you know? Like
I
he
know.
literally- like the
That's
guy
the
she
best
said
part.
save me from.
Do you know what this video?
Well, you can't film inside a bathroom. What are you doing?
Yeah, you actually did. Congratulations. And now you get to enjoy the pre-stream fun stuff. This is the next stage. But
Wow. Loser.
Today's day we finally answer a question that's been plaguing men for almost 15 years now. Can Halo get you laid? A long time ago, I saw a video of a man singing the Halo 3 theme in a parking lot to an uninterested.
did this actually? This was actually 2 years ago. So did this video come up and you just found that video?
That video was online before YouTube existed. Are you kidding me?
Never seen that video before.
Woman, and I haven't seen it in the better part of a decade now, so I couldn't remember if it was real or if I imagined it in some kind of weird wet nightmare or something. And then just a few days ago, it resurfaced on Reddit. Got all the tools necessary to save her.
I'll skip through the thing because we watched it.
He's got mace. He's got a green belt in Taekwondo. But most importantly, he's got the voice of an angel. I love how appreciative the woman is of Mike's company. She mentions multiple times that he's saving her. You know, she's like, oh my God, my fucking hero. It's this guy. It's Mike. Mike, my knight in shining armor. Because she's not enjoying the other guy who's serenading her. She's not really into it. So she's under the impression that Mike is going to take her away from that situation. But instead, all Mike does is also serenade her.
Have you ever played Halo 3? Either of you?
No, I've heard of it though.
Have you? It's one of the biggest.
The fact that, honestly, I'm impressed that he had the guts to just go up to a random lady hit around his age and just attempt this.
Yeah, it's insane. Her eyes are like, what the fuck is happening? What is going on?
I'm a prostitute, sir.
Okay. No. But I would like if we.
The answer should be yes, you do,
right.
and you'll love it after I sing you the theme song.
Thank you.
I'm being
Show, or if I'm watching an actual fucking snuff video with how uncomfortable this all is. But either way, I don't care. I saw this a long time ago, and even just rewatching it's nostalgic and enjoyable for me, and I just wanted to share it anyway.
sing me right.
All right.
I have a Halo. Have you noticed?
Interrupt Mike when he's mid-Halo theme in
Shush.
the chorus. You're going straight to hell. That's an unforgivable sin. You're lucky all he did was shush you. He could have walked away. He should have walked away. You didn't even deserve the performance after that for interrupting. Outrageous. It makes me sick to see what she tried.
This is pre-incel. This is what this is. This is incel before incel had a word for it.
To do there, stepping on his toes while he's performing. You wanted a hero, and you got something far more powerful. You got Mike, the man with.
You're way off. It's a Riz off. Who can serenade better?
With the golden pipes, baby. I love to imagine Mike's just like a vigilante in the area, but he's not super helpful. So like there's a lady who's getting, her purse stolen, and Mike happens to be in the area hearing the scream, so he sprints over, assesses the situation. What's the sit rep? I stole my purse. Don't worry, I've got this. You ever played Halo?
I know.
All right. Yes, this is better.
Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday. And because it's my birthday, I get to introduce you to my girlfriend, who is amazing. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday.
Oh, my game's all the way up.
Because it's my birthday, I get to
Probably
introduce
haven't
you
been
to
able
my
to hear shit from
girlfriend,
me.
who is amazing. And today is also
Have you seen all this, the extra stuff?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not.
I was gonna ask you, have you seen the one where it's like this guy and he's sitting at the table with Chinese food? He's like, "Who got you this Chinese food?" He's like, my girl." And he's like a deer in the headlights, legitimately terrified. And it's like this seems like a bad situation for this guy to be in.
That's so funny.
my birthday, and because it's my birthday, today is also my birthday.
Marcus, you don't want to do this. Let her go.
My girlfriend.
Breaking news: a man is currently holding his girlfriend hostage. Police are outside of his home completing negotiation terms.
When China says that like TikTok has something that's like only existed on its platform, this should be the video they play in court.
Over 2L2, eye in the sky. We have
while
visual
other
on
things
target.
can
I repeat,
copy
we have
it,
visual
they
on
really
target.
did the first thing where it's like, hey, you can just steal everyone's content on here and make it your own. Like they're the first one. I mean, reactions already existed, but that's literally what TikTok was all about. Is like everyone just does, and it's always like them doing the mouth move, the lip singing to a song or some other video, and it's like I just want to watch the original video. Why don't you just make a video on your own? I don't understand the whole like it's so stupid.
TikTok is the epitome of unoriginality.
Yeah, so that's why Instagram Reels is better and will be better when TikTok's banned, because that type of shit won't be around because although Instagram is really pissing me off with the no problem, the Mercedes CTR captions. Like, why is every video now got that caption? Is this the meta that they figured out? Is to copy paste this caption?
It's just like
annoying.
It's like the copy paste reply thing. I don't even look at the descriptions anymore. The only times I look at descriptions is if it's like a page that I follow.
Well, I do it because I go to the comments and then I see it.
He's being held hostage.
News: a man is currently holding his girlfriend hostage. Police are outside of
my fellow Americans. I know we are all aware of the current market situation.
Like this is honestly pretty fucking funny. Like this is great.
I want to assure you I have my top FBI agents on the case. My fellow
I've known her for years.
I know we are all aware of the current market
This is more of a
situation.
trend on TikTok instead of the I'm gonna lip sync some other video.
It was add your own bit to it, which I like this more. This is better.
I love in creating writing class where you like start a story and then everyone has to pass it around and like they give you like 5 minutes each to like add on to somebody's story. And like me just absolutely just fucking with it and butchering the stories. And like because like I'm a funny guy and they want to be like all serious with it.
Yeah, and you just do the goofiest shit. I do the same thing. Like have fun with it. Stop being so serious.
Well, it's creative writing.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, you have my top FBI agents on the case.
Let's go get this son of a bitch.
Man is considered to be armed and...
Nope.
By the share attack, the extraordinary heroics of the group known as the Avengers. To many a cause not only for
it's really great knowing they're out there. You know? Someone's watching over us.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Sup, you beautiful, unsuspecting subjects of my imperialist propaganda machine. Hope you're having a wonderful week out there. Let's just jump right into it. Philip DeFranco is not your friend.
No. We watched. Who's this guy?
This is North Star Radio. This video's been on the list.
So like we watched this before because he made a sarcastic video, and I think we may have watched it already. And I resent it. It was the Hassan as a clown. Is that from this guy? Okay, so we watched that.
No. It's not. That's not the same guy. No. I'm almost certain. I will double check, but I'm almost certain.
But that's what I saw him in before. Was that Hassan video where he's making fun of Hassan?
No, it is not him.
Okay, cool.
He's not a friend of the internet. He's not a friend of YouTube. Yet somehow everyone seems to love this.
I'm so interested because I got off Philip DeFranco like 2015-ish.
I never watched.
Like that was sort of my when I was younger.
I changed my shirt, but I still have hair poking me, and I showered too. You know
what?
I have because I shaved the sides of my head, and now I have hair poking my neck. And I even changed my shirt before stream after showering, and now I still got shit poking me in the neck.
Like when I was younger, the Philip DeFranco was like my entry into news, sort of politics, but. Yeah, I mean that's but I stopped watching him.
Daily Show gang.
What did I stop watching him? It was something. There's probably some dumb reason, honestly.
This guy. Let's just jump right into it. Philip DeFranco is truly one of the OGs of YouTube, a YouTube darling, if you will. He joined the platform in 2006, and his claim to fame, The Philip DeFranco Show, was started the
Man,
same
your dog
way.
really
His unique
excited
approach
today,
to journalism, as well as
My fucking family, they won't fucking make him shut up. They just let him bark. It's literally, they just let him bark, and it's because I'm recording. They're that vindictive of a cunt. Like, that's what's happening.
the niche YouTube drama he was covering allowed him to achieve great success early on in YouTube.
Because I guess asking for quiet and consideration is just too hard. You know what I mean?
His infancy. As time went on and YouTube changed and grew as a platform, Philip DeFranco was forced to grow along with it. His show hasn't changed much since its inception, but his rise in fame has allowed the show to improve greatly in its production value as well as its volume of output, all thanks to branching out to other platforms. After nearly 17 years on YouTube, Philip DeFranco has been able to grow his channel to 6.4 million subscribers and has reached the status of YouTube's news guy, even being called News Daddy by Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast.
You want to see who's the real news daddy? Get a load of this fucking hunk of meat. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who needs 2 kidneys when you got 2 guns?
Speaking of the H3 podcast, Philip DeFranco's relevance has been able to span across YouTube communities, thanks in large part to Ethan
What is
Klein
the thumbnail of this stream?
seen together
The
on
thumbnail
Leftovers
constantly
podcast.
changes,
Ethan
I
has long
believe.
gone out of his way to
Yes, it does. It does.
discuss Philip DeFranco on the H3 podcast. Whether it's talking about his weight loss, which caused Philip DeFranco to call out Ethan Klein publicly on his show.
So Ethan Klein, can you stop talking about my fucking weight on your podcast? Well, I personally use people saying negative things about my weight or my looks as further motivation when I'm working out, to the point that I even do like David Goggins-esque bullshit, like taking the audio of them calling me fat or whatever language they use and mixing it with...
That's cringe. You don't need to do this. This is cringe. This is lib shit.
Yeah, you just need
don't
to
do this.
you just need to cry because you can't ride a roller coaster. Am I right?
Exactly.
pump up songs for my workouts. There are also tons of people that deal with weight issues and eating disorders, which, by the way, it's well documented that I've talked about myself having an eating disorder that I've had to really fight to overcome over the years. So when you say on your podcast to hundreds of thousands and if not millions of people that I am...
Not just him being like, I couldn't control portion intake.
Oh, come on,
like
bro.
everybody? Like
Don't
what?
start.
Like what's actually? What
Don't
is it
start.
actually?
Don't start. We're not fucking getting into eating disorders.
Permanently doughy that I am a ham sandwich. It's fucked, and I think it can have a genuinely negative impact on other people.
What? Philly's actually...
What is happening?
Oh, I mean, Ethan will do like meme haircuts sometimes. So
No, not that. Philly's actually making a serious... Philly's being serious right now?
Or he and Hassan are
okay,
discussing
so
their competition.
that's like, so Ethan does like he does like paid for streams, but he'll normally like do them in his house and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like his wife working out in the background.
Okay, like
because
sure.
Why not? You know,
yes,
why not? It'll like, you know, that it's like funny. To
it
him.
does get,
it's like funny to him to like make it like shitty production to like purposely frame her up in the background. He fucking did, like
I mean, it instantly caught my eye.
Bro, he did a whole stream while he was on the toilet or something.
What the?
Because he was like having like diarrhea or food poisoning, but he still had to do the paid stream, so he did it from the toilet, unmuted, and then he had stuff too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Who can appear in the most Philly D thumbnails?
How does that make you feel that I'm in another thumbnail?
Let me see when's the last one I appeared in.
It's been a while.
Fuck. Well, I only see one of yours.
Well,
fuck, dude.
Damn, it's been a while.
Fuck.
Oops.
Oh shit, you're already in another one.
Maybe you should compliment him more, so we'll put you in a thumbnail.
I'll talk some more about H3 and Hassan in a little bit, but let's first get back to Philip DeFranco. Ever since Philip DeFranco started his YouTube news show, The Philip DeFranco Show, he has covered a wide range of topics. Much of the show, however, is dedicated to internet news, gossip and drama about different YouTube and Twitch celebrities. That really doesn't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. He isn't afraid to cover topics like politics and major news events. However, he only covers the largest stories from these fields, not really diving deep into niche global politics because both him and his audience just aren't really suited for it. However, ever since the introduction of TikTok as a major news platform, Philip DeFranco has been up to no good. He's used this new opportunity, branching out into new platforms, to branch out into new fields of journalism, fields of which he's not exactly suited for. Ever since Philip DeFranco joined joined TikTok and began posting TikTok exclusive content onto the app, he's covered nothing but imperialist propaganda. And no one seems to be talking about
my
it.
God.
I actually did
Oh my
talk about it
God.
about a year ago now.
Oh
One
my
of my
God.
very
I was
first
waiting for
videos
this
on
to be
this
like, do we
channel. It's
really fucking
unfortunate
care
that you
about
see
this?
these memes.
Bro, what is that fucking flag behind you? All right, you know, it's his fucking hat is really pissing me off. Can we get a hat that like is this guy has worse hat game than propeller hat guy? What is that thing?
Stream YouTube news anchor.
Is it like a
could be louder? Can't
like
hear
a-
you.
What is that like a
not-
Freemason?
Do you not know what
German
that flag is?
What the fuck is that?
That's fucking communist Germany.
Oh, the Weimar.
No. Communist Berlin Wall, communist Germany.
Oh, East Berlin.
Yes.
Cringe.
Really just siding entirely with the U.S. military-industrial complex. And according to its continuous growth over time ever since I uploaded it, I feel as though this topic needs to be revisited. Whenever Philip DeFranco was mentioned on the H3 podcast, it was more or less in a good light. Sure, Ethan Klein and Philip DeFranco had some drama here and there for a short time, but at the core of the relationship, Ethan has always respected Philip DeFranco and the content he makes and puts out there for the world. And as someone who hosts a leftist politics podcast with someone like Hassan Piker, I was always a bit disappointed in the major spotlight that Ethan was giving to Philip DeFranco. Yet I never considered that Ethan may just be completely unaware of the content that Philip DeFranco is posting on TikTok. And to my surprise, that was exactly the case. On the most recent episode of Off the Rails, the Wednesday episode of the H3 podcast, Ethan finally addressed the concerning style of content that Philip DeFranco was posting on TikTok.
Something that we've all kind of noticed, and something I think a lot of y'all have noticed too. Philip DeFranco's TikTok is turned into like literal doom baiting. It's like all about war and fucking death, and it's working for him. The views are nuts, but like
crazy.
If you watch Philip DeFranco TikTok, I'm pretty sure you're just living in a bunker.
Like this is what we need to be doing, except actually informing people.
Well, yeah, we'll start cutting TikToks.
We'll get there.
Well, like I said, it's like to be able to clip shorts because you can actually clip within YouTube. It has a tool for it.
Yeah.
So like anything that you're uploading and like managing and stuff, you can literally create clips with it. And then you can just make those clips into shorts on YouTube and then be able to post them to Instagram and TikTok as well.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
That might be an easy way to do it.
Yep.
But we're gonna do.
Make sure you go share all my tweets and make an Instagram post.
Yeah. But we're gonna do stuff like this as short form content, except we're gonna be doing it as like a glossary of groups and conflict, and make it a resource for people so that they can be informed about conflicts and members and people fighting in conflicts and armed groups and positions they hold and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, a much better resource, I think. But we'll get there eventually. But that's one in the plans.
Bunker or a safe room because the
TikTok stuff.
Yes.
So does end.
So like,
yeah, you got to give us $1.
Oh, by the way, I just exported the first documentary we watched.
Yeah. How'd it go?
What, the export? Fine.
Yeah. Well, no, the editing. Or did you not edit it?
Oh, I did some audio rebalancing and some. If there was like I cut some empty spaces and stuff. If there's too much dead air, but yeah, no, it wasn't much. It wasn't actual editing.
Okay, fair enough. Because I can actually go through and edit them if you want. If you don't want to.
No. There's nothing to edit though.
Okay, so we're just basically just gonna upload it like that.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, I cut some of the gaps out, and that's it. And audio balanced.
Yeah, fair enough.
Different than his YouTube videos.
I think he found
like it's exclusively like military, like battlefield updates.
He's a warlord.
News daddy, baby. He found something that works, but it is a little doom baiting. I don't know. You know what I mean? A little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see. China attacks Philippines in South China Sea.
China attacked the Philippines in the South China Sea, with a Chinese Coast Guard ship firing a water cannon at a Philippine ship attempting to resupply a marine garrison. The Philippines condemned the action, and the U.S. reminded China that it has a treaty obligation to defend the Philippines, and that extends to its ships in the South China.
China attacked the Philippines in South China Sea.
They did.
You're trying to make everyone think that like war is about to break out any second.
No, that's fact. They've been doing this a lot. If you watch us, you know this. We also don't do it like this.
Still, the media does
yes,
twist
that's
it
just
like
media.
there's a war imminent because they need the clicks and shit.
But that's just media. So he's complaining about Philip DeFranco. This is just media. He's corporate press. He's just YouTube corporate press. Like, what do you want from us?
Yeah.
But I mean, what do you think? Because he's getting views, and he's a newsman. I mean, he's news daddy.
Yeah. He is covering the news, but is it selective to get views? I guess that's the question.
I think he exaggerates.
Of course it is. So is every news because it's profit. Because it's based on profit. It's funny how every news site that based in profit spreads fear and stuff that would keep you coming back to check. Crazy.
Exaggerates the dangers.
Nothing ever happens.
The world, in a,
On
he's the
TikTok.
warlord.
He's the warlord.
Wait, is that real?
Yeah, this is a real photograph.
No, is that really his? It's just funny. It's like, whoa, when did Philly turn into?
It's interesting how different it is from his YouTube content, for sure.
Yeah.
I, and I'm sure countless other fans of H3 were incredibly happy that this was finally brought up on the show, as it's something that's been going on now for at least a couple years. While I wish they would have spent a bit more time on the topic, especially considering that the producer, Dan, is a very politically in tune leftist, you can't really expect a whole lot of analysis from everyone.
False. Even when I knew nothing, I knew that he was an idiot. What are you talking about? Every time he spoke, I'm pretty sure the majority of the reason that I stopped watching H3 was because of Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And I could not stand his interjections.
He's only there because he's good at his job, you know?
Exactly. He should just continue to be good at his job and shut the
fuck up. Well, that's why Ian, Ian and I actually, he's cool and all, but he doesn't want to be on camera,
Mm.
They literally can't get him on camera. He's just there to work.
Everyone's favorite liberal, Ethan Klein. All in all,
I feel like they're trying to get that Your Mum's House dynamic between the producer crew and the people hosting the show. But no, it doesn't work.
And did a really good job criticizing this and labeling it as rage bait and doomerism, something that makes you think war is just going to break out at any moment. This content from Philip DeFranco is blatant warmongering propaganda. So I kind of want to fill Ethan's place and take a deeper look at some of these TikToks he only looked at for a short while.
Jesus
I'll be
Christ.
pointing out some of the major red flags.
How long is this video and how long did it take us to get to this point?
It's 19 minutes and this is 9 minutes in.
Okay. I will how do I rescind? How do you take back what you just said? Like when they say it in Congress and shit.
Renege?
No. Like when they strike something, you have to in court and stuff. I'm gonna retract. I'm gonna make a retraction because even though all that intro was fucking dumb and pointless and really dragged out, I can clearly see he put chapter markers in, so we could have skipped it if we really wanted to. So go on. You did it. You made a 19-minute video without pissing me off just because you put chapter markers in.
See,
but I would have liked 10 more minutes of Philip DeFranco and hearing your opinions about what Philip DeFranco has to say.
Well,
I imagine this is going to be two sides of a spectrum that are just shots and misses.
Well, he's got 5 TikToks and apparently he's a racist. So
and clips that he's using, as well as taking a look at some of the really weird comments.
Also, I just wanted to bring up the definition of warmonger, warmongering. Encouragement or advocacy of aggression towards other countries or groups. Reporting the facts is not warmongering. saying that China is attacking the Philippines and all its neighbors is not warmongering.
Yeah,
This
no.
is just
I'd
fact.
say it's more in the range of fear mongering, right? Because they're trying to
Fear-mongering,
make
yeah.
people afraid, so then they'll be like, "Oh, war is going to happen."
Yeah.
Like, there's the one of the fucking like one of my communist friends that like I'll retweet and stuff. Sometimes they'll say really stupid shit, and they post a poll about when we're going to see the worst mushroom cloud. And it was like 4 different months of this year. And it's like she's like just convinced that the Chinese war is going to happen and America's going to start it and stuff. And it's like, no. Like, why would they give up the nuclear taboo so easily?
Exactly. It would have to be a massive reason to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Under these TikToks that are full of war-hungry weirdos. But first, let's define propaganda, because growing up at any point,
Here we go.
It's so funny. It's so funny that like they think they can, you know, like they have this message retracted on YouTube, but on StreamYard it doesn't retract. So I could just be like, haha, great, you tried to retract this because you put happened instead of happens. Too late. We can see it. You can't retract anything from us.
After 9/11, propaganda is a very heated word, and a lot of Americans seem to think that they're completely averse to it. Propaganda is defined as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. Keep that in the back of your head while we watch the next set.
Let's check that definition real quick, because
that is the definition.
You notice how he started it with a lowercase I?
Oh, you think he's left something out of there?
No, I just don't like his formatting.
TikToks. Philip DeFranco releases a ton of TikToks, but the formula that goes into making these TikToks is so absurd that I only had to go back a couple weeks to find each and every one of these TikToks. They're all insane. They're all propaganda.
Okay.
And I'll prove it to you. This first TikTok blew my mind when I first saw it. Just be warned, it's
How many, if somebody in the chat has TikTok, can you just go onto TikTok and tell me how many videos Philip DeFranco has uploaded?
Thousands.
And we're just picking out 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Totally genuine and
so
definitely reputable.
Like
video.
there's like many different definitions, but like when we talk about like journalism and stuff, there is like a specific, like the forms of communication. So like on Wikipedia, it says a form is a communication that is primarily used to influence or persuade an audience to further an agenda, which may not be objective and may be selectively presenting facts to encourage a particular senseless perception or using loaded language to produce an emotional rather than rational response to information that is being presented.
Yep.
Okay, and that's from Encyclopedia Britannica. So my thing is that it's to further an agenda, and I think that's a key word in there. You need to make sure that the person has an actual agenda that they're pushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why I always ask where people got information from.
That person you mentioned also calls Hezbollah heroes. I know. But also, if you look at the other people that I talk to, they like, I mean, wait until we put out this next podcast where, I mean, you were saying something.
Not a podcast.
Yeah. This next LTech episode.
Yeah.
Because like you were saying what stood out to you? Something and he said something immediately crazy right after that.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get it on the document.
Because you said something and
yeah,
you sent me a message on it.
So yeah, I thought I might have put it down, but I didn't. I don't think. I remember saying that. I can't remember what it was.
We will if there's stuff on it, we will do it Monday.
Bush-era Islamophobia.
Al-Qaeda has called for revenge attacks on Sweden and Denmark. This coming after people in the two countries burned Qurans. Al-Qaeda saying Denmark and Sweden are two small, despicable countries that amount to no more than two small spots on the world map, and calling upon Muslims to take revenge on them. Follow to stay in the loop.
Classic Philip DeFranco siding with the Western countries.
No. Whoa. Wait, what happened? He sided with who? What now? Do you not understand why these Quran burnings took place in the first place? Do you understand that these were literally like Turkish-backed agents to try and like literally Turkey, a Muslim country, and Russia as well implicated in this, right? Literally a NATO member and Russia are implicated in these Quran burning protests. And because they didn't want these countries to join NATO, they staged these Quran burnings. And then Turkey goes, like, as a Muslim country, is telling people to rise up against the government for allowing these things, right? Because they don't want a country that's nice to Kurdish people to be in NATO. And then Russia obviously doesn't want NATO expansion. So a NATO ally, a NATO member, not an ally, and Russia's goals aligned, which created this crisis in these countries that was not widely reported on, where literally the same person in multiple protests is the same individual behind the protests that was around the Quran burning, him specifically. But yet they were able to take it and not focus like any rightful Islamic outrage on that guy, and instead put it on the government for allowing it. They were able to manipulate people to think that opinion instead of focusing on this guy who's literally a fucking Nazi. That fucking, like, it's Russian imperial movement connected shit, bro.
Of course it is.
Dude, I would love that to fucking happen. The question is, if Greece and Turkey go to war, what happens to NATO? Where's that? Nobody's talking about that question, right?
That is a very
it's all other dumb shit, you know, that's like unrealistic about like, oh, what, you know,
on reality.
Like, yeah. NATO's gonna fall because of blah blah blah. Like, what about fucking Greece and Turkey? Nobody ever points it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would we not stand up to Turkey in that situation? Like who's like? I know Turkey's very important and valuable, but their human rights record, like, we've cut them out of the F-35 program already.
Yes, yeah.
Like, what has Greece done wrong? They've never once been targeted by ISIS. That's how based Greece is on a diplomatic stage.
I mean, that's something to say, isn't it?
As if they are the victims. What kind of person do you think is going to burn a Quran in Sweden? Yep,
I know.
You guessed it. A fascist. And he burned it outside of the Iraq embassy as a
wow,
blatant
weird.
expression.
Why did he do Iraq specifically? Go on, tell me.
Here in this TikTok, Philip DeFranco is saying, in my opinion, oh, look at crazy Al-Qaeda. Aren't Muslims so violent? The comments under this TikTok also really help to illustrate the lunacy of his fan base. Did they forget Article 5 is a thing, or did they think they would get away with it? Do they really think Article 5 is a thing?
Article 5, what does that have to do with anything? Okay, here's the thing. Now, if you go back and you look at our LTech About Greece, where we talk about it with Richard Haney, there's disputed islands already, right? So who's to say Turkey's not already at war with Cyprus? Who's to say that Turkey and Greece are not already at war? Turkey recognizes a territory, so they could easily be of the perspective that this is their territory and they're going on it. And then if Greece retaliates to Turkey just basically walking in and trying to claim an island by planting a flag that they think is theirs because of economic zones, and Greece retaliates, then what happens? You know, it's a very fucking complicated situation. But the point is, fuck Turkey. Turkey is evil. The only reason they're in NATO is because they were able to fucking have a nuclear buffer to the Soviet Union. Like, they have no business being in NATO or the Soviet Union. They're not even an Atlantic nation. You know, like, well, neither is Greece, but
thing to invoke, LOL. Just two small spots on the map that happen to be allied with some of the biggest militaries and economies in the world. Actually,
what does that mean?
We have big militaries. Don't mess with us. Al Qaeda, you 1,200 soldiers that are left. Don't mess with us. Article 5 this, Article 5 that.
What? I'm so confused. What are we arguing here? What countries have big militaries? We're talking about Russia and...
We have big militaries. Don't mess with us.
Who?
I think Article 5 is a fun thing to invoke.
He's mocking NATO.
Well,
yeah.
There's 2 small spots on the map that happen to be
What 2 small spots, though? What are we talking about? What does this have to do with the Quran burning?
With some of the biggest
I don't know the
militaries and
context.
economies
What
in the world.
spots are we talking about? What spots on the map? 2 small spots. There's no context to the comment. I don't understand what's going on.
There literally is no context to it.
Actually, we have big militaries. Don't mess with us. Al Qaeda, you 1,200 soldiers that are left. Don't mess with us. Article 5 this,
wait,
Article
hang on,
5 that. These
what
people...
was the source of, what was he saying? Was there 12? How many? Was that a source? So, today, the core of all the Al-Qaeda accused us... That's fucking Al-Qaeda core! You fucking dumbass!
God.
You fucking idiot! Also, like, by 2009, 2014, like, this might be a little recent, like, past, it might be in the last 2 years, but, like, JMIN or whatever, there's a fucking Al-Qaeda coalition in Africa. Al-Shabaab is an Al-Qaeda faction. They're huge. Fucking Al-Qaeda core. You mean the fucking one that's responsible for planning and not the one that does military attacks, has fewer than 200 fighters? Crazy. I wonder if they export the fighting that they have to do to other factions like the Haqqani network. That reminds me. I have a cool infographic for you. I'm going to find it real quick.
Don't mess with us. Article 5 this, Article 5 that. These people just want to kill innocent people. Philly D fans are so horny for war. It's scary. And why would NATO care about Al-Qaeda? Like the last remaining 1,200 soldiers in Al-Qaeda. Why would they care about them?
Oh my God.
They're not afraid of them. Al-Qaeda only exists because of NATO intervention. This whole thing just is so
What are you talking about?
Very simply.
What are you talking about? NATO intervention where? Bosnia? You mean you mean that when we fought alongside the Mujahideen and literally Al Qaeda against the fucking Serbs? What intervention in NATO? Where? Seriously, like I know this is a take about like how they do the Al Qaeda propaganda that we occupy Saudi Arabia and that's not cool. That's not NATO anything. That has nothing to do with NATO. Where is these NATO arguments that are specifically coming from Saudi Arabia? It's not NATO. It's fucking America and Jewish shit, right? It's not NATO shit. They don't give a fuck about Sweden. Right? What do you mean?
The next TikTok I want to show you is
no. So he's now saying Philip DeFranco Muslim equals bad to him. What did that have to do with the Quran burnings? The Quran burnings have nothing to do with fucking Al-Qaeda. What are you talking about? That's a fucking Russian fucking psyop thing. This guy's fucking hat. Get a fucking hat that's larger, please.
The next following TikTok on his page, the one right after the last one I just showed you. This TikTok really helps to visualize that Philip DeFranco often uses misleading visuals in order to misguide the viewer.
Oh my God, you mean like how he used that stock footage and not footage of the actual Quran burning there?
Offensive war against South Korea, and this coming after the defense chief hinted at a preemptive nuclear strike. In response, the U.S. and South Korea will strengthen.
Okay, so this is another. We're onto a third one now. Yes, a second one. Yes, we're onto a second one. Okay.
In their defense and surveillance posture, they'll also be conducting military exercises later this month. North Korea is expected to make more provocations in response. I'll have to stay in the loop.
He's talking about North Korea while clearly showing some footage that appears to be coming from Russia. There's very clearly Russian Cyrillic script on these things that these guys are holding.
Yes.
Philip DeFranco knows this.
It's a silly military stock footage thing. He probably doesn't even edit these. It's just some fucking
I would imagine so. Yeah,
he reads
just does the voiceover.
Anyway. Oh, hang on. Get us out of here. Check this out. So, like I said, we now know that Bin Laden... Also, look at that unibrow. Come on, bro. Wax that shit. Does the prophet say you have to keep your unibrow? What's with that? Also, you call this a beard, bro? Like, look at these beautiful beards from the Haqqanis.
I thought you weren't allowed to cut your beard.
That's what I'm saying. So this is clearly his natural facial hair. So the U.S. claims that he's dead. We now know he's not. But like, look at this. So these are his wives, right? So he's literally brother-in-law to Sirajuddin Haqqani and the son of Mullah Omar. And he's got like one. You'll see like the dot. These got, you know, his wives are related to each of these. They're the daughters of them.
Wild.
So he's the brother-in-law of two of the strongest terrorist factions in the world.
That interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Al Qaeda's 1,200 people only. No problems there.
Also, like Al Qaeda is a shadow organization. That's like saying like, oh, the CIA only has so many employees. Okay. And then what do? They do like psyops and organized coups. You know, the CIA aren't the ones like doing the like actual like assassinations and killings and stuff. They get people, brainwash them to do those assassinations and killings. Like that's
why would they?
That's what I have always described Al Qaeda as, is that it's actually an intelligence agency.
It's a better way to describe it. Was it them or ISIS that we described as anarcho-fascist?
Oh, ISIS is anarcho-fascist.
Yeah.
Al Qaeda's not fascist. ISIS clearly is, though.
Yeah.
It on purpose in order to elicit some fear out of the viewer as they watch this crazy, violent performance.
What do you mean? It's a silly fucking we're tough guys.
The whole thing on TikTok is having a silly video behind it, so people pay attention and stay on your video.
Yeah, bro.
So, do you not know how TikTok works?
You could fucking put kinetic sand here.
It's TikTok brain. It's just a video to entertain TikTok brain. That's all it is.
Did you know that South Korea, alongside the United States, does a mock invasion of North Korea every year? It's not for training or anything, because
wow, crazy.
South Korea and the United States.
What do you mean it's not for training?
If they wanted
what
to.
Are you talking?
Just to scare.
No, they wouldn't. North Korea has nukes. Jesus Christ! What a fucking moron.
Of North Korea, because they never truly know. If
you know what else they do? They do mock invasions of NATO countries, right? They literally send people and they do invasions on NATO armies to help train them, where we play the bad guys in this scenario. We do that too. Are we gonna fucking invade Sweden when they fucking start joining our exercises too, buddy? Do you think North Korea doesn't fucking do invasion training exercises? You think China doesn't do fucking Taiwan invasion exercises? Does China not build models out in the fucking Gobi Desert so they can practice airstrikes on them? Like, you're a fucking idiot. This is like just standard nation state shit. It's not exclusively American. It's exclusively nation state.
Yes.
Militaries train. They hold drills and train. And also, that drill and training is a projection of soft power, like we've seen with everyone crying about fucking Cuba and the fucking tiniest submarine I've ever seen in my life.
Invasion is going to be the real thing.
As the US and South Korea practice how to fight their common enemy using aircraft, warships, and tanks.
I can't do it in a classroom. I can't do it on a chalkboard. I have to give them the most intense environment that we can.
It's almost like we have a fucking military base in this country, bro.
Crazy. Did you know that military planes are flying around your country?
Hey, do you think that if Taiwan is invaded, that there'll be an issue where we have to potentially look at a scenario? Like, let's just think realistically of things that could happen, right? Whether we believe that the invasion is going to happen, I don't think it will, but obviously China says it is, so we have to take that seriously at least, right? We have to at least have a contingency for if it happens. Unlike Israel when October 7th happened with no contingency, right? So South Korea hated Trump. That did you watch the DW documentary where it's interesting. They literally manipulated Trump to get that whole Kim to cross the border and stuff. Like that was their goal all along, was to
seriously?
They seated North Korea and the US together at the Olympics and shit.
That's so fucking
funny. South Korea was playing them the whole time and Trump fucked it up for them because he's Donald Trump. But if we act in a realistic scenario where a Taiwan invasion happens, right? Don't we also have to then plan for the contingency where North Korea is involved there, and we might potentially need to do military ops with South Korea into the north?
Yes.
Like, what about Japan and contested islands with Russia? Do we do anything there? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we do.
That's an interesting question. I actually haven't checked on what is it the Senkaku Islands?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the fucking expert on that side of the world. I do the other side. Well, the other side of Asia.
In China. No, Senkaku Islands are the ones above Taiwan. Japanese islands north conflicted.
Like they also pushed other people to the north to like do this fucking dance about Hezbollah being the threat and stuff. Like they literally there's this interesting like historical theory. I couldn't tell you what it's called, but basically it's about how empires fall when they start building walls. Right. So one of the reasons why Babylon falls is because they think walls can replace stationed troops. So it's kind of an over-expansionist thing at the same time. But like Rome, because the troops can't be on every part of the wall at the same time, it makes them so reliant on the wall that they don't rely on the troops. And it creates these gaps in empires to fall. And what did Israel do? They built a fucking wall and they stopped putting troops to man and guard the wall effectively. And immediately the wall was breached and an attack happened. It's happened so many times throughout history. It's the history of walls.
Yeah. So it's these ones. It's Kuril Islands. Basically, Russia claims the top half. Japan claims the bottom half. Russia moved people, basically did Russia's thing and moved people into these islands and are like, it's Russian now. And Japan's like, that's not how it works. And it's just been an ongoing thing that's been happening for a little bit.
Maybe World War III will be how it is in Ghost in the Shell, where it's basically a few months of like conflicts and a few limited nuclear exchanges that basically end with nothing changing except Japan becomes more powerful than the Americans. And the Americans, I think Americans, they also control Mexico and Canada, and they're not a democracy anymore in Ghost in the Shell. They literally call themselves the American Empire in Ghost in the Shell. I think. Fact check me on that, Ghost in the Shell heads. I mean, we just watched it. You're muted.
I am. It is the American Empire. I'm pretty sure it is.
Franco, where he uses his very favorite coin phrase, World War Africa.
U.S. and France are fighting over World War Africa. France reportedly actively favors and wants to support the military intervention in Niger, whereas the U.S. actively opposes military intervention and wants to see...
Honestly, I think that's a pretty good term. Like, I wouldn't use it because it's definitely inflammatory, but World War Africa is kind of accurate about what's going on in Africa. And also, it might bring more attention to what's going on in Africa to make it more inflammatory.
Yes, I agree.
We literally watched the entire first season because we want to do something on it, but we don't have the time or the money or the funds to like get shit done at this point. So maybe we'll just watch the next season too and just never do anything. But like Ghost in the Shell is so interesting because it's so ahead of its time. And
I was actually thinking about this. I'm thinking maybe do multiple episode breakdowns and really look into the episodes, like full breakdowns of the episodes in episodic parts.
Yeah, we can highlight the certain ones because Ghost in the Shell is interesting because a lot of the terms that we use in standard information warfare were invented basically by them. Like the idea of a meme has existed for a long time, right? But when we talk about like internet meme, Ghost in the Shell, like there was no internet memes when Ghost in the Shell said that it was a meme that caused it, like all these like they literally do a multiple people get activated to do a fucking terror assassination and they say it's basically it's a meme that causes it, right? And there was not a thing with internet memes and like viral stuff at the time. That's something that they did sleep on, is viral media and not comparing it to like mind viruses and stuff. But that's kind of what Ghost in the Shell season 1 is about. It's literally like a viral video that does become a virus inside people's minds. But actually the second season, it's literally about viruses. Like they go to an information hazard and like it's basically this conspiracy wormhole, and at the end of the wormhole people kill themselves.
Ah, interesting.
their attempts at diplomacy, but the U.S. views the consequences of destabilization as counterproductive to its anti-terror mission, with the U.S. currently having a massive drone base in Niger that it uses to combat terrorism across all of Western and Northern Africa. Follow to stay in the loop.
Did you catch what he said?
Like, destabilization benefits terrorism. What are you talking about?
It also benefits illegal miners and stuff.
Yes.
And the U.S. rather mine above the board.
Yeah.
It's above the board. They still don't, but
they say that they would.
Is Ghost in the Shell a political drama-esque show? No, it's literally like a detective, like, crime show, but they're all specifically in cybercrime, and it's before like internet actually existed, like, because it came out like and it's also about like the evolution of humans and what actually creates a human and what makes a human, and like if your memory is transferred into a robot shell, like your ghost is transferred into a shell, does that still make you a human? And so like that's the questions the movie asks, is like what actually makes a human. But the show really dives into stuff where, and also it's cool because there's they do standalone episodes and then also episodes that have the overarching like cop drama mystery, but like they actually use like detective skills to like solve cases and stuff. And then there's also just like one-off episodes because the tanks have AI and they go out into the town and they get into shenanigans and then like get adopted by a little girl who thinks they're a dog, and it's like Frankenstein when he throws the flower petals with the little girl, except it's a tank. It's just very interesting. Like if you watch just the second episode, not the first, but the second episode, and you're like, wow, that was really good, you'll like the show. I think the second episode is probably the best intro to the show.
Yeah. It's transhumanism is what they're exploring.
Yeah, and it's also way ahead of its time. It's deeply ingrained with philosophy and stuff like that. There's really nothing like it. That's why, like I say, the only good anime is Ghost in the Shell and Sailor Moon.
Psycho Pass is very interesting as well. Psycho Pass
that's the Akira slide is what you're thinking of. There's no motorcycles in Ghost in the Shell that I can think of.
That was probably Akira.
Yeah, well, it's literally called the Akira slide.
Oh, is it?
Just like how the superhero landing came from Iron Man. Akira is great too, though. But it's
Akira
also,
is good.
But it's also like they cut out so much from like the story.
It's very Japanese.
Mm-hmm. It's really well done, animation wise.
Yeah.
The Ghost in the Shell movie is hard to watch. That's why I say if you're going to do anything with Ghost in the Shell, watch episode 2 of Standalone Complex and start there. And if you're like, wow, I really liked that, watch Standalone Complex, then the movie, because the movie is nothing like the show. It's like almost no dialogue. It's very much about like taking in the atmosphere of shots and like what the characters are like. You have to like visualize what they're internalizing and thinking and their insecurities and things like that. It's very avant-garde.
Yeah. Another show that is very much like that was it's movies more. I guess it was a show as well. Is Evangelion.
Yeah,
it's like
don't care.
Fair enough, but like it's very much that sort of transhumanist sort of what is a human.
Yeah, but they never shut the fuck up, and it's all minor bait.
True.
A major you can jack off to and not feel guilty.
That America needs their military bases in Niger in order to fight against terrorism in Northern Africa. Huh? Philly D is really resorting to Bush.
What do you think is happening in Northern Africa?
Counter-terrorism? I haven't heard that word.
This dude thinks that our terrorism ops is what creates terrorism. But what creates terrorism is shitty governments. And I was going to say prisons. Yes. so these coups that happen in Africa and stuff, the leaders were taking a more Petraeus approach to things. Because these hardline shits weren't working. Sending all these guys to prison was literally turned an Al-Qaeda backed group into an ISIS group. Right? So they were being like nice and trying a softer hand. But the military, because they're the ones taking the hits and the losses, and they see the government basically doing nothing about their guys dying, they get pissed, they overthrow the coup, or they overthrow the leadership with a coup, and Russia backs it. Simple. It's really not complicated. These terrorists, now, if we're going to blame somebody for potentially creating terrorism, it's definitely France, and it's specifically in this region.
Yeah, that region, yeah.
Which
argument in the Middle East?
Which Garfield movie?
This is only an excuse to have military control over the region. Every military in the global south is engaged.
Military control?
In the United States.
What is that? Where does that happen? Tell me. When?
Military control?
Where does the United States, when have they had military control over anything?
Depends on your definition of military control.
Well, you know, you can say like full-scale war. You know, you got Korea.
Sure, they wouldn't.
You know, there's like full-scale war where they were controlling land. You know, maybe World War II against the Nazis. But like outside of warfare, in this new we must protect capitalism industry of war, where is the military control?
NATO.
Okay, sure. In Europe,
all NATO countries.
NATO's defensive cartel controls the military in
Australia.
Europe. And like, yeah. There's one.
Basically, all American allies.
Here's when I hard cut to the Tonga footage of special forces literally getting shot to pieces. Is this military control? I say, as gore bleeds on the screen and you can hear the guy dying. I don't think you can hear it because there's no audio on the body cam, and like the jihadists like inserted their own audio or something. I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Either way,
I'll show you today. It was incredibly shocking to me.
Literally, like
that he reported on it.
Nobody has control. No, like Al Qaeda is fighting ISIS. The government is fighting both of them.
Control is not a word in that region, right?
You know, Al Qaeda specifically is also fighting Wagner. ISIS is mainly focused on the government and Al Qaeda, and not so much Wagner.
In North Korea. However, he doesn't shed a negative light on North Korea, but rather the American that's involved in the story.
Korea says that U.S. soldier, Travis King, who ran into the country, did so because of racism in the United States. He said he suffered from inhuman treatment and racial discrimination in the U.S. Army. They also claim...
I'm going to say that this guy probably absorbed a lot of probably this kind of content and was...
No, I don't remember exactly what happened because this was so insignificant. Like, I think Korea basically told him that they're not keeping him, and they sent him back, and he got court-martialed.
That's hysterical.
Like, I'm pretty sure North Korea did not fuck around. They don't want to fucking have people come into their country, you know? True. Outside ideas coming in.
True.
Yeah, but that's what he might have claimed that, but I think he was just like... They also looked into him, and he had, like, a lot of mental health issues, I believe.
Okay. Interesting.
Would be the first time people defected to it. There's other U.S. guys there. Hey, oh my God, bro!
Reminder: Travis King was reportedly.
You see his background?
Yes, that's great.
We'll bring you in after this video is done.
Back to the United States due to several crimes he had committed in South Korea when he ran into North Korea. Follow to stay in the loop.
Philip DeFranco is really doubting that this kid experienced racism in America. Philip DeFranco really just said it was because of racism. But we all know it was because he did a crime. Like, that is the most brain-dead right-wing take you could have.
Not really. Like, my first assumption was, what are his beliefs? Because nobody just, like, goes to North Korea thinking that North Korea is going to be a better country than the United States.
I think he just wanted out of the army at that point.
I feel like that's
I made a bad decision.
Yeah.
On this whole situation. Bro didn't experience racism. We all know that he just committed a crime and he's trying to get away. It's impossible.
Yes, that's what it is. No, he was an alcoholic. That's what it was. He got into like a bunch of bar fights and stuff. And like, I think there was a sexual assault that happened. And like, he was going to be prosecuted for it. That's what I'm pretty sure what happened. I don't remember. You can look it up. But let's finish this video so we can bring in the real adventure.
Escaping from some petty crime he did in the military, while also in a greater matter, escaping the racism he's experiencing in America. They can't possibly be occurring at the same time. That's just not possible. It has to be that this kid is lying about experiencing racism in America. because we all know he did a crime. The comment section of this TikTok as well really helps to illustrate the kinds of people that are watching Philip DeFranco TikToks. Well,
People on TikTok
what do we have here?
are watching it, which,
criminal.
lowest form of life.
And he's trying to blame racism, is what that comment might as well be saying. I interrupt this broadcast here today to tell you that I didn't know this at the time of recording this video. And frankly, I was not at all surprised to learn that this comment, well, that's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Wow. A dog whistle from a Nazi in the comments of a Philip DeFranco TikTok. I'm so surprised. If this doesn't tell you all you need to know about the content that Philip DeFranco is producing, but also the people who are watching the
TikTok
and getting something from it. I mean, this is the top liked comment under this TikTok. It's the #1 comment.
If you didn't know it was a dog whistle, how do you think general society and all of TikTok knows? Isn't that why they're dog whistles, buddy?
People liking it?
Yeah, so that they can continue to comment them without people, noticing, except for the dogs.
They know exactly what it means. It's all Nazis watching this content. I'm not exaggerating. I mean, obviously it's not all, but go into the comments of any Philip DeFranco TikTok and you'll just be met with the worst people in the world. I don't know why Philip DeFranco
it's TikTok
doesn't see this or recognize it and maybe try to
he
change
doesn't
his content.
look. He doesn't
Oh,
care.
actually, I do know why. It's because it's working.
Money.
It's making him money. And he
Thank
doesn't
you.
care about the messages he's putting across or the types of people who are hearing these messages and are supporting them and are becoming fans of Philip DeFranco because of his messages.
Okay.
He doesn't care because it's making him money.
Yes.
What is the true story? I really don't know. I believe that story is highly possible, but I don't know anymore. According to my calculations, that is possible. But I don't know. I'm sure you've noticed a pattern, if not several, in the types of TikToks that Philip DeFranco is producing. The most simple answer being, no matter what, Philip DeFranco's TikToks are always blaming events on America's global enemies and painting American intervention around the globe in an extremely positive light. So, is Philip DeFranco spreading imperialist propaganda?
How was any of that positive light? It was, for the most part, neutral news coverage.
I mean, it certainly is something I have a problem with a lot of the Instagram news and stuff. Like a lot of the friends we have who post on Instagram.
Yeah.
The takes they'll have on stuff. The question is he pro-Israel? Or does he...
Doubt.
Are we going to get some... He even said Hamas is bad. Let's cut to that. Because that's what I want. Him being Palestinians deserve better than Hamas.
Philip DeFranco.
Yeah.
It's quite obvious, but how many of his TikToks are propaganda? I scrolled through his TikTok page and looked at the past 25
Is he a licensed journalist?
Because Twitter's not a real place.
Is he a licensed
How many of...
You're a licensed journalist, even though there's not a license, it's
licensed journalist.
Journalism is great because the license is imaginary,
Yeah.
It's you need to actually, it's just you have fucking credentials. You have a fucking...
Oh my god, that's a conspiracy theory that we could totally make up.
What? Journalist license?
Journalism license. That we're implementing a journalism license. We now... this is a perfect
Trump
shit
wants
post
it.
for the page. No, this is a perfect shit post for the page, is just using the 5th gen Twitter page to be your journalism license has been revoked. This is awful. Your journalism license revoked.
Them are American imperialist propaganda. If it portrayed American military intervention in a very positive light, or if it portrayed our typical global enemies...
When it was simply reporting, back to the China one, that China was attacking Filipino boats. Where the lie?
In a very negative light. When America was very obviously in the wrong, I considered that propaganda. All right?
I'm still looking for what the crimes were, but saying soldier defects to North Korea is not incorrect either. Weird.
Here we go. Oh, and would you look at that? It's all propaganda. Who would have guessed? I didn't get...
Oh, look. Oh, look, I can do this too. The joke.
Guess that a year ago. At the end of the day, I don't think Philip DeFranco is a terrible guy. Frankly, I don't even think he's really that involved in the production of these TikToks. I think he just provides the voiceover and slaps his name on it. Nevertheless, whoever is taking charge in the production
I knew
of
it.
this
I knew
content,
by
above
the
all
end
else,
of it, this is going to be another conclusion of I just wasted your time. Right?
This is
Didn't we?
look, I did one like you.
Remember how
was
this always
retarded.
happens? Like those economy videos about BRICS, and literally at the 19-minute mark, it's like, well, anyway, this is like I made up my whole position, and I just did this to get a video out because I want money.
Yeah.
a massive bias towards the interests of Western global capitalism. And in producing this content under the banner
we don't
of
even
the
want to
Philip
get into
DeFranco
it.
show,
I don't
they
even
are
want to analyze
deliberately
the map. I don't care enough.
What map? Oh god.
This is
this
US
the US
military
is
bases.
this the US Navy bases? They have 30 US bases in China apparently. That's epic. That's fucking epic.
That's why I said we don't even need to pause it. We don't even.
This is awesome. This might be the best one I've ever seen. There's some dumb ones. This might be the worst. The US doesn't have military bases in Australia, by the way. I guess you could count Pine Gap, maybe, but that's a CIA base.
And in producing this content under the banner of the Philip DeFranco show, they are deliberately spreading information.
That was just Philip DeFranco.
Seeing this content under the banner.
What are you talking about?
What about it? They are doing it.
It's not Philip DeFranco news. What are you talking about? It's just Philip DeFranco. What?
Dad, who covers the news for you?
The YouTube show is the Philip DeFranco show.
Yeah. We just said under. Right, sure, it's under his name. It's under his fucking brand. Don't get that technical, loser.
See, even look, deep dives on YouTube because that's the show. Because it's different. Clearly, it's a different thing.
Of the Philip DeFranco show, they are deliberately spreading information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. Thanks for watching this video. And hopefully Philip DeFranco
Are they?
soon
I
learns
think they're just being like, I think they're just cranking shit out and they don't actually care.
Yeah.
They just fucking pick whatever is recommended to them on their fucking news feed.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
All right.
Marker made. Switching over.
Oh, I was going to say, can we switch to Clare Daly?
You want Clare Daly?
This one's fine.
Hold on, I gotta add another camera slot. Give me a second. Well, I mean, we can do Clare Daly first if you want.
Either one is fine, and they're both the same guys.
Okay. Oh my god.
Have you seen that picture of Clare Daly in that hijab where she's? I mean, it's not really the hijab that makes it funny. It's that face she's making.
And Iraq talking to the PMF.
Yeah. She's doing this like whole lips splayed back dumb look.
Let's actually do the Clare Daly one.
You wanna introduce yourself for everyone?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Special Guest.
Yeah. I'm Friendly Kazakh on Twitter. And you know, I'm just a guy and I have outspoken views.
Are you Knuff?
I am Knuff.
Okay. Are you still doing your fundraiser with the Game Boy, or did that expire?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
so you want to pull that up for me?
Sure.
And we can promote that before we start. Just send me the link or something or whatever.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it right now. Actually, I decided on my next one already. I ordered the parts the other day. This one has pulled in about $2,000 in raffle tickets, so I'm very happy with it.
You can send it in private chat or on Twitter. I'll get it either way.
Yeah, sorry. I was changing the format because we don't have a streaming format. We didn't have a streaming format for a 3-person thing, and like this one's kind of strange and not set up for it, but that could work as well.
Okay, so What is this fundraiser about? Because we do. Oh, as you can see at the bottom, we already raised money for Ukraine. We raise it for the drone teams, right? So this is for drones as well, right?
Yep. And so I know one of the engineers who designs the low level operating system that basically does all the drop the drone when you receive the signal type of thing, and then this is just a fundraiser to get them parts, get them stepper motors, get them the stuff they need to just output more stuff. And so far the raffle has raised almost $2,000. I'm super happy with it.
I'll throw this link in our banner too.
Thanks. I spent about $200 and quite a bit of time making the Game Boy, and I know there's a bunch of fucking Pokemon nerds out there, so it's pretty attractive if you're one of those.
So I'm just going. Should I put Nepo drone raffle?
If you want.
Okay, so I'll put Nepo drone. Okay. So, and then here's the special custom Game Boy Advance that's made to look like a old school. Look, it's even got blue aluminum buttons. Backlit screen. Genuine copy of Pokemon Leaf Green.
It all adds to the final
copy.
product. And if you don't like it, if you just want to sell it, Pokemon Leaf Green sells on eBay for
I was gonna say they're fucking
$200.
expensive now.
Yeah. I reached into my nostalgia drawer and grabbed it out and decided if anything, at least people would bid $5 on this so they can sell it for $200.
The backlit screen. That's really cool.
Yeah, so he took an SP and basically just bastardized it with a nice shell on top.
Well, I mean, it's much. I don't know if you played the SP, but it's made for the hands of a tiny child, not a real person.
Yeah.
So this is much nicer.
And I hated even though the Game Boy Advance was better, I hate seeing my hands when I'm looking at the screen. I want the buttons lower than the screen. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. Yeah. So the next one's gonna be the original Game Boy Advance form factor with the nice backlit screen. And some pretty cool designs etched on the back. So I'm excited about that.
All right. Do you know who these idiots are?
This shot.
We call them the worst version of us.
No, but I'll go with that. Are they? Would I be okay assuming they're tankies?
There's something else.
It's weird. It's weird.
They're like Jimmy Dore.
Oh God.
Out of us.
So worse.
I think here, because we all had the impression the Irish are based, and who's more based than Clare Daly, but she lost, and she lost pretty bad. Controversial Dublin MEP candidate Clare Daly loses seat despite celebrity backing.
I guess sucking Assad's dick didn't work at that time. Oh well.
No.
Womp womp.
Her endorsements included Annie Lennox, Susan Sarandon, and other prominent figures. The left.
We need an I don't care soundbite. I don't care. It'll happen eventually, where if we cover something about
hang on. I got one. We'll I got one. You ready? You ready? What's this?
I don't give a fuck.
Sure, that'll work.
Just cut it off early, right?
Left-wing candidate was eliminated on Tuesday after falling behind rivals in the Dublin constituency on the 17th count. During her stint at the European Parliament, Daly denounced Western militarism and was accused of giving succor to Vladimir Putin and other dictators, which she denied.
She does.
Wait, giving succor? Did I hear that right? Succor?
That's what he said. That's assistance and support in times of hardship and distress is what that word means.
I heard succor. She's giving him suck jobs.
It is sucker. Look.
Sucker.
She gained a big following on social media platforms and often appeared on state-leaning media in China.
That's such a funny fucking word to use. I'm losing my mind. Do you think The Guardian put that in intentionally as a diss to her?
What do you think I feel every time I talk?
If I could sneak a word like in to describe Clare Daly fucking gobbling up dictators fucking bullshit, that'd be the word.
Go ahead.
I feel the same way every time I talk about my Italian World War II rifle. So. the Mannlicher Carcano.
That's the rifle
Dublin,
that killed Kennedy.
Oh, it is.
Buffed an RTE reporter who asked for an interview. Quote, "You had no interest in talking to me for 5 years, so I have no interest in talking to you." Based.
Yeah.
The Green politician Kieran Cuff, who helped clinch controversial new legislation on buildings' energy efficiency across the bloc, also lost his seat, eliminated in the following round in a knife edge count. Voters bolstered Ireland's centrist government, chastened Sinn Féin, and elected a handful of far-right candidates in local elections that coincided with the European elections. The ruling coalition appeared poised to also do well in the European election, with counting expected to continue.
What was that
at
about
least
Sinn Féin?
until Wednesdays. They should finish up to.
I couldn't exactly see because we're covering it. What did they say about Sinn Féin?
Today. The ruling coalition appeared poised.
Chastened? What the fuck are these words?
Voters bolstered Ireland's centrist government. Okay, and it Chasford.
What is that word?
Where is fucking Sinn Féin though? I can't see because we're covering it. Can you just read the part about Sinn Féin?
Yeah, Sinn Féin and elected a handful of far-right candidates in local elections that coincided with the European elections. The ruling coalition appeared poised to also do well in the European elections, with counting expected to continue until.
Okay, so voters bolstered the centrist government and chastised Sinn Féin and a handful of far-right candidates in local elections. Is that what it was?
Yes.
To also do well in the European election, with counting expected to continue at least until Wednesdays. They should finish up today. This is Clare Daly's statement on X. "I'd like to thank everyone who voted for me and all of the people I've had the privilege of working with over my time as an MEP.
It's always a red flag.
Ireland, across Europe and beyond. I have been honored to have been able to use this platform as a powerful voice for peace, anti-militarism, and neutrality. This result is not a rejection of those ideas. It is a testament to the success and reach of the work we've done that the establishment came out in such force to harm my chances of re-election. Electoral politics is always only a platform to organize from. That organization is going on in communities, workplaces, and universities all over Europe. We continue the fight." That's a very interesting point.
Oh my God. At the time of the incident, Private King was being escorted back to the US to face disciplinary action. That's when he fled.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he felt racially discriminated against because of his disciplinary
Well,
actions.
the MPs weren't allowed to accompany him to the plane.
Yeah, this picture, you know what's funny about this picture? This is one of the pictures I see like Al-Qaeda guys and Salafis who hate her share the most. Because like the fact that she's here to promote the PMF, even though the PMF, sure, they fought ISIS and stuff, but like the PMF, the Hashabi militia, like nobody fucking likes them in Iraq. Like they just like fucking kill civilians and shit. Like, why are you here to fucking suck Hashabi militia dick? Like, even the US pretends that they don't exist and don't talk about them, even though the US fully supports them as well.
That she's making, and it's kind of something that we've been saying. That, sure, electoral politics can be part of the mix, but it's not the point.
Is that Pee Wee Herman in a hijab?
Insofar as it's part of a broader movement. And it's not surprising to me that you would think that way. Anything, Keaton?
Yeah, so John, you were right. It seems like assaults and arrests for fights as far back as 2022. Suspected of punching a Korean national in a Seoul nightclub, kicking the back door of a police car, and screaming foul language at the officers trying to apprehend him. That's
honestly, one of the big questions is I wonder if they're going to be prosecuted now that they're no longer immune. Because I know Mick Wallace had like 1.4 million euros of like tax dodging that he just couldn't be prosecuted for because he was an MEP.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, because as an MEP, he's immune to prosecution. So, like, I think that's the biggest sting for them is like they can't just.
I hope that happens. I really do.
Okay.
Having Discovery come out is Discovery a thing in Ireland? I imagine it is. It kind of has to be, right?
I don't know. It's probably
just whatever.
Probably
Just
based on. It's probably based on similar laws like the Magna Carta and stuff like that.
Yeah. So like any kind of like discovering documents,
can't see the headlines
having
position.
Just change
they
it
launched.
then.
No, it's fine. They launched high court complaints. Well, that didn't help at all. Against this RTE, that's Ireland's like state news, right?
Yeah.
Over
the last one I posted is the one that has the thing about Wallace's tax cheating.
So, however, no details about the allegation. So they can't even find specific details where, like, because like the defamation would be saying that they're literally Russian agents and paid by Russia, which might not be the case. You know, there's covert ways of doing stuff, and it might just actually be in their interest to be in line with Russia because they can then do corruptions and
it still makes
not
them
everyone is dumb as White Reed.
Yeah, but this is the other thing, right? Is they can still be agents because agent doesn't mean paid.
Yeah, agent doesn't even mean willing.
No, an agent is a person who acts on behalf of another person or group. It doesn't even mention willingness or anything, which is why there are so many people who are unwilling agents of so many countries that are so far.
That's why I
ahead
was
on
saying with the
information
CIA,
warfare.
like they don't do the assassinations themselves; they convince other people to do them. Those are the agents. The CIA doesn't have agents.
This is why it's important to be anal about like people calling CIA officers agents. No, like the agents, the assets, the people are doing the dirty shit. They're not even U.S. citizens. They're
Yeah, the majority of the time.
This was in
2012. I mean, he's been MEP for a while, and as long as he's an MEP, he gets immunity.
Look, he would need to serve as a backbencher for 87 years to earn enough money for this.
I hope he fucking gets everything.
Like they're saying, like it's like when we point out that the kidney transplant rate in China is way too high. Where'd he go? You moving him to the bottom so we take over the bottom?
Anything, Keaton?
No.
No. I mean, what I was going to say
What
is
happened?
part of
I don't know
why.
He dropped. That's fine.
I was going to say, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. I thought you to cut him out. He just dropped though.
Electoral politics cannot be the end all be all.
I mean, look, as long as people come in and are happy to have a discussion, go for it. Yeah. You've seen how we respond, so yeah, warn them, I guess.
Yeah, we've been talking about
It's
we're gonna
because of
get fucking like stickers and shit, so we could promote graffiti on all over the place. Because I think Popular Front has stickers, right?
Yes, they do. We would need to actually like get them graphically designed though.
Yeah, but I can I can just print them with my printer.
Yeah.
I
But
just
because
realized we have the corporate logo and not the fun logo. There we go.
We're about to show you here, because this kind of process can pigeonhole you into taking certain positions for political expediency, meaning electoral expediency, that you might not want to take, that just conforms to a certain trend, a certain macro trend that we mentioned a lot in the last segment, and we'll get a little more into now.
Now, Clare Daly, because I knew I was doing this, I looked up what position she's taken on immigration, which is a bigger issue in Ireland than I think, or in Europe than I think a lot of Americans realize.
No, it isn't. What's the American numbers again? Millions? 5-6 million?
Yeah, Ireland has this whole thing about Ireland being full. Now, the difference between Ireland and every other country.
Every white country has that.
Yeah. I'm just saying there is those types of people, Protestants. But Ireland specifically, what we have to keep in mind is that because of the deliberate famine, as some would say, a genocide and stuff, they actually need to get people who are of Irish heritage back into the country, because it's like immigration can help boost your birth rates and stuff. But there's also the factor of needing to recover from a genocide that needs to take place in that country. And they haven't done repatriation programs. And I think if they did repatriation programs, a lot of the things that are on the more reasonable side, that are not just straight racism and are, it's still like bloodline shit, but it's not like direct racism. But I think a lot of those, more of the center-right opinions would be drowned out if Irish people started coming back to the island. But it's actually like, I want to go. My goal there is to get a dual citizenship in Ireland. I'd be the first one in my family to like actually go back and become a citizen since they were the exodus.
Good luck. I mean, America doesn't really even believe in dual citizenship.
Yeah, I just care more about American politics and having a vote in America. And Ireland, I don't really care about the political system. It's more of a nationalist thing with me, No.
I agree with this. We should get stickers big enough to paste over other stickers. We probably like the logo is good enough to do
that standard white one we have could easily be printed on stickers.
And she where I found that she was asked that question, she was careful in how she answered it. She made the point that under the terms of membership of the EU, Ireland is free to set its own immigration policy. But she tried, in order not to sound.
Also, what I was going to say before, it's not a big deal. Immigration in Europe is not very large at all. Pretty sure it was 500,000 as opposed to multiple millions for the US. It's kind of similar to how Australia was during the immigration wave during, I think it was the Iraq War, 2000s and so. Give me a second.
And that riot after that stabbing was kind of telling, though. Not of the rational immigration capacity, just the sentiment.
Yeah. Purported Iranian. Weird. Okay, hold on. I googled this like an idiot. I'm just going to play this video.
Found right wing to say, but she would hope that human rights are respected. So she gave a non-answer. She gave a very politician's answer when she was asked about this, which gives you an idea.
Is respecting human rights when you fucking drop chlorine gas?
For everybody, real quick, I won't go on long about this. It's a hard question.
Huh?
Is respecting human rights when you drop chlorine on a fucking apartment complex?
Must be.
I mean, beats me. I'm just not into dropping chlorine on innocent children. But,
What do you mean? It's good for
it.
them.
Didn't happen. It was fake.
Yes. I built up a tolerance to this iodine powder. Jokes on you.
Okay, so I found a number. So these boats that were coming here, about 50,000. So Australia had this insanely racist response to people being trafficked from Indonesia to Australia from the Middle East. And some of the arguments, I get where they're coming from, like the whole first safe harbor thing is technically the immigration rules, is like you should stay in the first safe country that you reach. Like that's technically the rules, but also sending the Navy to blow up ships is probably not a great move, especially when it's only 50,000 people. So that's kind of how I see this European immigration hoo-ha, is just like, oh, they're just doing the racist policy Australia was doing. Okay. And then you look at Italy and the UK, and they're praising Australia's policies of John Howard in the early 2000s. So it does kind of show you where they're coming from and their motivations and why they're actually doing it. So,
question. It's a hard question because it's an impossible issue.
I'm not singling out the Irish.
No, I'm just saying
it's
it's an impossible issue to have a good answer on. I mentioned that in, a few shows back. Under neoliberalism and under imperialism, you really can't have good, humane immigration policy. So it's kind of this fucking impossible question to answer. Jose got that question at the rally.
Was the forced deportation of non-Slavic people from Russia to Central Asia good immigration policy? I'm just wondering.
I was gonna say, I think the U.S. has great immigration policy, all things considered. Not everyone is a winner, of course. There's obviously fucking racists in the government, but the claim that basically because of a reaction to genocide in World War II that asylum is open, you have the right to an asylum trial. That's fucking awesome. As far as like an actual immigration system, I mean, like, you can put numbers on how many people you're let in from each country. That's totally different than asylum.
Yeah.
I have that. We'll put that on camera when we drop that whole piece. But these are very, very difficult questions to answer. There's really no good answer, which is why it's easy for demagogues to beat up on people over it, because they're the ones.
You mean before the Chinese Exclusion Act? Yes, I mean, what are you talking? Like the United States immigration policy was, if you come from Africa, you're a slave. Like, I wouldn't say they were great. It was just they didn't exist yet. Chinese Exclusion Act was fucked up, though.
Who posted this? You can see the kind of language the poster uses. It's one of the reasons I wanted to pull this. I follow the conversation on the right, and a lot of people on the left don't. So this video has been floating around for a while.
What does that mean?
That's because you guys are on the right.
I suspect a lot of our audience has never seen
What does that mean, John?
And I think it's important to see, to not only understand
the right.
Yeah.
And some of the results in Ireland, but to understand these results in Europe. So they went and they asked people in Galway what they thought the most popular boy's name was.
CSO in 2022.
This is such a played out thing. This is so boring. This is so played out.
I love these guys.
Boy in Galway was Mohammed.
Oh yeah, I read that somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that, but okay.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Right. That's interesting.
What did they say the most popular name was?
Yeah, actually, it was Mohammed. Oh my god, yeah, it was Mohammed. I knew that.
The most popular boy's name globally or in Ireland?
In Ireland. Or the UK, I think.
Well, it's the Republic of Ireland, because the island is the logo, so.
That actually.
Fuck off. It wasn't Mohammed. In Galway. Mohammed.
In a specific city. A specific region, probably where they have the most influx of immigrants, and they have
most likely, yeah.
And it's not fucking Dublin, where they have a high Irish population.
Well, let's look at the Galway population breakdown, and let's see if we can't.
Yeah. Want to know what it was?
Yes, please.
It was Mohammed.
Okay.
Okay. Surprised.
Wow.
Really?
The most popular name in Ireland is Jack.
Oh, that's crazy, yeah.
What?
The most popular name in Ireland proper, like the whole country, Republic of Ireland, is Jack for 2024.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense to me.
And for the UK, I know they're different things, so don't worry about that. For the UK, it's actually Noah, so take that.
That's so strange. I'm just population.
There's 86,000 people.
Yeah, roughly that. Yeah. Catholic is 47%, non-religion 17, other religion is 95.
It's like the fourth largest city, I think. Or district. Well, I don't know if that's populated or land value.
Okay, here we go. Country of birth: Ireland. Other country, 20.4%. It was non-Irish born. Doesn't really explain.
And again, because there's a fucking crisis of population, there's there literally isn't enough Irish births, and it's not just preserving the heritage genetic thing. It's like There is
It's a
plenty.
literal
There's plenty of
depopulation.
Irish births everywhere but Ireland. You know, that's
It's
why
just
they
in
need to bring
Ireland.
them home. They need to
I was
do
gonna
some
say, why
Israel
not?
shit.
Why not do some Zionist shit?
Yeah.
The Israeli, sorry, Irish homeland.
See, especially if they could stack them in the north, right? And they like push them into the UK to manipulate the UK's elections to fucking get that fucking district area back.
The plays of the nation state.
Yeah, the six fucking regions that UK is occupying.
Crazy.
Not in Ireland.
That's weird.
That surprised you?
Very interesting. Yeah.
Really? That's surprising. Muhammad is the most common, huh?
All right.
Loud and proud. Seems
So-
like a nationalist thing.
Sure does.
All right.
Filthy
So,
prods.
hey, again, the left needs to formulate a response to that is not simply you're a racist and you're a bigot.
No, they don't.
If
All you need to say, all you need to do is look up the actual names for Ireland instead of one specific city,
Yeah.
like we just
Like
did.
literally what we just did.
So we can
just
stack it in the front.
an
No,
entire
I
video
know what this is about.
by just looking at statistics. It's pretty
What's
wild.
media literacy?
I mean, that's literally what I've been telling people, that this show is more.
Isabel,
less news
Olivia,
and more
Emma,
media
Ava,
literacy.
Charlotte, top 5 girls' names in Ireland. What's funny? So, like, I have an Irish family. Her daughter's name, like, I don't know the youngest daughter, but her first daughter's name is Charlotte.
Yeah.
And I want to say what's the boy's name? I think the boy's name is Emmett, but I know I also have a cousin in my Irish family named Noah. You know, because obviously it's of course Noah, because they're fucking wacky Catholics and shit. You know, still looking for Fatima. Fatima's a badass name.
It's a good name.
But my favorite name is Noor.
Double O-R?
It's spelled differently depending on the region, but it can be N-O-U-R or N-O-R-E. There's a few different spellings. Noor, Nor.
I like Siobhan just because I like watching stupid Americans try to pronounce it. Hello, Siobhan.
In Galway. Now, I come from New York City, which, as I've said, I think is the greatest example of an immigrant society working in the history of the world. So I'm not coming from a perspective that can't work, that people from diverse backgrounds cannot come together and form something new.
Where was it? I don't think it was Ukraine, but there was somewhere else where they Kosovo. They named a bunch of people literally like Bill Clinton or something. That's their like first name. Wasn't it something like that?
Oh, for sure.
It's something like that. They literally, their first name is Bill Clinton, all one word.
That's awesome.
Where they respect each other's differences. I'm not saying it's always perfect or it always has been perfect, but I grew up with people from every part of the world, and it's a great way to grow up because it makes it almost impossible to lose sight of the basic humanity.
Okay, so it's Tony Blair, and then and Clinton with a K.
But Tony Blair is like one word for the names sometimes,
Yes,
right? Like,
yes.
Okay, yeah, it's like Tony Blair.
Yes. With a capital B, well, it's still one word.
Yes.
Part of the world, every race and every religion.
I think Javelina is more respectable because although the Bayraktar drones are great, fuck Turkey. The only reason they exist is because Americans said, we're not letting you in on the drone program. Not after the fucking atrocities you commit on the daily. And then they said, fine, we'll make our own. And they did. And as far as I know, it's a fucking more cost-effective drone than the fucking Shahed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a fucking military drone expert, though.
I think it depends, but
they're not under
your entire
sanctions.
life.
So
the idea of growing up and saying, well, those people aren't human. How can you? You grew up with people from these places. So that's not where I'm coming from. But then again, New York was always a city of immigrants, and it's within a country where it is by definition a fusion of immigrant cultures. Right? There is no
why. I'm just so confused how we got from Clare Daly to discussing child names. I'm moving on.
Inflict maximum
Didn't they have
harm.
another one though?
They
Let's
do.
see
But
their other
we'll
one.
save it. We'll save it for later because I
Okay.
do want to get to this because this video's title is amazing.
What's the title? Go ahead, read it out.
Russian Navy pounded near home while flexing muscles abroad. Like CNN, you gotta chill.
Wow, sounds like it's imperialist. Fucking what is his name? Philip DeFranco shit.
Is urging his country to do to the United States to avenge the U.S. Treasury Department's new sanctions on Russia. Now, these sanctions have sent fear and anxiety through Russia's financial system. State media has reported that major banks were blocking customers from withdrawing cash, and that was coming from state media, so consider that. It comes as Putin is sending a nuclear-powered sub and other warships to Havana, just 90 miles off the Florida coast.
That sub looks like shit, bro. Can we go back to that real quick? You see the fucking, you can literally see the visible paneling. This thing, can this thing actually reach depth, or is this their like display model?
It's a just below the surface submarine. So
Yeah,
still technically a submarine.
It's like the narco subs. They're not technically subs. They, what are they called? What is that fucking? Who's the submarine?
Skimmers, aren't they? Aren't
no,
they like
but there's that.
skimmers or-
It's the fucking the submarine expert. What's his name? Covert Shores is his fucking channel name, but I forgot his name. But he basically, yes. So he basically is like, yeah, cartel subs, narco subs are not submarines. There's something specific. It's like a low.
Yeah, the low profile
boat.
Yeah.
Low profile boat. Something like that.
To Havana, just 90 miles off the Florida coast. But what is so striking about Russia's massive show force that we can all see right now off the U.S. coast is the truth, the reality of Putin's Navy, a fleet that's been decimated since the beginning of the war with Ukraine. Fred Pleitkin is out front.
Oh, isn't the do dissidents thing also them simping that Russia is doing military drills? Isn't that their other video? So let's go back to them after this one.
Okay. Yes, it is. And that,
yeah.
In the Black Sea. The cheap unmanned vessels have allowed Ukraine to decimate Vladimir Putin's Black Sea fleet. Their weapons are not designed to deal with such small sea drones. The soldier says in most cases they use anti-ship guns. It's a
low-profile vehicle
Moscow is trying to project not far from the U.S.'s shores, sending some of their most advanced warships to Cuba. Russia's Ministry of Defense saying that the frigate and a nuclear-powered sub, quote, practice the use of high-precision missile weapons by computer-based maritime simulation at the ship-based groupings of a mock enemy. Vladimir Putin has invested heavily in Russia's Navy, which now has a permanent base in Syria and boasts hypersonic missiles.
No, it doesn't.
It's no paper tiger, but also not an invincible force, as Ukraine has shown. Ukraine's sea drones, as well as sabotage and air-launched missiles, have destroyed about 1/3 of Russia's...
Like, how can you make a story go, Russia's military strong, Ukraine, no navy, killed half fleet? What?
Also, can we just say I'm tired of
contradiction?
I'm tired of ballistic missiles being called hypersonics. It's just, I'm sorry. They're hypersonic. They are, but they're not. They're not hypersonic.
Not the hypersonic missiles. Like, they're not the glide vehicles.
Right? They don't maneuver at the.
They're fucking
speed.
missiles.
they
just go fast.
Yes. Lots of things are hypersonic if you let them fall from high enough.
Putin's lost my baby. Fuck's sake.
But like, do they have ones that like? Because do they have like ramjet missiles or anything like that?
I'm not sure.
The U.S. made one of those. The U.S. The Doomsday missile that they had, that basically everywhere it flied over, it would irradiate and kill people anyway. It was
that's not ramjet, yeah, but that's a nuclear fission engine.
But the jet propulsion is like a ramjet, but like it had like 7 nuclear warheads on it, but like it also was like it was like
but
a
also
super
uses
weapon.
Fission like as propulsion. So
Yeah.
like all the exhaust is radioactive.
They built it. They built it, showed that they could do it, and then immediately were like, "Don't let anyone know we built this, and throw it away, please," because they didn't want to actually trigger an arms race with Russia because of how destructive the weapon is. So, like when people talk about like how the U.S. is like so scary and shit, and how they like want this military supremacy, they literally have thrown out weapons because they were too deadly. You know, like. I don't think have we dismantled all our nerve agent at this point? That's a question.
I'd say probably. I mean, it is mostly a weapon of terror, but I will say that Russia also has Russia also tested and created those nuclear-powered ramjet missiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Russia also, the hypersonic missile testing they're doing ain't going well.
No.
22, Ukraine says. Including large landing ships like this one, blown up in Crimea at the end of last year, and submarine destroyed in a dock. The Russians have even lost the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, what Kiev says was an attack by Ukrainian-made missiles. And
What am I
fleet's
doing
headquarters
here
in Sevastopol was
in
struck
the
by
middle of the
missiles last year.
ocean, surrounded by frozen corpses?
The repeated humiliations pushing Russian ships further and further away from Ukraine and eventually leading to the dismissal of Russia's Navy chief in March. Not long ago, Russian state media would celebrate the Navy's single aircraft carrier, the Admiral Kuznetsov, the jewel in the crown. But the ship has long been plagued by mechanical
Look at how it
problems
has
and
to
been
put its
in dock
deck
for
flipped
years
up
with
like
more
that.
months. Some
You know,
Western
they need a
analysts
little
predict
ramp.
it will never
They
set
need
sail
extra
again.
help.
Despite Putin's glorification
Also,
of Russia's naval prowess,
Russia
many of
doesn't
its warships
classify it as
appear
a carrier.
vulnerable to
It's a
both air and
aircraft
sea attacks
cruiser.
and lack the technology to compete with Western navies or even cheap maritime drones.
Robert Dinghy Rapids.
Decade.
And air
What'd you say?
Hasn't carried shit in a decade.
Yeah, it's literally like I don't even like it's just like I don't know if it floats. Like I don't understand. Like just like I guess it's just modern planes are too fast to land on them. But it's like the fact that no like carriers existed in World War II and now it's not like battleships where they're phased out for better ships and designs, right? And the battleship became obsolete. Instead, it's like we literally can't. It's like the lost technology of Damascus steel. They can't get back to having aircraft carriers because what happened, guys? You couldn't keep up with it. Like, how do you not scale up the technology together? I don't understand.
It's so funny though. Like they're considered a superpower. They don't have a single functional carrier, and like I know what you're saying about the ships being too fast, but like. We solved it real easy with hook and string.
Yeah, but also like Britain has a carrier and they don't use a catapult. They use it. They basically have a helicopter carrier that they're able to use the Harrier jets on. It's an oversized helicopter carrier.
Yeah.
And the Ukrainians say that while the Russians might be gaining ground in other areas, they feel that they've really hurt Moscow's Black Sea Fleet and essentially rendered it ineffective.
That's the thing is like the boat gets so long it breaks apart. By the way, speaking of break apart, the U.S. dock in Gaza is once again broken. They literally put it back for maybe 3 days.
I thought they moved it. Did that fail?
They just brought it back. And what's funny is Hamas put out this thing that the U.S. dock was used in this hostage rescue operation because they want to justify hitting the dock as a legitimate military target. That's why. But literally, the dock was not operational and hooked up when the raid took place. So that's impossible. They hooked it up right after that raid was in motion, right? And then immediately gone.
To develop those sea drones to hurt Vladimir Putin's naval
forces. But why would they hit the dock? To prevent aid.
Fred, thank you very much.
Patrick, if everybody is downplaying...
They make money. They make money by selling the aid and the MREs to the Palestinians. So if they don't have control over it, that's bad for their bottom line.
Yeah. And if the Palestinians are getting food, they're not going to buy it from Hamas, are they?
Why did the Russians send this armada? It almost looks like an armada to Havana.
Well, let me
show
a little bit of that armada because, yes, it's true what Cubans say that other military send ships on friendly visits, but not like this. There's never been a nuclear submarine, I'm told,
let's see what this
in the port of Havana, as you
definition
have
is.
There,
a fleet of warships. Okay, what is the minimum number to say something is a fleet? Is it? I think we got to go at least 3. You know, two is too small to be called a fleet. Like when you say I have a fleet of Toyota Land Cruisers in my driveway, how many Toyota Land Cruisers need to be there before you're like, okay, it's a fleet?
Really just a breathtaking sight when it came in to the harbor yesterday.
It's
such a massive weapon of war. The other side of it, on the other side of the pier, that is a Gorshkov, Jim. And I should highlight this because this is one of the most modern ships the Russian Navy, Vladimir Putin, has. And let me tell you a little bit about this. It can send hypersonic missiles. It has tested hypersonic missiles. Those fly at a speed of about 6,000 miles per hour. It's not believed that the U.S. has any weapon system that can counter those hypersonic missiles. Jim, point of reference, I'm in Nevada, you're in Washington, D.C. You're only a little bit over 1,000 miles away from where I am right now.
I can tell you right now, the math exists to counter them, and I know that it exists to counter them because I watch chinchillas do the math every fucking day. Okay? You pick the point where the target is going to hit, and you hit that point. It's not that difficult. And you also you don't launch one interceptor, you launch 100.
I mean, we've seen Kinzhal's taken down too, so not a lot, but a few.
Oh my god. Okay. Sorry. That was my bad. People.
Now, so while these are a peaceful visit, we are told they've left the nuclear warheads at home. The Cuban Ministry of Defense says the vehicles, the vessels behind me, are anything but peaceful. Vladimir Putin is sending a message. He's sending it very public.
Oh my god. Yes. Okay. Cool. Great. Okay. Sure. Also, who gives a shit if they have their fucking nuclear missiles with them? America has their fucking nuclear missiles with them always, don't they? I'm pretty sure they're always in the ships, right? So what's the problem? Is America going to randomly shoot a nuke at someone just cause? I don't think so.
This literally happens every year, but because of the war, people are making it a thing.
Insane.
Like every year this happens.
And they've been put not in a secret.
Let's go back to these guys.
Yo, you want to see something scary? You want to see something scary? Oh my god, how will we ever stop the missiles? Crazy. How will we stop the missiles? We have nothing that could stop these missiles. The technology just doesn't exist. You want to know one of the best algebra? Because obviously, you know who invented algebra. Obviously, it's the Arabs, right? But you want to know one of the best algebra books that exists? The missile knows. The missile knows where it is. It's actually Arab archery. It's a book on archery. Right, and it's all about how they're able to calculate the speed of their arrows, how to calculate how far they can shoot, and all that stuff, and like judging the distance from the ground, whether like by the knot in the bow and stuff, and like the position of the arrow to be able to judge elevation and like modify to shoot. It's all like algebraic formulas and techniques, and then using those algebraic formulas to make sure you're in line with the techniques. And so like when they know that an Arab archer could fire at minimum 3 arrows a second, right? That's fucking fast. Like how many? Like
second? Yes.
Like what is the British like musket thing? You have to fire a certain amount of shots. Like I think it's 3 shots per minute for a standard to qualify as a British musket man. You had to 3 shots per minute from muskets. So.
But this seems pretty important to me. Russian military exercises in the Caribbean. Here's what to expect. This is a bit of an older article, but we have an update that we'll share with you in just a moment. 3 Russian ships and a nuclear-powered submarine are expected to arrive in Cuba this week. This was written last week.
Wait, 3 were expected to show up? What happened?
This was not reported. This was not that widely reported because generally the take on this is that you're a paranoid lunatic if you are at all worried about this. Routine, nothing to see here. While the exercises aren't considered a threat to the U.S., American ships have been deployed to shadow the Russians, U.S. officials told CBS News.
Bro,
the Russian warships are expected to arrive in.
Yes, we fucking parked a ship in Guantanamo Bay. Like, who cares? Like, this is like people crying about this is literally like China attacking the Philippines with their boat, right? it's who cares? What is this little design? What is this supposed to be? A guy, or is this missile defense? What is this drawing?
Oh, that's just like a cry face, but like I didn't know how to put the Unicode emoji into chat from my computer.
In Havana on Wednesday and stay until next Monday, Cuba's foreign ministry said in a statement. A U.S. official told CBS News national security correspondent David Martin that the U.S. intelligence community has assessed that the submarine in the group is nuclear-powered but it isn't carrying nuclear weapons. We have no indication and no expectation that nuclear weapons will be at play here in these exercises or embarked on those vessels, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told CBS senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe last week. The exercises, which will include long-range bombers, will be the first simultaneous air and naval maneuvers Russia has carried out in the Caribbean since 2019, the U.S. official said. The exercises will be conducted over the summer, culminating in a worldwide naval exercise in the fall. Clearly, this is them signaling their displeasure about what we're doing for Ukraine, Kirby told O'Keefe. So we're going to watch it. We're going to monitor it. It's not unexpected, but we don't expect that there will be any imminent threat or any threat at all, quite frankly, to American national security in the region, in the Caribbean region, or anywhere else.
Yeah,
the
no
U.S.
shit.
official told Martin the ships may also visit
No,
Venezuela.
seriously, like-
So here they are coming in. Several Russian warships.
Imagine doing an attack on American soil. Like, what are you, Al Qaeda? Crazy. Like, attack them in Syria where nobody's going to give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
That would be the
you know,
smartest
just
way.
don't make sure you don't accidentally go over the golden zone into Jordan.
Have just arrived at Havana Harbor and docked there. Several ships and support vessels are expected to participate in exercises and possibly make port calls in Venezuela and Cuba. The move occurs following the U.S. approval of Ukraine using NATO-supplied weapons to strike inside Russia. Putin stated that Moscow might supply weapons to certain regions to examine strikes against
To
sensitive
enable
Western.
strikes against sensitive Western targets.
There you go.
If Ukraine repeatedly attacks Russia with Western arms.
There you go. See, Russell's got good eyes. Got very good eyes. You don't
Oh,
even need
yeah.
eyeglasses most of the time. Yeah.
Most of the time now.
So yeah, I mean, look, I guess this is routine, right? That's what we are supposed
is.
to think. No harm here, but it's
It
definitely
is.
a flex
And
in the timing.
let's just think about this. The only people who are actually intimidated by this are fucking morons.
Yeah, is this CNN, by the way? Oh, no, never mind. We're still on.
No, the last
idiots.
one was CNN.
No, we went back to these idiots. I love these
Yeah.
guys. Like I said, worst version of us.
Oh my god. I'm so glad I typed that in to look for padding on the pride cringe. Oh, that's amazing.
Hit play.
I will.
Is certainly indicative of a certain
statement.
escalation in tension. Yeah, it is a statement, and it is consistent with the statements that Putin has been making recently, which is that you're pushing it, you Americans, you're pushing me. I mean, you know, we did a whole thing last week about their reasserting that they do have a certain red line past which point, you know, nuclear exchange is on the table. And so this is a gesture now.
Yeah, sure they do.
In the Western
It's called an
Hemisphere,
escalation
and,
ladder.
Thank God we can hope to God it doesn't escalate past this point, because if there is a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0, whether that occurs under Trump or Biden, neither of them are JFK. You know, neither of them are people you would trust
Neither of
to
them are
navigate
steady
that.
hands on the tilt.
Whoa,
Exactly, right. You're
First
talking
of all,
about a
hey,
demented
whoa. First of all, fuck JFK. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a fucking victory for Russia. What are you fucking talking about? JFK didn't do a good job if you actually care about America, imperialism, and hegemony. Like, the only thing JFK got was to be like, yeah, we'll move the missiles way later so it doesn't look like we're weak here and pulling back from our stance, you know? Like, that was the only win America had. Russia agreed to let them withdraw those missiles covertly. That's why this is a Nikita Khrushchev household, because he was clearly the most successful leader of the Soviet Union. You know, there's only one guy better than him, but he's better for different reasons, because he destroyed the Soviet Union.
And you know, just sideshow.
Possibly,
match wits against Putin with nuclear missiles in our hemisphere. That's not good. Believe me, not good. And part that is part of why
If they had nuclear
Putin is
missiles
able
in our
to make these
hemisphere,
kinds of-
they wouldn't tell us.
No.
This is for idiots like you to be like, oh, Russia's getting mad. World War III is going to happen.
shows of force, because the West is just seen as so unserious right now. Is it where, you know, he could do this right now, and he looks like the guy who's putting his foot down. He knows that nothing we do in response to this, even if this is all just like dick waving, nothing we do in response is going to look as serious as this. I think that's part of why he's doing it.
All the momentum is on the side that Russia represents. All the momentum is on the BRICS side. I would say you are looking at an inevitable swing of the center of gravity in world affairs from the United States to this BRICS alliance. This is the early stages of that swing, but it's really unimaginable when you look
No.
at the level of just decadence and
If any,
societal collapse.
the only
and
look, guys, the
economic,
only economy that is ever gonna take some of, because I like that word, the gravitational pull. You know, that's actually a pretty good way to describe America's role, because it's obviously not controlling everything, but it does have a high gravitational pull. Things orbit around it, you know? That said, the EU is the economy that's going to challenge America, okay? And guess what? We don't have to worry as long as we don't elect Donald Trump, basically, because they might as well just be our money. But like, I guarantee these guys are about to put up a video about how Saudi Arabia is going to take more than US dollars to sell their oil. It's almost like they sell their oil to China, and basically only China, and don't fucking sell us any oil. Wow, I wonder why we don't really care if they're using fucking US dollars.
Vapors upon which our whole
This whole
economy is
conspiracy of
based, just
that's why
absolute
Gaddafi
illusion
is dead.
and fantasy. Something's got to break. There's only so long these plates can stay in the air
Right,
before
of
they
course.
come crashing down. The
What?
Chinese, the Russians, the Venezuelans, these are much more serious people than the West is. The West is living on treasures that it stole a long time ago.
What?
And it is only maintaining its hold on those treasures with force. And
بيت
that's not
بيت
going to be enough in the long
دار
run.
دار
No.
زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
Putin is not just.
Oh my god. Everything broke.
Today, travelers,
What is going on?
Here's some news. This kind of got lost in the.
I would say you are.
These
looking
guys
at
might
an
be the dumbest
inevitable-
ones, honestly.
Possibly.
Like, I think at least Jimmy Dore pisses me off more because he's more annoying and you know where it's coming from. But like,
These guys are just useful idiots, I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
they got so many subscribers though.
It's
not-
62,000. I don't understand.
It's not fair.
They only have 56 comments on their
Yeah,
video.
how many of them are naming a bunch of numbers, Jack?
All of them.
Wow,
a lot of them have no pictures, but they do look like legitimate comments, so that's a thing. So it's kind of hard to tell these days.
Well, the thing is that they're not. You look at our audience
Mm.
and how
True.
authentic it is, and just compare it. Like the comments
Yeah.
that we even get on videos, even not in chat, but the comments themselves.
The actual comments, yeah.
Yeah, they're
They're not like
never
that.
they're never
Mm.
like a bunch of fucking numbers after a name.
Mm. Interesting.
It's almost like every channel that is in this hemisphere has those types of comments, huh?
Mhm.
Anyway, let's hear what they have to say about how cool Russia is.
Swing of the center of gravity in world affairs from the United States to this BRICS alliance. This is
What
the early
alliance?
stages of that swing, but it's really unimaginable when you look at the level of just decadence.
It is
and societal
unimaginable.
collapse and economic vapors upon which our whole economy is based. Just absolute illusion and fantasy.
Not China's
something's
though.
gotta break. There's only so long.
China's economy's real
before
compared
it
to
comes
ours.
crashing down. The Chinese, the Russians, the Venezuelans, these are much more serious people than the West is. The West is living on treasures that it stole a long time ago, and it is only maintaining its hold on those treasures with force. And that's not going to be enough in the long run.
Yeah, see,
No,
this comment
Putin
didn't
is
show
not
up in
just going
chat.
to willy-nilly drop a nuke
Only
in
on
spite of what they
StreamYard.
want to tell you. He's a rational actor, but he's going to continue to do what he's doing. He's going to continue to build
Oh,
alliances.
Using a
against
rational actor
Western
to describe
hegemony.
one person.
He's going to continue
Very
to
smart.
really hit at the heart of our power, which is the dollar as the reserve currency.
Yeah, that's
increasingly
keep
successfully.
targeting
It
the
just announced
dollar.
last week their new payment system. North Korea wants to join this bloc. That's an interesting question. What they'll do with that?
Yeah, 'cause
But
they
you
have an
combine
economy.
all of these BRICS countries, and as they work out how to get around the West, we're not in any position as a society to really withstand that kind of a sustained assault on the premises of Western power. In the end, they'll win. It's only a question of how long it takes.
What?
Please clap.
Cringe there on locals. There's so many other ways that are like, what's a good way to attack America? Let me tell you about a guy named Osama bin Laden.
The Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, has said he would start peace talks with Ukraine immediately if its troops pull back from 4 regions of the country. And Ukraine
Hang on. Accurate reporting. Did you see the AP got community noted on this?
No.
So the AP said that Russia will do peace talks if Ukraine leaves occupied, like if Ukraine cedes occupied regions, which is incorrect. He's literally saying we'll do peace talks, but you have to give us territory we don't control.
Yeah, it's literally the peace talks.
So that was correct.
Why they were rejected.
The correct framing was right there. That they cede territory that they don't occupy.
Yeah.
It comes as leaders of the 7 richest nations continue their summit in southern Italy, where discussions on the war in Ukraine have topped the agenda.
Girl, crazy. You see the fucking cameras in front of them? I swear to God, those are like I've used those to fucking in cathedrals and shit. Those are remote controlled, I think.
Dollars from frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine with aid. Let's talk to our diplomatic correspondent, James Landale, who joins us there from the G7 in Bari. And James, how significant a moment is this? What we're hearing
to rehydrate one of my contacts.
You've got to think of the war in Ukraine has been fought on 3 different fronts. You've got the fighting on the ground, you've got the industrial arms race to produce as much ammunition as possible for both sides, and then you've got the sort of geopolitical diplomatic air war to try and win international public opinion. And it's that latter battle that we're seeing played out at the moment.
I wouldn't call it, just say airwave war instead of an air war. Geopolitical air war for the hearts and minds, or whatever he said.
It's divided. It's losing patience for its support for Ukraine. So that's why they've agreed lots of deals, defense packs, more money that's been raised from, as you mentioned, from frozen Russian assets, the promise of more air defenses. And then we've now got President Putin's response, which is to say, well, I'm in favor of peace, just so long as Ukraine pretty much effectively capitulates and hands over huge swathes of the East and abandons its support for trying to join NATO. He's also, I think, trying to win a little bit of support in the global South. There are many countries, emerging economies, who really don't like the war in Ukraine because of the disruption it's causing to the international community, the economy at the moment. And I think President Putin is also trying to preempt a summit, a gathering of world leaders that's going to take place in Switzerland tomorrow, where they're going to be discussing Ukraine's own peace plan. So essentially what we're seeing here is part of the to and fro on both sides, trying to establish what they want to be the dominant narrative in this war.
And James, your assessment, and we talked about this yesterday, but that $50 billion loan, and it is a loan at this stage, and as you touched on there, it will be funded by the interest that is generated on seized Russian assets. That, not without its controversy, but feels like quite...
Okay. Loans, aid. What's our position here? What do you think? Like, what do you think is better? Do you think that having the loans is predatory? Because I kind of feel like it is. But
I feel like it's set it up to be forgiven. It's a loan with the interest made by those frozen assets as collateral,
So technically what's actually happening is they're putting Ukraine in debt to Russia, right? So like Russia is literally fronting the loan and paying for the weapons that are going to be now used against them. So like, because if how we fucking unfroze Ukrainian assets and gave them the money back, ideally if they're froze assets, you can't be just giving them away like that. They're giving away the interest acquired on it.
They're giving the interest.
But technically, it's kind of a gray area.
They're using the interest as, essentially the backing for the loan. So if Ukraine can't pay the loan, which, $50 billion for a country that's having its economy decimated every day, people, countries, governments do this all the time. It's called a loan. it's going to be forgiven. And
Mhm.
thank you for sharing, because every time I hear any asshole talk about BRICS and the dollar going away and some bullshit like this, I immediately just think
Hold on.
bullshit.
Tuvalu and Gambia. That's what we're going with? That's
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's.
You didn't end it quick enough. You got
I
Twitter
know.
in there.
It also cut off the front of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Quite a significant moment and could set a precedent for future deals going forward. Just talk to me about the importance.
There will be a point at some time in the near future.
And
where
I
we're
appreciate
talking
you
about
bringing up the
Palestine.
loan forgiveness, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked, because I'm like, this is what we always say, is we always say that these loans will probably get forgiven.
Yeah, well, we even say it with China, too. As long as
Mm.
China's forgiving debt, I'm cool with China's policies in Africa, basically.
Yeah.
The biggest stopper to that is, I mean, European countries have had their finger on the reset button the whole time this conflict has been happening with Russia. Like, there's nothing. Macron can do whatever the fuck he wants, but there's nothing that France wants more than to reset their relations with Russia in terms of economic trade.
Yeah.
And so,
They want
like,
number to go
that.
back up.
That's the big blocker for these loans, is like they'll have less of a on-ramp with Russia if they go through with this plan to basically give the interest of the money to Ukraine.
And to defend Macron here, which I shouldn't be doing, he
What?
has stated things that basically, like, we've done analysis on that their policy is so shady right now because he's not convinced that Trump's policies are not coming back, right? So, like, it's the US that is unreliable to France.
Yes.
You know, so they're playing all fields. They're playing China, Russia, the US, because they can't depend on anyone anymore.
Well, let's be real. That's just France. I mean,
Imagine if they didn't depend on people and they were actually like an independent country that stood on its own and only really, like, you know, that would be cool.
What do you mean? France is an independent country. They do independent imperialism. Like how? Like the fact that so
But
many
they
people want to
need
blame
America?
U.S. imperialism or Russian
I know.
imperialism, for that matter, over French imperialism.
John, I'm
Like,
sending
they
you a
blame us for
screenshot.
killing Gaddafi. France caused that. Stop letting him get away with it, you assholes.
John, I'm sending you a screenshot from a Grindr profile
Oh, God.
that applies perfectly to Macron. So here you go.
So, like, why? I just don't understand why people are. I showed you because, like, I said this on Twitter. Oh my god.
Or if you're black, when it comes to France too.
Jesus.
They love that. They love those fucking African colonies that aren't actually colonies.
Because and I've lost it. It's
That
gone.
nobody cares.
It's gone.
Since of that 50 billion.
Yes. Well, I just don't get why the world is torpedoing the US in such an important time that they should be strong, because of the potential that Trump might come back. It's such a stupid fucking thing. It's like you are almost guaranteeing Trump comes back by not working with Biden, and therefore making his foreign policy, which is probably the only thing that he's kind of good at,
until it comes to Israel.
And then it's well, that's the other thing, right?
Like, his
With
Iraq
Israel,
plan was solid, and if it
Yeah.
happened, some things may not have happened.
So, like, I can't understand the train of thought from the nation states across the world that this would be a good idea. That their fears are Trump's coming back, yet they are almost ensuring it happens by torpedoing their relationships with the United States. And I just think it's one of the dumbest lib things I've ever seen the global sort of leadership do. And I am a little worried that they're too stupid to realize.
Have we talked about, I just thought of this, about how many things that Trump would fuck up, But I was just thinking, did I mention that Iraq and the autonomous admin of Northeast Syria are agreeing that all Iraqi citizens are going to start being repatriated out of the camp?
Yes. We did mention that, I think, last stream.
Yeah.
But if there's no news yet, we haven't covered it.
We need to shame Western governments.
I agree.
To do the same.
I agree.
Look, Ukraine needs as much money as it possibly can get.
Where was Clare Daly for that?
Afloat, to keep its government afloat, to keep enough of its public services going, to try and repair and reconstruct what's been destroyed on a pretty regular basis by Russian attacks. Anything that can help that, I think Ukraine is very desperate for. But this money is not going to come tomorrow. They're talking about within this calendar year. So there's quite a lot to go before this money is generated. But from a purely in principle position, yes, it is quite a step for the G7 and in future European Union members too, to say, look, yeah, we are willing to use the profits from the seized Russian assets to try and fund a big loan to Ukraine. President Putin today said he can...
It's honestly very funny. Using Russian asset interests to fund Ukraine is very funny. More stuff like this would be great. Just do petty shit that benefits Ukraine and pisses off Russia.
It'd be funny if the EU wasn't doing so much business with Russia.
Yeah, and even
I mean,
under sanctions, they still do.
Well, that's the very latest sanctions were basically designed to purposely, like, one of the main things was like a big fuck you to Europe and the EU, and it's that's why it got that far. It's because just like, hey, you can't fucking do shit about like even the most blatant sanctions evasions. So now we're gonna bring it to the banks.
It's like all of these European countries like to stand on their fucking morals and act like they're better than the US.
Oh, for sure.
Like, but what the fuck has Europe done other than start wars, get people killed, and go around sanctions and aid?
Almost ended the world twice.
Almost, right? They go around sanctions and continue to work with these countries. Europe, along with the US, gave Saddam Saddam chemical weapons. We were on the same point, right? So it's like, I can't sit here and listen to people say Europeans are above the rest of the world when Europeans are the reason that it's so fucked.
No,
as an Australian as well, you know what I mean? Like, it's,
America, bad.
It's so universal too, but also like one interesting thing is I have a friend in Ireland today, and I was telling him about all the European sanctions evasion, and this is universal across any European thinking about their nation, right? But he was like, well, I don't think Ireland does any of that. And like in my back pocket, I had an article showing like, hey, Ireland has increased.
Ireland is the money laundering state. What are we talking
Ireland
about?
has increased their like factually on its face, no argument to be had. Ireland has increased its trade with Kyrgyzstan in a 1 year period by 5,000%. Okay, that's not like a new business opening up or some new like startup like doing business in Kyrgyzstan all of a sudden. That's literally all the money and business you're doing with Russia. Now you're doing with Kyrgyzstan, and we know where it's going after it gets to Kyrgyzstan. Like we know where all these fucking,
which is like the Azerbaijan fuel that they buy. That's Russian fuel. So they're paying for the genocide in Ukraine and Armenia. Great job, Europe.
Nobody's as bad as Austria, I'll give them that. But like still, it's like it's across the board. Poland, Estonia, nobody's free of it. Like everybody's still making money and doing business with Russia.
You know what's another funny thing is like the people who like say that America is NATO, like basically conflating that they're one and the same. Like America runs NATO and NATO like exists under its rule. But fun fact, NATO's position on Ukraine is actually criticizing and disagreeing with America right now. Guess what NATO's position is?
Stronger than America's.
NATO's position is Ukraine should be given the assets and it fully has the right to strike any military target inside Russia they deem to be a threat.
Spoilers.
America's position is don't go too far. You got to stay to this mile-long
Did you get the chimpanzee meme that I sent you?
Where?
I'm pretty sure I put that video in here.
I'll send it.
I did put this video in here.
Oh yeah, I sent
here.
it to you for-
Yeah, I got it. Wow,
It's just ridiculous.
That's so funny.
Wouldn't it be hung?
Yeah, I mean,
No, I think it is hanged actually.
It depends on where you're from. If you're upside down
So does
land,
that to
maybe
be
it's
theft?
hang.
I'm pretty sure the plural of I'm pretty sure the past tense of hanging someone is hanged.
Who
Promise
knows?
that it would not go on.
What is it? What
Maybe they'll say
Steelman's
Biden
advocate?
is a warmonger and genocidal.
Restraint and
Maybe
alien
they
restraint
don't want to.
Steelman.
They don't want to piss off Russia, so they tiptoe into things. I mean, you look at fucking Afghanistan, and they were like, it took them so long to give them Stinger missiles, right? That by the time the Stinger missiles came, this whole Stinger effect, it's a myth, right?
Mm.
Like where they say that there was a Stinger effect in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Hey, I've watched Charlie Wilson's War, and I know the facts of the universe.
Well, actually, Charlie Wilson's War is very accurate. Very accurate. I mean, they do conflate some events, like when they meet and they're doing the belly dancers at the meeting. Those were like separate events. The meetings took place, and then there was he went over, did the belly dancer to convince the guy to come to the meeting. But generally, very accurate movie to what was going on and what Charlie Wilson's beliefs were, who was an alcoholic, by the way. There's so many interviews with him just fucking shit-faced, where they're on Capitol Hill and it's night and he's just out of his mind drunk. But the thing is, with the Stinger effect, it was greatly exaggerated for our own propaganda, but they already had man pads from China, right? The Stingers were just slightly more effective than the Chinese ones they were using. They had older models of Stingers, and then as the Mujahideen will say, they weren't even the newest model of Stingers. They were America's first model.
Yeah.
So some of the Chinese ones they had were even better than the American Stingers.
And it's funny because the US does this all the time. Like all the aid that they sent to Ukraine, right? When there was the big one, the big first one that everyone got real mad about. It was all old service weapons being sent to Ukraine, which were getting replaced anyway. So what? Give them to Ukraine so they can use them.
They had to actually hunt
them.
down those Stingers and get them back though, because they didn't want to be used on commercial airliners.
Oh no!
So they had to. There's a whole nother story where the CIA is going in to find all the Stinger systems that they gave to Afghanistan.
But yeah, that's literally what happened. Is it's old military equipment. It's not new shit. Like the tanks being sent aren't new tanks. But I don't know why this is so hard. Most of the money value for aid sent to Ukraine is in physical military assets, not money. Like these were all risks weighed up.
I mean, we do spend money on their civil. We do help them,
Yeah, there is financial aid too.
Yeah.
To give old people pensions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to the American, it's nothing.
Yeah, it's not giving cash to Zelensky, the billionaire, to then distribute amongst the population. You know what I mean? Which is what tankies and people who are pro-Russia think, is that they're just giving money to Ukraine and in big bags like old school movies.
Well, they love the pallets of cash in Obama with Iran. They love to talk about the pallets of cash. They always compare it. Like in Iran, what he gave with the pallets of cash. They always got to say that shit.
Yeah, that's not what's happening, because the risk assessment was made, and the corruption within Ukrainian politics is well known.
Better now.
It's not a secret. So we're not going to give them money, right? We give them hard assets.
Yeah,
that they need.
But there is still,
Patriot missile
I think
defense.
there's something that I put on the list about.
There's huge oversight right now.
Weapon theft.
They know they're not getting more weapons if we don't get if our observers don't see grandmas getting their pensions and soldiers getting their pay. that's part of like we're incredibly invasive in the process of financial dealings there. Like, and that's part of the Inspector General's like. There's a ton of reports about it, and that's the funniest thing is when people say, "Oh, there's no oversight." It's like there are some pretty in-depth reports like tracking all these things, and it's not necessarily because it isn't corrupt. There's tons of corruption. People do like you saw Reznikov go, but it's like they know not to fuck around with the U.S. aid because it's contingent on not being flaunted.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that's the point that I really try and get across to people is that it's not like they're just giving the, it's not Joe Biden rocking up on Air Force One, dropping a bag of $1 million on his table and leaving, right?
Before Euromaidan, Odessa was like a global weapons smuggling and other things smuggling like location. I mean, it still is, but like before Euromaidan, when it was still like a Russian type thing, they could basically use that port to transfer assets that then wouldn't look like they're coming out of Russia.
Isn't that where they sold all the Soviet weapons from?
Yeah. Like, they constantly shoot. Also, like, I want to say Odessa is where the Black Plague comes in, but I'm pretty sure it's Crimea, actually.
It's Crimea.
It is Crimea. Yeah, it's Genoa. But I wanted to say, like, the Odessa port is also part of that. I know it's Genoa.
Everything west of it is eventually part of that.
I know it's Genoa and the year.
How many people died from COVID overall?
Depends if you take China's numbers.
They're still dying.
Yeah. Well, what are the numbers though? Because I just looked up the Black Plague is 75 to 200 million.
Not that high.
So it's not that high.
Also, there was a lower population then.
Yes.
That he's trying to get out there is he wants to tell the rest of the world, look, don't invest in the West, because if they don't like you, they're going to steal your money. That's the President Putin's argument. The West is saying,
not you though.
Putin
will never do that.
He has invaded Ukraine. The very least he can do is give up his profits to pay for a loan to help Ukraine survive. And that's the argument that's going on at the moment. But it is another step forward, and it is another demonstration by the West to try and say to the world, look, actually, we are united and we are determined to support Ukraine in the long run, because this deal will last for a long time.
What the fuck?
What?
If you look at the bank sanctions that just came out, that it's basically saying we're not united. And fuck you, because we stop being ununited.
The National Library of Medicine has an article here saying that the plague spread to Europe because of a biological attack in Crimea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Genoa.
It's through like catapults of like
what the
bloated
fuck?
bodies. Yeah,
That's insane.
That's why our fucking
a fair amount of time.
Ukrainian cell is named after that attack.
Oh, really?
Payoff.
James, good to have your assessment. Thank you. That's diplomatic correspondent James Landale there joining us from the G7. And as we said, it's the response from President Putin that we're keeping an eye on, saying that he would start peace talks with Ukraine immediately, in his words, if troops pull back from 4 regions of the country, and Ukraine, there are a lot of caveats here, if Ukraine gives up its bid to be part of NATO. Well, the NATO chief was asked about those comments a little earlier during a press conference. Take a listen.
Please, I hope he says the thing that I said about how they should be able to fucking kill Russians wherever.
Well, that's what I'm going to go to now.
Well, this is the NATO chief right here.
Oh, I was just going to go to there's a PBS video. Yeah, PBS on the ban, and then there's a little Ukrainian
It's
one.
not for Ukraine to withdraw forces from Ukrainian territory. It's for Russia to withdraw their forces from occupied Ukrainian land. And this proposal is a proposal that...
God damn it. I've been saying this for way fucking longer than they've been saying, and now I'm going to get accused of being a NATO shill.
Actually means that Russia should have the right to occupy even more Ukraine.
Whatever, I'm just correct. It's just further vindication that I'm correct.
Land. All the 4 provinces that they claim are not Ukrainian. So this just demonstrates that this is not a proposal made in good faith.
Jens Stoltenberg there, the head of NATO. Let's talk to our Russia editor.
What?
I don't care.
Well, you mean to tell me Russia made a proposal that's not in good faith?
Not only that, but I honestly don't know if like the Trump campaign has caught on to it because they're so busy getting fucking prosecuted and dealing with his probation officer. But to me,
Well,
that
we'll see. I'm sure they talk about it in this Logan Paul interview.
Sure, but the Putin thing seems like a huge layup for Trump. Like, if I was Biden, I would be talking to Putin right now. He really wants to talk about peace.
Well, that's because Trump can't help but be like, if I was president, this would never have happened.
Yes.
It would never have happened. Shut up.
And then nobody says why.
Yeah.
Can you
they
elaborate
just
on
never,
that?
Yeah.
How would
never,
you counter this
ever
specific
question.
thing?
Because Putin respects me.
I had a great relationship with Putin. You know who else said that? George W. Bush. And you know what that great relationship did? A genocide in fucking Chechnya.
Do you know who else who had
That's
it?
what that great relationship got Putin.
Prigozhin.
I mean, Prigozhin definitely did more than Bush did against Putin. I don't see Prigozhin bringing him out to fucking have fishing trips with him.
Man, imagine overvaluing your friendship by that much that you're just like, it's fine. It's just a coup between friends. We'll be fine.
All right, so this is just the live of their press conference. Do we care? What do we know about this? Because I don't know what happened.
No,
here.
we can cover it in depth on Monday when we actually go over all the G7 stuff. Yeah,
I'm gonna hold this one. Actually.
Yeah, he was his glizzy guy.
Let's go with this one.
Welcome to the news hour. Russian missiles struck Kharkiv in Ukraine.
So this one's a couple weeks old, but this is just them lifting which we didn't cover.
East today, killing at least 7 civilians. Ukraine is desperately trying to hold off a new Russian offensive that threatens Ukraine's second largest city. And U.S. officials tell the PBS NewsHour that the administration is debating whether to lift
So that's the key
on
with
use of
G7. Okay, so any statement by the G7, they'll literally like censor the speech down to make it like as sanitized as possible. Like whatever, like if you look at like the LTEC that came out around this time last year, and look at my reporting on the G7, like you'll hear me basically say the same things, but also last year's G7 was actually kind of significant it was one of the more significant ones that have been happening because they actually were doing Africa stuff. But at the same time, they specifically downplayed and censored their language because other countries didn't want to fucking sound like they're totally against Putin who are in the G7, you know? They said something like they wanted to say, like, you know, don't call it a certain type of regime or democracy or there's something stupid. That's always a nothing burger.
Yeah.
But it still does dictate the direction. It's just basically, let's all agree that we should do this type of exploitation, and they agree on a direction to go. And so like the climate policy at G7 is always nothing because there's specific climate conferences that override whatever the G7 is going to say on climate anyway.
It's
Just
a
like how
bellwether,
NATO
but it's
summits
not
are.
like it's not definitive, but it's a bellwether.
I mean, it's the Illuminati. They're setting the agenda.
Yeah, it's literally the Illuminati. They set the stage.
American weapons to target Russian weapons in Russia. Nick Schifrin starts our coverage.
In the smoky aftermath of a Russian missile, firefighters pick through the pieces of Russia's latest battlefield of choice, books. Books turned to ash in what was one of Ukraine's largest printing houses.
They're burning books.
Russia has been bombarding Kharkiv and trying to occupy towns further north, including Vovchansk, to
Trying
and
to
Kharkiv city into
occupy.
artillery range and draw Ukrainian forces away from fierce fighting in the Donbass.
So it was only Luhansk that they really took most of it.
Kharkiv city into artillery range and draw Ukrainian forces away.
Have they got all of it? Not quite. There's just still a little bit. When did this get all pushed back? I swear they had all this.
No, they pushed it back in the last offensive that was like a year ago.
Okay.
Same with Kharkiv, they took that back. But like I'm gonna need somebody who knows more specifically about the history of bombing the Donbass for 10 years on how much occupation took place, not who was in control, but like where was the actual, like how inside the fighting has been. So like how much further has Russia made progress in the Donbass since those militia days. You know, like are their
Yeah.
troops further along than the militias got, or are they the same place?
Whether it was just a changing of the guards from Russian imperial movement aligned people to the Russian military.
You know, and switching out right sector and Azov for like normal functional people.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it kind of makes sense that Azov has been absorbed into the 3rd Assault Brigade because that's sort of legitimizing them and diluting their numbers into a legitimate army.
And like there's another, like the other one is more problematic that I was talking about, the one that's like it's like a Viking something. I brought it up before, but they literally like the leader ran it like a cult or something. Also fucking if you look at the LGBTQ plus military, the Ukraine page, right sector was out protesting the pride parades today, and I was like, I haven't seen a right sector flag in this city since Euromaidan, I think.
You mentioned that the other day. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, but today specifically, the LGBTQ military, the Ukrainian page was posting about it.
Also, with them pushed up to the border here, right, or pushed up to the river. That's just like a fucking pain in the ass to push back, right? That's basically why they're holding it there. Is that pretty much what's happening? Yeah.
At the end of the day, Russia doesn't really care about that. They want the full bombast.
Yeah, they just want
at the very least.
Being in the Donbass. In Volchansk, there's no cover from Russian drones.
Well,
the city center has been ripped apart by Russian
It
weapons.
was like, it was like 40, and they're paid, literally like nothing. It was like a big nothing burger. I just thought it was funny that they showed up to protest Pride. Because like there's obviously been threats from more unhinged people, like certain militants that are actually in the war, like they're like the Russian Volunteer Corps were making threats that they were going to attack Pride. You know, the guys who are literally like inside Russia doing insurgent ops. Those guys are so much worse than Azov. Nobody ever fucking talks about them. Mainly because they're Russian. That would be Russia-phobic, I guess.
Of course.
My cat finally released his death grip on my toe.
Do you just want to say what you're saying in the private chat?
What?
Oh. I could if you want, but I was saying that.
Just jump in if you've got something to say.
Yeah, sorry. I was literally, my toe was being mauled by my cat because I have a nervous habit of wiggling it. So you were talking about the DPR militia, and I was saying how they've been mostly eliminated because they were a lot of people make fun of them, like seeing a couple of people in Mosins or whatnot, but they've been at war for 8 years. Like they're pretty hardened veterans and they're pretty good. But Russia literally just sent them out on the worst missions with the lowest care possible because even no matter what they claim about Russian speakers, their view is not Russians, so we can just send them into the meat grinder. It's fine.
Well, they even fucking people from inside Russia. It's like, hey, are your eyes a little slanty? Guess where you're going?
Right, exactly the same thing. So, except for not just that, but they actually had a lot more value, militarily speaking. Not to be like really saying people have more value than others, but like
are they the militias on the Ukrainian or Russian side?
On the Russian side, basically the ones pressed into service by like local warlords. People paid immense amounts of money.
The pickle guy, Igor Gherkin.
The pickle guy.
Right, that's his name, right? Gherkin. He's a pickle man. Yes. It's named after the pickle.
But I saw you talking about how like the Russians weren't crossing the river and whatnot, but it's like it's funny because you've seen the Russians really mostly only know how to die in a river. And it's like one of the hardest fucking things that you can do as a military, right? Like,
love that video where they were trying to allege chemical weapons were being dropped on the guys in the river because they were like drowning and they couldn't swim and they were like drowning in their plates and shit.
That and just being like, hit in their boats and like flying 5 feet in the air. I saw a couple of people involuntarily cross the river due to physics, but that was about it. It's you know, we'll see what happens, but like I feel like that's why they focused so much on like Kharkiv, and they had a really lost opportunity because when they did that Kharkiv push while Ukraine was being starved of ammo and aid, like they really didn't take full advantage of it. Like they didn't mechanize to the point you would expect somebody who expected to win and take ground to actually
100%.
mechanize.
And I was calling for it. I said, like, Russia has to push now. I was saying that, like, I was saying they need to push now. To know that your enemy is about to be resupplied. Like, come on. Like, have you played StarCraft 2? You know, you got to hit them before they build their new army, guys. Come on.
But they send all these.
That's why I always faint them, right? So I'll send in like a bunch of zerglings, but I'll already have eggs hatching at home, and then they think that they just like wiped out a bunch of zerglings, so I'll push onto my creep, and then I'll fucking baneling them and just fuck them up, and then storm their base with a fucking roach swarm.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, because roach can move while they're burrowed.
The thing that roaches don't have though is glide bombs, and those are a fucking huge, serious problem. Honestly, psychologically more than not psychologically, but that doesn't matter when like you need to keep morale up. The fact that they can glide bomb those positions with impunity, and like it's not the start of the war where a Russian glide bomb had a CEP of like 1,000 kilometers.
Why are all your games bug themed, bro? It's StarCraft 2. They're not actually bugs.
They are bugs.
Yeah, Russian.
No, they're
Russian glide
not.
bombs are pretty good now.
They're dinosaurs.
Sure.
Newly arrived
Yeah,
Western
anyway.
ammunition has helped you.
Yeah,
I
well,
was just gonna say they squandered it. They squandered Kharkiv.
yes, yeah.
Good for us.
But they can't use U.S. weapons to hit the Russian weapons in Russia that are hitting them. This week, President Volodymyr Zelensky told Reuters he wants that restriction lifted.
We're negotiating with partners so that we can use their weapons against buildups of Russian equipment on the border and even on their territory. So far, there is nothing positive.
The United Kingdom has provided long-range Storm Shadow missiles, and so far the only public Western endorsement of Zelensky's request.
It is their decision about how to use these weapons. We don't discuss any caveats that we put on those things.
Ukraine also wants NATO planes inside NATO airspace to fire into Western Ukraine, so Ukraine can transfer its own air defense assets east.
When Russian missiles are flying, Polish planes are sent up, but they don't shoot down Russian missiles? Can they do this? I'm sure yes.
Senior U.S. officials tell me while the idea of using NATO assets to shoot down Russian missiles over Ukraine is deemed too risky, there is a debate about whether to allow Ukraine to use American weapons to target Russian weapons just over the border inside Russia. And the New York Times reported today.
If Russia is hitting Ukraine from outside the Ukrainian borders, they have every right to hit targets in Russia.
By the UN Charter, absolutely.
Argue against that point. Like literally, take a devil's advocate and argue against that point. Like I don't think you could. If Russia is hitting Ukraine from outside of Ukraine, they have every single right to hit targets in Russia. If Belarus decides to launch attacks at Ukraine, Ukraine has every right to hit Belarus.
But what if they get mad because Ukraine is firing American missiles?
Okay.
That's
they're
the
using
devil's advocate
Russian. They're
position.
using Russian guns to kill Russians. Like,
I agree with you. I'm just saying.
Like, I know, but like, weapon purchases. It's like people in America trying to sue gun manufacturers because someone used their gun in a mass murder. Like, that's not how this works. People have agency. These things are tools. And when you are being invaded and you've purchased these tools, why would you then turn the tool on yourself and blow your leg off, handicapping yourself? It's dumb.
Sounds like a very Russian move, to be honest. The Austrians, weirdly enough, are probably the most upset about Ukraine using American weapons on Russian territory, which is hilarious.
Yeah. And what would be very funny is like, What's the national security guy's name?
Sullivan?
Sullivan? If Sullivan came out and be like, well, you shouldn't have invaded. It's like, well, you know, if you don't want Ukraine to use American weapons hitting Russia, you should leave.
That'd be very funny because he would never.
That would be just bluntly, just a throwaway comment. Just not even focusing, just completely drops the act. It's just like, well, if they don't want to get hit, they should leave. Just not even address it ever again. Just say it, leave it. Just drop that live grenade.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken has now endorsed that idea. So, should the U.S. lift restrictions on?
Well, there you go. Blinken agrees.
Ukraine can fire American weapons. For that, we get two views.
They're not
William
American
Taylor,
weapons.
U.S. ambassador.
This is the other thing. They're not American weapons. They're American-made. They're Ukrainian weapons. Cope.
Also,
Ukraine during the George W. Bush administration.
The Zerg are not actually a 40K ripoff, but there is dual inspiration, just like how Helldivers has dual inspiration. The Zerg are based off of Alien, specifically Alien 2, and how they like make an entire colony, and like how the queen is there to and like harvests the biomass, you know. Just like how the Flood are even based off of this too. You know? Totally different.
Still bugs.
They're dinosaurs.
And Emma Ashford is a senior fellow at the Stimson Center and writes widely about U.S. foreign policy. Thanks very much. Welcome, both of you, back to NewsHour. Ambassador Taylor, let me start with you. Should the U.S. allow Ukraine to use American weapons against Russian targets in Russia, whether on the ground in Russia or in the air above Russia, not only on the border, but deeper inside Russia?
Nick, I'd say yes. If the Russians are firing at Ukrainians from a sanctuary, which is really what they have right now, then the Ukrainians ought to be able to shoot back. This is basic self-defense.
See, too many words. Too many words to say. Too many words. Well, this is actually a good argument to convince Americans, right? Is comparing it like neighbors. Let's say your neighbor decides to start shooting at your house. And you don't have a gun. And you go and borrow your friend's gun. And start shooting back. But they start shooting your friend's house. Is he allowed to attack? What about you? Are you allowed to attack him with your friend's gun? Or is that a straw purchase and illegal now? Like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, too many words just to say, fuck around and find out. Like, there is no argument here. It's if Ukraine is getting hit, they have every right to respond. There is no further argument needed.
Some of the Russian fire is coming from close across the border in that sanctuary, but some is coming from airfields. So there are Russian jets that are taking off from airfields and that are launching these glide bombs that are going into Kharkiv, as you just described. So yes, I think the Ukrainians ought to be able to shoot back.
Emma Ashford, do you think the Ukrainians should be able to shoot back, again, with U.S. weapons?
Clearly, that is not a bug, okay? Look at it.
Is that what you've been doing this whole time?
Look, it's definitely not a bug. Go back.
To Kharkiv and the question of a conventional conflict that is.
I mean, the response to that would be, why would they break the nuclear taboo? And then instantly be nuked into glass. Because they broke the nuclear taboo and used it on civilians in an invasion that's imperialist and genocidal. So
being fought effectively across the border. That is one thing. And I think that's something that the United States...
It's a very Elbridge Colby-pilled argument there about the nukes. Like, when he's not literally telling us we're wasting our time by not focusing on China, all his other time is basically saying, like, oh, nuke's scary.
Because that's all he ever does, right? Is look at my nukes. Do we have a guarantee that they even work? Like,
but I have some receipts that are really funny because he's like, we need to focus on China. China's so important. But I literally had him like speaking and talking about how he doesn't believe in an independent Taiwan. I'm like, why bother, bro? Like, why bother saying we should focus on China if you don't think Taiwan deserves to be independent?
Like the most interesting thing I think about the last couple of years, the Ukraine war and upcoming conflicts that are likely to start, how similar they've been. And how different people's opinions have been about them. Ukraine happened, right? Israel happens. Some people are pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. Doesn't make sense. Sorry, pro-Palestine, pro-Ukraine. Doesn't make sense. Some people are pro-Russia, pro-Palestine. Doesn't fucking make sense. Right? This Taiwan conflict is going to be even more interesting because there's going to be people who are pro-Russia, pro-Palestine, pro-China. Which definitely doesn't make sense. Because you're siding with arguably the closest thing to Nazi Germany since Nazi Germany. And then people...
It makes sense if your only guiding light is America bad.
Exactly. And this is where you have to think is like, who is actually guiding these opinions, right? You've got statism, and that's Israel, Ukraine. You've got the compromise, which is generally like Russia... can be both actually. Russia, Israel, Russia, Palestine. I found is that both can exist at the same time in a compromised person. That's like an agent. Then you've got the people who are generally correct, which are like siding with the people, and then you've got the weird people who are like pro-Israel and pro-Russia. And they're just fascists. And I think that's pretty much what it comes down to. But I just think that it's so interesting that we can actually sort of categorize these groups into generalities and see,
you know, like you can say all these things are bugs.
You're still about the bugs, aren't you?
Look.
Do you remember the palace? Do you remember the fucking leftists?
The Tyranids are way more based on H.R. Geiger like designs. Like they look way more alien. There are like the Hydralisk is very similar to the Warhammer stuff, but I think the Zerg are more of crabification. You know, they went through the natural evolution to become crab. And crabs, you know, it's real easy to say that they're just sea bugs, you know?
Oh, that was literally a Zergling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure.
Sullivan is a bug. I agree. He does look like a bug, a little bitch beetle.
Refineries, factories, etc. And I worry, and I think the White House is very worried, that allowing Ukraine to use U.S. weapons to do that would be very escalatory.
No,
so,
one.
Bill Taylor, that distinction, you guys both agree that perhaps U.S. weapons should be used against, for example, Russian artillery parked right on the border that are attacking both channels. But the concern, as M. Ashford puts it, that it could escalate.
I hate how neutral PBS is. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Okay.
You know.
If you allow the strikes to go further. What's your response to that?
So Nick, the Russians have escalated in conventional terms as much as they can. I mean, there's nothing, they are not holding back. They're using everything they've got. They're not using nuclear.
What do you mean? It's a special operation.
Yeah, I mean,
it only lasted 3 days. What do you mean? This is the third day.
I'm really shocked that they haven't fucking used chemical weapons.
I am as well.
At this point.
You would. I was about to say we don't actually know, but it would have come out. There's no fucking way we wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
Can we touch back on the? Do you remember, John? Do you remember the? Do you remember the leftists that were that leftist posts that were like talking about Helldivers and comparing them with the Palestinians to the bugs?
I remember you telling me about it, but I don't think I saw it myself.
And they were saying it and like they thought it was a good way.
Like, yeah, and again, the bugs are literally crushed to make oil. Like I was like, if you turn what is it? It's 710. E710. 710 is oil upside down.
I'm gonna send you the screenshot that I have because it's hilarious.
If anything, the Palestinians would be more like the bots.
Weapons and They probably won't. Probably won't. There are all kinds of reasons why they wouldn't. But there's no room now for escalation. And Emma's right. The Ukrainians are shooting deep with their own drones. Those drones are not strong. They are not heavy. They can't do real damage to
What kind of
airfields.
chemical
If they're
weapons?
very good, very precise, they can do some damage to an airplane. But these weapons, and Emma's also right, the Brits have...
Yeah, what on the front?
Mm-hmm.
What, like white phosphorus? Did they use white phosphorus?
Most likely not the type of chemicals that I'm talking about.
They also use CS.
CS.
But yeah. I guess that is technically a chemical weapon, right? It's banned in the Geneva Convention, isn't it?
Yeah, but
It's a chemical weapon, but not a nerve agent, like people like to say.
They have sarin.
That's what people.
I'm convinced. Like we don't know for a fact. We know they have nerve agent because they use it for assassination, right? But they use it for a developed one for assassination, one for a WMD, two completely different things.
Oh yeah.
And also, the reason why I'm confident they have sarin is because I firmly believe it was a Russian bomb that dropped in Khan Shaykhun, a supplied Russian sarin bomb that was used, that dropped from an Assad plane, but it was a Russian bomb, a binary bomb.
Have already allowed them to use these storm shadows, and nothing happened. I think we should let them do that.
What about that point, I'm Ashford, that the Brits changed the red line, so to speak, and nothing happened, Russians didn't respond, and that Russia is at the kind of cap of its ability to escalate?
So whether or not we agree that it should be the case, I think the Russians very much do see a difference.
They literally are at the cap. They tried to send 4 ships, got 2 over here. They like
something. When it comes to the idea that the Russians cannot escalate any further, I'm much more skeptical of that. We talk a lot about the nuclear question.
Interesting they use something so ineffective like mercury.
The concern here, we're talking about potential sabotage that we're starting to see in Western European states. There was a fire in Poland just this week that was attributed potentially to Russian agents. We're talking about potential escalation to a broader Russia-NATO war, something that comes across the border. So I think we are telling ourselves very convenient untruths when we say that the Russians don't have any means to escalate against us.
Bill Taylor, can Russia escalate against NATO directly, whether conventionally or, as M. Ashford points out...
Is this guy doing a reaction interview? Is that what we're witnessing?
Even this dumbass leftist came to the conclusion that the bots are closer, just like I said.
You're still on this.
No,
are you telling me that
he just sent me a DM, so I'm just reading it because there's a lot here.
He's basically saying that he's at the same level as a dumbass leftist, in his own words.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think this is a two-way interview. I think this is a reaction interview, and I'm losing my mind.
In the hybrid ways that they've done for years.
Deterrence works, Nick. Deterrence has worked. The Russians, Mr. Putin.
This is PBS doing a reaction video.
Is not suicidal. He knows that if he attacks NATO, he loses. He loses quickly and devastatingly. That's deterrence. That deterrence is there. It's also deterrence when Jake Sullivan made it.
Okay, this is just talking.
Don't suck Jake Sullivan's dick, bro. Get out of here with that.
Tonight, point of no return.
All right, this possibly last one on this topic because we are running out of time. We've got to look.
Hey, Wilbur.
You got to look at the
Those
Trump
are
interview.
Putin's words, threatening the United States with a not so subtle nod at his quote largest arsenal of nuclear weapons.
Actually, it just hit 3 hours.
What happened to opening with the video that we didn't do before?
We jumped to the Ukraine stuff. I didn't expect. I was literally about to do it.
Ah.
Okay. So I
Limit
think we
those.
go. We
But-
jump. Go on.
I'm gonna say it's like past my bedtime, and thank you guys for having me on and promoting my fundraiser. It's been really fun, and I'll let you get back onto your thing.
Too easy. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Peace.
Have a good night. Alrighty, let's.
Colorado Republicans have a choice. At their most powerless point since World War II is the path back in Colorado, aligning themselves completely.
Okay. Do we care about the intro or just jump straight to the interview? Or the debate?
Oh, I want to look at the Bill Maher video first because
okay.
it triggered the fuck out of me weeks ago.
Fine.
And you keep dodging it.
We turn now to my conversation with comedian and talk show host Bill Maher.
Okay.
It's funny because it's PBS and he's so partisan.
Here in the world of politics and culture, Maher is now taking stock of his decades of commentary in this consequential presidential election season. It's part of our arts and culture series, Canvas. Bill Maher's unique blend of comedy and commentary sets him apart in the world of late-night television. Over 3 decades, first with Politically Incorrect, and now with HBO's Real Time with Bill Maher, he's positioned himself as the ultimate truth teller who takes equal pleasure in punching at the left.
It's not my fault that the party of FDR and JFK is turning into the party of LOL and WTF.
And the right.
Where? Where?
Insisting that our presidents be smart, like these.
Why would you walk away when I said I've been waiting for this and you're going to have to pause a lot? Come on, bro.
Maher says he's not afraid to provoke.
I'm going to be late for work. Something you protesters on the bridge.
I'm so fucking hungry. I have not eaten, and it's 2 p.m.
Okay,
That's why I walked away.
Put on something else then.
That's why I put on the Colorado debate.
Go ahead. Fucking can't just have your snack next to you like me.
Certainly.
I need to heat it up. I need to cook it.
I know, you said earlier.
Get appealed. I do support Donald Trump, but let's remember what happened in 2020. Donald Trump didn't win this state. So
wow, this
does
man
that mean
is
Donald
very
Trump
rectangular.
does not control the state and have supremacy over the state? I would say that there's more unaffiliated voters in this state, and the unaffiliated truly
his haircut
outnumber the Republicans. So we need to understand the dynamic of this state. I'm a big supporter of Donald Trump.
Rectangle.
Believe me. But Donald Trump is running for president, and we need to understand that Colorado has its own unique issues, and we need a representative, Kyle, that's going to represent Colorado and the eastern 21 counties in Colorado, not somebody that's going to follow Donald Trump around and do everything that Donald Trump wants. And I think Donald Trump has great policy, and I plan on supporting those when I go to Congress.
Luigi Del Parto from our partners at Colorado Politics has a question about electability for Ms. Boebert.
Lauren Boebert, an internal poll released by a Democrats campaign shows him leading you by 14 percentage points in November.
Ms. Boebert, are you really electable when you're the Beetlejuice-in-chief?
Showing McCorkle's lead well outside the margin of error. It suggests you are vulnerable in a heavily Republican district like CD4, just as you were vulnerable in CD3, your old district, which is also a heavily Republican district. Are you not risking your party's very slim hold on the majority? What do you say to people who argue that any one of your primary opponents here can ably represent conservative values in Congress, but not offer the risk of losing the seat to Democrats?
First of all, I'm not trusting any internal polls that are secretly released by a Democrat campaign. And I think the Democrat who released that internal poll needs to be focused on his own primary, which he is scheduled to lose to his opponent, Trish. We have a special election that is taking place in Colorado on June 25th. And she has a huge advantage being the Democrat nominee for that special election.
Just Trish? My fucking mate Trish is going to beat you? Is that what we're going with? Who the fuck is Trish?
I do believe that Greg Lopez will ultimately win that special election, and we all need to get out that vote. In Colorado's 3rd district, we did have a very close election, but we also had 50,000 Republicans not to show up to vote. And maybe it's because those Republicans were frustrated at other elected Republicans who have failing conservative records, who refused to stand with President Trump, and they felt abandoned statewide and nationwide. But no matter what, this is the time for us to show up and get out the vote. I do not believe me being here is making this a vulnerable seat. This is a huge move for conservatives in Colorado.
So just to be clear, Ms. Boebert, you blame Republican voters for the fact that you nearly lost a safe seat and not your own conduct.
When 50,000 Republican voters do not show up and think that their vote does not matter, that does make an impact on elections. That's why we have Get Out the Vote campaigns. And that is why we need to start collecting ballots and follow the rules that have been put in place.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out.
By Democrats, so we can start winning elections again. In the 3rd district, I campaigned hard. I governed well. I governed as I campaigned. I have bipartisan work, and I have passed more legislation out of the House in this Congress than any other member in the Colorado delegation. I'm proud of the work that I've done serving my constituents in the 3rd district and serving the entire state of Colorado.
We're going to hear from a few of you on this issue of electability. Ms. Flora, you said this week that poll, which granted is a Democrats' internal poll, right? So you always take that with a grain of salt. But you said that poll, quote, shows that Lauren can't continue to run from her drama and divisive antics that nearly cost Republicans one safe seat already. You wrote, we can't risk losing CD4 as well. We're talking about the safest Republican seat in Colorado's congressional delegation. Can you specifically outline for voters what you were talking about when you're referring to Ms. Boebert's drama and divisive antics? And do you really think it could lose a safe seat like this?
Thank you for the question, Kyle. I mean, the reality is CD4 has been redistricted. It is now a 73% suburban, 49% unaffiliated district. I have traveled all over the 21 counties and will work very hard to represent the rural areas as well. But with this change, and with CD3 being 65% rural, this is almost a mirror opposite. As I've traveled all over listening to voters, so many of the unaffiliated voters are Republicans who've left the party because they're tired of the purge and purify, the drama and the dysfunction. And many also are unaffiliated voters who do not understand, because no one has persuaded them that our policies are the very things that will solve the issues that keep them up at night. I do think it is vulnerable. I think the day of that will never happen in Colorado is long gone. And I think it's time that we have someone in this seat, which is one of the reasons why I'm running, where we can rebuild the party, where we can make it the big tent again. We can invite people to join us, and we can persuade our neighbors that we don't see them as the enemy. We see them as someone we want to represent and help solve the issues that are important to them.
Ms. Flora, thank you. I will note you chose not to describe what you're saying as drama and divisive antics, but you spoke to the composition of the district. Mr. Holtorf, you come from the other end geographically of the district, so to speak. But do you share Ms. Flora's view that the safest Republican seat in Colorado could be up for grabs if your party nominates Ms. Boebert?
So, Kyle, thank you for the question. Colorado's electorate has changed. We need to accept that. Colorado used to be a red state. Then it became a purple state. Some people claim that Colorado is now a blue state. If you look at the state house that I served in, 40.
I like that last chick. She seemed pretty stock standard politician. Seems healthy and not Trumpy.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean,
6 to 19.
You're not going to get to this stage by having the same politics as Beetlejuicer in chief.
That's pretty blue. If you look at the electorate,
District 4, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But everyone's been watching
we
this
have to be
it's funny.
sensitive
It's a fucking epic debate.
It's already been great to
I
listen
know.
to.
You've been like, I'm telling you, this and that Bill Maher thing. You've been sleeping on not putting them at the top.
Well, yeah.
Do the changes of Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to serve Colorado. We're here to serve CD4, whether they're unaffiliated, whether they're Republican. And if you're elected to CD4, you're here to also serve Democrats in the district. And I feel I'm ready to do that. So, yes, you bring up a very good point. And we need people that can lead. We need people that understand that demographic. So thank you very much for pointing that out.
I want to give Ms. Boebert an opportunity to respond after I ask the rest of you for a show of hands on this question. Who here believes that if Republican primary voters nominate Ms. Boebert, that she could realistically lose in November? Mr. Lynch, Ms. Flora, and Mr. Yu say they believe that she could realistically lose. Mr. Sonnenberg, Mr. Holtorf do not believe that she could realistically lose.
Let me clarify.
November.
I answered the question, so I didn't know.
Okay.
Do you
believe that she could lose in November?
It's very possible. Yes.
Okay,
I'm going to raise my hand just to clarify. It's possible.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Boebert, an opportunity to respond to what they've said.
Yes. Well, it's interesting to hear Democrat talking points from my Republican opponents talking about this purge and purify process in the Republican Party. We just want people who are elected who actually represent our values. I have represented almost 30 rural counties in Colorado, and I am seeking to earn the support and votes from 20 more plus Douglas County. And having that on the ground work has shown so much unity in the Republican Party and bringing unaffiliated voters on our side. Having bipartisan legislation, having good governance in Washington, D.C., opening up the House floor for amendments to empower representatives to represent their constituents, and even working with our state's senators to get legislation across the line. I do not believe that I will make the seat vulnerable. This is a Republican district, and they want a Republican who has a 100% conservative voting record, as I do.
Thank you, Ms. Boebert. Many of you have identified immigration and border policy as the main issue in this race. So we're going to spend some real time now exploring that issue and your views.
More than 150,000 unauthorized immigrants likely live in Colorado. It's a population far larger than the biggest cities in the 4th Congressional District. It's about the population of Highlands Ranch and Parker combined, double the population of
Who gives a shit? It's Colorado. You're in the middle of the fucking country.
It's the conservative ticket.
Or Castle Rock. While there's been a recent surge in new arrivals, many of Colorado's unauthorized immigrants have deep roots in the community. In 2019, the Migration Policy Institute estimated that half have lived in the United States for 15 years or more. That mirrors federal statistics about unauthorized immigration from the Department of Homeland Security. Donald Trump is vowing to deport up to 17 million people using local police and the National Guard, and possibly the U.S. military.
Ms. Boebert, you're running an ad right now that says deport.
If that policy only affects one group of people and it's displacing them out of the country, is that genocide? Or is it just ethnic cleansing? Like that's worse or better?
It's more on the ethnic cleansing line.
Mm.
But you know, it's like it's complicated. If they're long marching them.
Yeah.
Then
Is
yes.
long marching, dumping them on buses and putting them in temporary.
No, it's making
places?
them walk under rifle.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way Trump's talking about it,
like, it would be pretty fucking wild. But
so the thing
I
is,
can't believe I have to hesitate.
I don't
to say
the thing is we don't even need to get to the scale of genocide because even this Supreme Court would not uphold it.
Yes. Yeah. I actually do have faith in the Supreme Court that they would not uphold something like that. I think that they've shown enough willingness to not purely side with the Trumpers that I'm not too concerned.
Enormous, unprecedented government action. So if you would please describe in detail how you see mass deportation playing out in the cities and towns of the 4th Congressional District, and include, if you would, who you think should be doing the rounding up, where folks would be detained before they're deported, and so forth.
First of all, having over 10 million illegal aliens coming into our country in under 4 years, this is unprecedented, and this is a massive lift from the federal
How many
government.
have stayed? How many deportations? 10 million in, how many out? Lauren, can you quote me that statistic?
Yeah. But also, I just want to reinforce this point that I brought up before about Europe. 500,000.
When you have Joe Biden's administration flying illegal aliens from our border, from Central America into our interior, this is a problem. If they can fly them in, they can certainly fly them out. If buses can bring them in, buses can bring them out. We have got to secure the border. And Congress needs to use the power of the purse as leverage to get that finished and actually secure the southern border. We are impacted by this in Colorado with fentanyl overdoses, with having to defund our law enforcement officers, our firefighters. These are important jobs where funding is being cut because of the illegal aliens and the invasion that is taking place. This is a humanitarian crisis. We need President Trump back in office to ultimately see this through. But I take this so seriously that I led the charge to impeach Joe Biden for his dereliction of duty at the southern border.
I'll note that you didn't make any attempt to answer the actual question, which is who should be doing this? It would be an unprecedented government action. Who should go into Windsor or to Parker?
If the federal government is flying them in and busing them in, they can bus them out. They can fly them out. And certainly we have agents that can help assist in that. But before anything else, we have got to secure the border and shut it down. I have talked.
When you say federal agents, do you mean just Border Patrol,
if
just
we need to
ICE,
use
or
the
are you talking
National
about
Guard, whatever it takes to keep our country safe?
How about local police, as Mr. Trump has said?
Anything to get our country back to some sort of normal is fine with me. And whatever President Trump puts out there, I certainly will talk with him and help enforce that.
Thank you very much. As you referenced, you introduced articles of impeachment against the president for his handling of the border. That move was blocked by Republican House leadership.
National Guard! The inquiry was sent to committee. It was not blocked.
It was blocked by sending it to committee, so you didn't get the full House vote that you wanted.
No, I did get a full House vote, and it was
I apologize.
Sent to
this is going to be a long evening if you speak over the text. Okay.
Right.
So, a question for everybody up here. Please raise your hand if, based on what you know now, you would vote to impeach President Biden over his handling of the southern border. Would you vote to impeach him for that? Everyone but Mr. Yu. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lynch, you said that if our country is not going to enforce the immigration laws that are on the books, we need to take the quote-unquote bold step of changing them. You've called mass deportation a kind of extreme solution. What specific bold changes would you make in immigration law?
Yeah, well, I thank you. And I appreciate listening to the words of people that have never really passed a law here on the stage, to include Ms. Boebert. And
I have passed laws. Thank you.
And
no, it's been signed into law. Thank you. My Pueblo Jobs Act has been signed into law.
That we would just blanketly go after. We have a number of migrants that come into our state every year to work in our fields. So if we just blindly start rounding people up and sending them across the border, we run the risk of seriously impacting our ag community in the state. So the idea that we have folks that have never really done legislation trying to promote these sort of policies is very dangerous. These are issues that require smart, in-depth discussions before we go and start doing something as silly as, hey, let's just put buses and put them on them and get them out of here.
Okay, so you've told me what's silly. What is bold change that you would make?
Yeah, well, you know, what we need to do is look at our visa policies in the way that we allow people to stay here. I mean, here's the deal. I'm a small business owner. I would love to hire some of these folks. If we didn't legislate in the state of Colorado that I can't afford to hire them. So it's not just like round them up and go with the talking point of let's just throw them out of the country. We need to legislate. That's what we're asking for right here.
Thank you,
Mr. Lynch, how many of these 10+ million illegal aliens have visas? We are not talking about visa holders here. And I understand that you are promoting this indentured servitude and do not want people to come here and live the American dream. I've been to naturalization ceremonies, and coming here the right way is the most precious thing that our country offers. It is so generous that we allow 1 million immigrants to come into our country, and they take that very seriously. And for you to stand here and just say that you need workers, I think that that is gross, and it is nowhere near on point. You're talking about visas, and that system is broken and needs some repair. But these 10 million illegals do not have them.
Congresswoman Boebert, I would love to see, Congresswoman, your legislation that you've done to do this. What is it? Because you have passed nothing.
We are in divided government, and I have passed legislation out of the House of Representatives.
Divided government.
Not in the Senate, and I'm not in the executive branch. But I have passed legislation to secure our border.
No legislation.
Yes, I have. And to defund sanctuary cities. I have passed over 70 amendments to the House floor, a process that I fought to make available in the House of Representatives, something that hasn't happened in over a decade.
Because we don't want to have
a thank you very much. Mr.
boxing match here.
Mr. Holtorf, there's a question coming for you. Hold on a second. We're talking about jobs, right? Workers, right? But workers hold jobs, right? Jobs mean a lot to people, whether you are in this country legally or not, right? And also, jobs matter to the overall economy. A question on this from Mr. Sonnenberg. You've also called for mass deportations, and let's talk about that economic impact. So economists have said that Trump's plan would deport about 4.5% of the American workforce, and that would likely cause a recession and inflation as that many workers vanish out of the economy. A CU Denver economist says that those jobs...
You mean to tell me that's not Bolsonaro there?
So some number of Americans would lose their jobs.
That's not Bolsonaro in like a
of the American workforce.
Like
and that would be happening at a time when unemployment is near a 50-year low. Do you believe that mass deportation outweighs those economic risks?
Thank you for the question, Kyle. And quite honestly, when it comes right down to it, mass deportation that I'm talking about is shipping the ones that have been bussed into Denver, bust them back out and getting them back out. And to answer the question earlier, absolutely. I would use the police. I would use the National Guard. Those people aren't the ones working. Those people are the ones causing the crime to go up in Denver and the area around. Imagine, if you will.
Do you have any evidence to support that? Because law enforcement has not put that forward. I'm just curious where you're getting that causation.
I'm looking at the correlation between
the
crime rate going up and the immigrants coming in at the same time. Just looking at those two rising at the same time. So I would attribute that. But ask yourself this question. Yes. If indeed you're dropped off in a foreign country where you don't know anybody, don't have any avenue for sustainability, don't have a job, what do you rely on to feed and take care of your family? They don't have an option. This is a humanitarian issue, and they need to go back home where they can actually
was that the moderator, or was that another person who's like...
It was the moderator. So I just had to look up the removals, right? Because she was like 10 million in the last 4 years. So this is like DHS. They have up till 2019, right? Because then COVID hits. So I'm sure that they've there's more complicated numbers they need to run. All right. So there's two different stats here. There's removals, which is it's a court-ordered, recognized removal. You have criminal charges placed on you if you return, right? And then the other one is returns, which is a slap on the wrist. We're putting you back to your own country, right? So these are the two types of deportation that they have registered in DHS, right? It's about 500,000 a year, about. A little less, a little more sometimes. But like in the 90s, right? So like post-Cold War, the returns are all in the millions. It's all in the millions until 2008 financial crash, and then it drops to like the thousands. Like it's before 2008, it's still 800,000, but after that, it's like under 500 for the rest of time, right? So we actually deported a lot more, but in the past, like especially during the Soviet Union collapse. There's a lot. Well, they're returns though. Actually, what's gone up is the removals, the lawful or the court ordered removals is what's gone up, while the returns have dropped.
To support their family.
Mr. Sonnenberg, thank you. Ms. Flora, you often proudly note that you're from a military family. Your dad was an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. You're the wife of an 82nd Airborne veteran. Let's talk about this idea of using the military, right? We've heard two people kind of talk about this already. Donald Trump is talking about it. How would that work if the National Guard or the military were to come into Douglas County where you live and start rounding people up?
Thank you. You know, I've been down to the border. I did an extensive period going from El Paso, Texas to Deming, New Mexico, Columbus, New Mexico, listening firsthand to Border Patrol, ICE, and DEA. And one of the things that I saw there was a beautiful partnership between the Texas National Guard. I sat in the backyard of a woman named Dolores. Her back fence is the border wall. She called it her freedom fence. And when the Texas National Guard was walking along, she goes, "Those are my heroes." She even said, "I throw cookies to them every day." So she might have quite an arm. But
Like
the
they're
reality is that's
birds?
the partnership I'm talking about. It is time that we understand that drug cartels are actually pretty much a narco-terrorist military organization. The reality is they control our border. They control a vast majority of Mexico.
What's
That's
that
my
terror crime nexus brought up? So
focus when it comes to the
she's
use
correct,
of military.
but
It's already
she should be you know, educating people on what a nexus is, which is when you hear me say nexi or nexus or nexuses, you know, anything like that, that's what I'm talking about. It's the correlation that has been coming where the line between crime and terrorism is blurring, and it's basically a political theory where they can reach a point where they hit a singularity. Like, for example, if ISIS became hardcore drug dealers, that would like hit that singularity where it's like, but ISIS was already unstable because they were so like terroristic. Hezbollah is definitely one of those nexuses. They do more crime than terrorism, you know? And the cartel are assassinating political candidates. That's terrorism.
very well with the Texas National Guard. It's time that we allow our great men and women to focus on our #1 national security issue, which is our southern border. And then we can address the humanitarian aspect of it, which is a disaster here as well.
Just want to clarify. That's happening in Texas because a Republican governor has mobilized the Guard in that way. Democratic governor in Colorado is not going to do that. So the options would be send in the U.S. military or have a future President Trump nationalize the Guard under the Insurrection Act and say, you know, bring in guardsmen from out of state into Douglas County. You think that would work?
I think that it is time that we take it very seriously for what it is.
Would you like to answer the question?
I like this moderator. Also, that would be civil war.
Who put this lib in charge of asking these questions?
Hold on. Declaring the Insurrection Act and marching troops now into a state is civil war. What the fuck?
That's why he was asking the question like that.
Okay, great. Okay.
Where he put it, he asked an extremism question and she immediately couldn't answer it, and he called her out on it, and she
because it's a yes or no fucking question.
Well, it's a more of a would you do this extreme measure of an insurrection act? Which basically is saying, would you start a civil war over this? And she can't be like, yeah, I support.
But it's Mr. Holtorf, you've been interrupting people constantly. I would ask you to stop. Ms. Flora, could you please answer the question?
Yes.
Bringing an out-of-state National Guardsman or the U.S. military in Douglas County, do you feel like that would work?
Not into Douglas County. That's not what I'm talking about. What I mentioned is to secure our border. That is what is required. And we also, by the way, have to stop the President of the United States from
You're not
suing
answering.
states
The
who are
question
doing their
was
own
about
work.
the actual work of rounding people up in Douglas County. We took a couple tries at that.
There is deportation happening in Colorado. Mayor Johnston is doing it because he says he can't afford the illegals that they've
He's
decided.
not deporting anybody. He's certainly offering people onward
telling people we will secure a bus and
For the
get you
folks
out.
here, there's actually
Go on, Lauren.
Was it Fudge the other day who just said that they found out what Project 2025 is? Somebody just posted that. They're like, is this for real?
Cool.
This is like how like if they let me handle political debates, this is how I'd be going in there. Like it would be like
exactly
me
how it
going to
should
war. Like I would consider it like militant revolutionary action to monitor and moderate a debate. I'm not kidding.
We have a captain.
It's how it should be.
I would ask them even about like shit like this. I'd be asking them like more wild Rorschach-esque questions.
At the Colorado State Capitol, you worked on immigration issues. You introduced a measure to repeal the state's so-called sanctuary laws. Say you were in Congress at the time that a bipartisan group of lawmakers pushed for a comprehensive approach to America's illegal immigration problem. That proposal, among its many provisions, would have given the Department of Homeland Security emergency authority to shut down the border if the encounters reached a certain threshold. Yes or no? Would you have voted for it? Please explain your answer.
Yes or no? Please
So,
explain your
I'm
answer.
going to start with explaining the answer, and then we'll
No!
talk about yes and no. But first of all, there's two people that served in the military. There's one person that served in the National Guard. There's one person that's a retired colonel that actually knows strategic studies and understands how the National Guard and the active duty works and how they can work together under posse comitatus laws. So let's talk about immigration. First of all, nobody here may know, and I know, Kyle, you don't know, Marshall, you don't know, that my father was an immigrant. My father came from Spain. I was born in Spain. Yo hablo español. Mi idioma de nacimiento era español. Yo puedo conectar con la gente que están inmigrantes.
Well,
You
guess
guys
what?
don't know
You're
this,
going to get
but I
deported.
do. Okay. First of all, let's talk about immigration. It's very complex, and there's a lot of
Alarm
people
bells
here
are ringing
that
in
wanna be
everyone
this
else's
country,
head
that want
when
to
they heard
become
the
U.S.
Spanish.
citizens, and many of them should have the right, just like my father. Okay. Now, with respect to the bill I ran, the bill was to repeal the 2013 laws in Colorado that said you cannot allow local or state.
They don't
governments to
have
work with
policies.
ICE.
It's
Do you
just
think that
it's
the local and
literally
state
just
government
make the
should
rich richer
work with
and make the
federal law
poor
enforcement
think
when we
they're
have such
winning.
mass immigration and there's criminal elements in this country? I say yes, and that's why I ran the bill in the state. Unfortunately, it was not passed. Okay, now, but this is very complicated.
Mr. Holzorf, you gave 30 seconds of a biography, and that was your choice. Thank you for your answer. Mr.
Okay,
Yu.
but at least
you're
you know a little more about me, Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Holzorf. Mr. Yu, you're the son of immigrants you've said came to America legally. I'd like to ask you about people brought to the U.S. without authorization by their
Okay,
parents.
this
You've said
guy's
providing
Ty.
temporary
I'm
legal
sorry.
status for
I'm
those
sorry
children,
to be
DACA,
the
is
fashion
a draw
Vosh.
for more.
You know how much we hate fashion Vosh,
Fashion
but we got to
police.
talk about glasses Ty here. It's covered right
Different shade of red. Bad.
now. No, I mean the design on it.
Different shade of red.
You can't see the design. You have to watch until it shows up.
Or
when he's
illegal
not in a
immigration.
two-shot.
The program is currently frozen by a court. Should DACA
Oh my God, he
recipients,
has the
so-called
cost of
dreamers, keep their temporary status and stay?
I
Should
think
they be
that's
put on
actually a
pathway
pin.
to
I hate that.
I don't think
citizenship?
that's a embroidery or anything. I think it's a pin that he slipped on the tie itself.
Is that his campaign logo?
He's a moderator.
The dude with the glasses.
Yeah, he's one of the moderators.
Or should they lose their status and be deported?
But you know how you wear a
So
tie
when it comes to
pin
basically doctrine,
Yeah.
to hold the ties? That's what I think.
Yeah.
It is.
For those who
Ah,
have basically
yeah.
been here for X amount of years, for those who have basically come recently, I do not agree because some of them don't even have a court date until 2031, which would be 7-8 years down the road.
This guy's not
But those
winning.
who have been in our
Not
country in the
white
past,
enough.
This is the only country they know. I am open to that idea, but also open to the idea that they are actually law-abiding citizens, that they are contributing to society, and that they are respectable parts of our
Not
community.
racist
As
enough.
a son of a family that immigrated here, the only one in my family born here, we know how blessed we are to be here. We are lucky to be here, considering the fact that there's a chance we could have been in some undeveloped
Where's
country
his
making
birth
$2 a day.
certificate?
But we came to this country legally. We basically have 7 children who all became extremely successful, and I'm proud of that. But I'm also making sure that we also have laws, because until we actually secure this border, which I won't extend about a fortunate amount of time, I would love to be able to explain exactly what we should do in regards to our
see,
border,
they're
making sure that we
good
don't have this
Asian.
full influx.
Well, that was good for the
There's
minute.
our
We'll move on
token
and get back to other
successful
questions.
minority.
Price of groceries.
The tie, huh? Is that all we're looking at? Is there
What?
anything else? The tie?
What about it?
Was there anything else, or was it just the pin?
Just the pin.
Okay.
I mean, the suit
Price of food
is
for
a
Americans right
little-
now. So food prices have gone up
Whatever,
under
though.
the last 6 presidents, but President Biden has seen the largest jump in food prices, about
Just
20%
jack a
based on what
kiwi.
you're measuring. So there's a good question about what the Biden administration is doing about it, but there's also a question about what Republicans can do about it. Ms.
We
Wilbur, this
will
session of
continue to be
Congress
your
is
single
not
source of
conducted
truth.
in
Dismiss
history in terms of
anything
bills
else.
passed. Your Republican House colleague Andy Biggs said, "We have nothing to go out there and campaign on." Another House Republican, Chip Roy, said the Republican majority does not have one material, meaningful, significant accomplishment. And that's what the Republicans are saying. What has the Republican majority in the House done about the price of groceries?
Kyle, we have certainly tried, and Congressman Andy Biggs and Congressman Chip Roy, these are my colleagues that I serve alongside of in the House Freedom Caucus, and I share their frustration. On
Just
every
say
ballot, we have
Bidenomics.
been in closed-door meetings with the Speaker, whoever that may be, Kevin McCarthy, Mike Johnson, and trying to use, as I said earlier, our power of the purse, that leverage, to actually accomplish something and force the Senate to take our
I
legislation.
like her more than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. Well,
She
also,
speaks better.
I want to fucking get a Beetlejuicer from here in a theater.
And send it to the White House.
What is that legislation on food and grocery
Like
prices?
I know
Energy is
she's a
a-
bad bitch like that, you know?
great piece of legislation. Our HR1 bill is our energy policy. I have 2 pieces of legislation that were included in HR1 that would unleash our American energy production. And that is exactly what we need to do to begin
how does
to
that impact food prices? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to
when
clarify.
we are
How does that
selling
impact food
our
prices?
resources and not regulating our communities into poverty and not relying on our foreign adversaries for our energy production, then we are unleashing our nation's full potential for economic development and prosperity, and it would lower inflation. So this is one huge step that we could do, but also take care of the reckless spending in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much.
My favorite part of the debate is asking each other questions here. We're going to start this off with Mr. Sonnenberg. You get to ask one of your colleagues here a question.
You know, that opportunity arose at the last or at the very first.
Lauren, how many candies you giving in the theater?
Seriously, who invited Bolsonaro here? The disguise is not fooling anyone, balls of Thor.
Debate, and I chose not to do a gotcha question to any of the other candidates. I'd rather talk about my issues, so I'm going to decline to send a question to any of my other opponents.
Understandable. Again, I know at that debate you were told it doesn't have to be quote unquote gotcha, but I will accept the time back. Miss Flora, you may ask a question of someone else.
What? What?
Low key banger tweet. I will almost never give her credit for a good tweet. That's a good tweet.
You think so, huh?
I do.
Why?
Wait, did they? Because did they only go door to door? I actually don't know,
bro. Bro, you want to?
No. Like,
hang on.
I'm not.
No.
Like,
hang on. Let me show you something.
Oh, they did do that. Wait, what? No.
They literally. This is
They were
fucking
people
Warsaw. They carpet bombed it because of Jews.
But was that because they were hiding them?
They believe it doesn't matter. They believed that Jews were there. That's literally what the Nazis did.
Was this 39?
They did it throughout the fucking war, bro.
Okay, no, but I'm specifically like, I'm specifically saying, right? Because like Warsaw 39 when they invaded Poland, was that with the Soviets? That was then.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. Because I actually wasn't sure, because I wasn't sure how they actually, because the minutia of how the Nazis rounded up the Jews was not I'm not familiar with, so I really wasn't sure. But still kind of funny. It's even funnier the second tweet under it.
Yeah.
Is like, I'm not saying Nazis didn't kill people hiding Jews. You should have just said nothing.
Jerry, you and I have always taken the higher ground.
Also,
I only want
what
to ask
is
questions
the
that do
point
with
of bringing
policy.
it up? Can you imagine? Is that like something that's happening, you think, today? Is this a whole like
Yeah,
Christian
look,
persecution?
could you imagine, like, just everything about it?
Is this spawned by all the anti-Semitism of today or something? Like
every time I look at it, it gets worse. It really is a banger tweet. That's so good. Oh my god. I'm surprised she hasn't privated her account.
Or deleted the tweet.
So I do
It's
have a question.
23 hours
As we
old.
talk about
Wait,
she came back, a few hours. She came back 4 or 5 hours later to clarify.
Oh my god, it is that old. Oh my god.
Hey, Sydney Watson's in here. Oh,
Amber is being overwhelmed.
No, you gotta see when Sydney Watson responded. You're gonna fucking laugh your ass off. You gotta chat the tweets we're talking about here. I genuinely do not know a single thing you said that's been logical or rational ever. Like, this is why I fucking love Sydney Watson.
That's so fucking good. Oh man.
By tens of thousands of illegal immigrants. They're lured here by the promise of food, housing, cell phones, and even driver's license. You've been one of the few Republicans that has actually voted for driver's license for non-citizens. What is your thought about the responsibility that may play into incentivizing those desperate people to be coming to these cities?
That's a great question, Deb, and thank you for asking, because quite honestly, the motive behind voting for that bill and supporting that bill was so we know where they're at. We know who's here, why they're here, and where they're located. We also,
it was so we could track them like the Chinamen do to those Uyghurs.
And that was important as well. But the main reason was specifically to make sure
Did
we
you
know
just say
where those
Uyghur?
immigrants are.
that sounds
Mr.
awfully
Senator,
like
Mr.
another
Fulton,
word
you got
that
questions, we got
that you like to say,
Thank you.
Mr.
Appreciate the opportunity, and I will take
Yeah,
this
you
time to
know,
ask
the
a question.
Muslims.
In my 5 years in the state house, I passed 38 bills signed by the governor in a majority Democrat House and General Assembly. I know what it means for a bill to be passed and signed by governor or president. So for Ms. Boebert, how many bills did you prime sponsor? I said 38, I prime sponsored, not co-sponsor, because you can co-sponsor post facto. Anybody can put their name on a bill after it passes. How many bills did you prime sponsor in the U.S. Congress that actually were signed by the President of the United States?
So thank you so much, Richard. You know, it's interesting that you're touting the legislation that you have passed. You also say that you are a no-nonsense conservative. Well, I think the voters back home should know that a no-nonsense conservative should not have a failing liberty score. We have the Independent Institute who scores representatives for their legislative record. And if you are not voting how you campaign, well, then you get a negative impact. And I'm the only person.
Would you like to answer the question, or would you like to talk
still
about
have
liberty
Thank
scores?
you.
You can answer the question, ma'am.
I
It's
certainly
okay.
will. So,
I asked a very specific question. Please answer.
One of my favorite pieces of legislation that has been signed into law is my Pueblo Jobs Act that creates at least 1,000 jobs in Pueblo, Colorado. We worked to incorporate the BRAC process. So nearly $7 billion in infrastructure would not be bulldozed and go to waste. But there are also many other pieces of legislation that I've passed through the House. And
It doesn't matter if it's passed through the House. If the president
we
doesn't
are
sign it,
divided
ma'am,
government, and I'm not going
then
to
it
compromise
doesn't
my
get
principles
passed.
to just pass a bill
That's time.
that
Thank
does
you very
not
much.
honor.
I would give
He
you one
should
more
have just
opportunity if
started
you'd like to
singing
answer his question,
Schoolhouse
which is
Rock to her.
the number of bills you've prime sponsored that have been signed by the president.
Do you ever see
So my
that?
Pueblo Jobs Act has been signed into law.
A number, please.
I think so.
I mean, why would you watch it? It's about American government.
I don't know. I've probably seen it somewhere. I mean,
Schoolhouse
it's one of the. It's, huh?
Schoolhouse Rock.
It sounds familiar.
It's a
Is all I'm saying.
it's a song about how bills get introduced in America.
Oh, yes, I've seen this.
Why?
I've seen The Simpsons.
Oh,
like they did a
parody it?
whole parody of it. Yes, I know what this
Okay.
is. Yeah,
I didn't ask if you know what it is.
Got it.
yeah, I've seen some of it. Yes, he's like speaking to a rolled up piece of paper on the steps of Congress, right?
Yeah. But there's there's multiple segments and songs in it.
Ms. Flora, you've called on all parents to pull their children out of public elementary and middle schools. And last week, the Colorado Republican Party told parents to pull their children out of all public schools. If parents were to take your advice seriously and pull all the kids out of public schools, what would America without a public education system look like?
You know, the situation, Kyle, is I'm very proud of the work that I've been doing on school choice. That means other choices than just government-controlled schools. And I have to say, it's one of the things I've been fighting for, parental rights, school choice, which benefits many. And it's a very personal
School
situation
choice
for me. Our
doesn't
daughter
mean
was
anything.
diagnosed with autism, and she began to struggle going from a straight-A student to almost flunking out. If we had not had the opportunity for something other than a government-run school, I don't know where she would be today. My goal and my statement for that was it is the right of every single parent, and I will stand for the right of every single parent to have that same choice for other opportunities. And by the way, many of the failing public schools, the people who are most trapped in it are underprivileged children who are trapped by their zip code. I've worked with many organizations that have begun to work on school choice because no child
That
should
doesn't
be
mean
without the
anything.
opportunity to flourish and the right of their parents to choose the best education for them. So that's the work that I've done, and that was the vein of that comment.
Okay, I was hopeful for an answer about what would happen if folks followed your advice and pulled all the kids out of public schools, but we'll leave that for another conversation. Mr. Lynch, you resigned your position as House Minority Leader after your drunk driving arrest surfaced this year. And my question is not about what you did while
they're
drunk. which
two
anybody who missed
different
it,
classes,
speeding up by
right?
25 at 90 miles per hour.
It's like they're both in the same, like, you know, like you can be like a barbarian, but then you're like a berserker barbarian, you know? So they're like, their subclasses are actually different, you know? Boebert is a bimbo.
so fast a trooper thought that you were trying to race him. Then you reached for your gun during the traffic stop. You asked the trooper to call the state patrol's lobbyist. Then you asked him to keep the arrest out of the media. My question to you is about what you did while sober. You did not disclose your drunk driving arrest to your Republican colleagues when they were considering you for leader and electing you. Yeah. What does that tell voters about your judgment?
Well, thank you, Kyle, for that. I mean, I think this is a little bit of you guys being a little sore because you didn't catch this for quite some time. This was all public knowledge, right? So I didn't disclose, I didn't hide anything from anybody. And I'll be honest with you, I had 2 seniors in high school at that time, and they didn't need to go through that publicity. I also was not even elected to that position at that time. So, that was a personal decision. No doubt, I own that. That was a bad mistake. Should not have done it.
Was it a mistake not to tell your colleagues when they were considering you for leader, knowing that you had something so big and embarrassing in your recent past?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, this happened, at a time that was, this was before even we had theater incidents or anything else that was embarrassing to folks. And so, no.
Yeah, he Beetlejuiced her. He Beetlejuiced. He did the Beetlejuice to get out of his drunk driving.
And exposing your life to it.
Cut to Boebert. I want to see her reaction.
A personal decision, and I chose not to.
That was about the softest reference that he could have made. But do you want to talk about the theater thing?
Thank you.
Sure. So
Dude, this fucking moderator is epic. This is awesome. He does not give a fuck.
Told you
owned
he's been sleeping on it,
owned
bro.
up to my night out in Denver. And I've gone on that public apology tour, and I'm grateful for the mercy and grace that has been shown. But I'm not going to continue to live life in shame and be.
You know what? I kind of agree. As funny
Yeah,
as
no,
it is,
I support it. I support it. And also, call me.
You're
I will
single
do
now,
things
right?
to you
I
that
need
you
a green
can't
card.
even imagine.
I need a green card.
The guys that you be dating don't even know what a clitoris is, honey.
Beat up by this, and I would like to go back to my legislative record for just a second.
We're not going to do that. You had plenty of time to answer the question. You chose not to. That's fine. I just want to make sure.
I'll have
And
more
you
time.
have
Don't
apologized
worry.
for the theater incident.
I certainly have.
And I just want to make sure. Did you apologize for the behavior that went on with you? Did you apologize, or pardon me, or did you apologize for lying to voters about what you did that night and the disrespect that you showed to service workers that night? What specifically were you apologizing?
I don't believe there was disrespect. There were things that were absolutely taken out of context.
There's video of your interactions with service workers. I'm asking.
Right.
Are you
Well, it's
apologizing
been
for the lying to
reported that I
voters or
flipped
the
someone off, and I did not. So I mean, I think it's been very
video of you
mischaracterized.
doing it.
Giving someone the finger.
Yes.
I'm apologizing for you, Kyle Clark, getting footage and releasing that. And people seeing this in a very private moment.
Certainly. It was very important to figure out whether you were telling the truth
you just had
or
an
whether a
interview
public
recently with
agency was
CityCast
lying about your
Denver.
conduct.
You just
Either
had
way was
an
very
interview with
important
CityCast
for us.
Denver. You were saying how
love
disgusting
this
it
guy.
is
We're
to
gonna talk about
record
earmarks
someone
in
without their
Congress.
knowledge.
Let's talk about the
And
use
you
of
did that
earmarks in
very
Congress.
same.
Lauren, you're in a theater. It has security cameras. You're the one that gave the handy in the theater. You should have thought about it or hidden it better. One of the two.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm down. I'll totally tell you that I'll vote for Trump while I don't at the same time.
Projects. That's what an earmark is. And some Republicans have rejected that process as like wasteful and corrupt and that kind of thing. Colorado's Republican Congressman, former Ken Buck, did not participate in earmarks. Retiring Republican Congressman Doug Lamborn did not use earmarks.
It's specifically the over-the-pants handy in a theater like that. It's the public shit that I'm into specifically. You know, it's the behavior she displayed when she became the Beetlejuicer in chief.
Were elected to Congress, you said that earmarks were wasteful. You said they foster corruption. You said they're a way to buy votes, and then you decided to start using them too. So let me ask all of you.
Dude,
show of
I
hands,
fucking
please.
love this guy.
Will you participate in the earmark process if elected to Congress?
Absolutely.
That is a yes from Mr. Lynch.
It
Mr.
depends on next
Holtorf,
year's
pardon me,
rules.
please allow me to say
Yes,
these people's names, okay? Mr. Lynch, Mr. Holtorf, Mr. Sonnenberg. A no on earmarks from Mr. Yu.
It depends.
It depends from Ms. Flora. Okay. So I want to ask a follow-up question on the issue of earmarks, Ms. Boebert. You've repeatedly taken credit for projects in Colorado that you asked for funding for, but then you voted against the bill in the end. Bridge over the Roaring Fork River in Glenwood Springs, water treatment plant in Gunnison, I-70 interchange in Grand
She was
Junction.
not expecting that.
You're able to vote no and get the praise for voting no because you know that there are enough other Republicans who are willing to vote for those bills so they'll pass. My question for you is this, and just a short answer, it truly is a yes or no question. If you were the deciding vote, would you still have voted no and killed all of those projects in Colorado that you now take credit for.
Yes, and I would have worked for a process. I would have worked for a process to get those over the line, but I worked to get those in, and I have had over 80 initiatives signed into law through the appropriations process.
I appreciate the direct answer. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Sonnenberg, we are moving on now. You led an effort in the state legislature to reclassify a hospital provider fee so the government could keep that money without voter approval, sidestepping the taxpayer bill of rights. The free market think tank, the Independence Institute, called it a...
I agree. Get this guy to moderate that debate.
Yeah.
Dude, Trump would storm the fuck out. He would storm out because the moderator wouldn't give him time to spin his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it should be. It's a fucking presidential debate, not a fucking popularity contest. Stop them when they go off on their bullshit. Like, this is perfect.
Massive tax increase and mockingly named you their 2017 Californian of the Year for, quote, destroying Tabor and denying Coloradans a vote on taxes. The question is, do you regret doing that? And can conservatives trust you to hold the line on taxes given your record?
You definitely cannot.
Thank you for the question, Marshall, and absolutely I would do it again. If you know, 2009, they put the hospital provider fee in place.
I would never change the channel
money
either.
from the federal government to take care of those people that they have to take care of, that hospitals are required to take care of. In 2017, the Colorado Joint Budget Committee in the legislature decided to balance the budget on the backs of those hospitals and take that money away. So hospitals could not have the money they were required to have from the federal government to be able to service those people. So all I did is moved it from one side to another to a separate fund.
I honestly have not absorbed anything these people have been saying, which is typical for a Republican debate.
Mm-hmm.
On the backs of those hospitals, those private hospitals, those rural hospitals. It's one thing if you're in Douglas County and you drive 5 minutes to a hospital or 7 minutes to a hospital. It's another thing if you live in Carville and you close the hospital at Hugo and you're an hour and a half away when you have chest pains.
Thank you, Mr. Sonnenberg.
Mr. Holtorf, there are occasions that it seems like you almost take pride in being offensive to people. You told a State House colleague who had lost his son in the Aurora Theater shooting that he needed to let go of his son's murder. You called a legislator of color Buckley debate. You suggested that people with disabilities are like people who took the risk of running with the bulls in Pamplona. And you suggested that Miss Boebert dresses like a prostitute.
Bro, this guy is a scumbag.
And why do you talk to people like that?
Cal, thank you for the question. Most people know that I'm a straight, no-nonsense conservative. And I say things that oftentimes are misinterpreted or misunderstood. But with respect to one incident, Representative Ortiz, who I was talking to, Eastern Texas country boy, Eastern Colorado country boy, we're friends. We serve as co-chairs in the State House on the Veterans Caucus, brothers in arms. So he was not offended by that comment. Okay, he actually understood me when we had that. But I don't want to talk about that. Let me tell you what I want to talk about.
Well, actually,
this slut over here.
Please allow me to finish.
Let me just ask you. The question was, do you regret saying any of those things? And why do you speak to people that way? Do you regret saying that Miss Boebert, a sitting congresswoman, dresses like a prostitute?
So allow me to explain. I have 5 daughters. Okay, I raised 5 daughters. And I'll tell you what, women.
I feel sorry for those 5.
And how many of those daughters have had teen pregnancies and makes you a grandma? How, you know? Because Boebert's a grandma.
Opinion, particularly if they're a congresswoman, need to dress respectfully and professionally. Okay, there's times when we've been on the campaign trail.
Thank you. That's time. Ms. Boebert, would you like to quickly respond to Mr. Holtorf's dress code for women?
I don't think that I have a comment on his.
For women, this guy's a savage.
Dress code. I'm happy for with my clothing options, and I don't dress for half the tour for the whole.
Especially at the theater, right? You're really happy with those options, aren't you, ma'am? Those were awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Holtorf.
Thank you.
Colorado Republicans are split on whether our elections are rigged. I'm going to ask for a show of hands on a question asked of Republicans in a recent CU YouGov survey. Please raise your hand if you believe that elections across the country will be conducted fairly.
Honestly, I think that made her more electable.
Did you say across the country?
Across the country.
Thank you.
Not one hand is raised.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What was the question? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Raise your hand if you think elections across the country will be conducted fairly and accurately.
Were they?
I think most of them will be.
So we see a hand from Mr. Sonnenberg, a hand from Ms. Flora, Mr. Yu, and a late hand from Mr. Lynch. Just for some perspective, when that same question was asked, 41% of Colorado Republicans surveyed agreed that elections across the country will be fair and accurate, where 44% disagreed.
Were they fair and accurate in 2020?
Well, we're about to talk about
Pennsylvania? What about Michigan?
If you would
what
stop
about
speaking,
Wisconsin?
I can get
What about Arizona?
All right, thank you.
Let's talk about that.
On January 6, 2021, after the pro-Trump mob that stormed the Capitol was cleared out, Congress reconvened to certify the election results. And Ms. Boebert was one of 147
I never
Republicans
said,
who voted to
what do you think, I'm a monster that I do it without protection?
In turn,
come on.
Knowing what you know now, would you vote the same way that Ms. Boebert voted then to overturn the 2020 election results? And I'm going to start with Ms. Boebert. Knowing what you know now versus what you know then, would you change that vote or would you vote the same way? Please just a yes or no so we can get to everybody. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lynch, would you vote the same way? You would not have voted to overturn the 2020 election. Mr. Holtorf?
No.
Mr. Sonnenberg?
No, I would not have voted to overturn the election.
Ms. Flora?
I would not have voted to overturn.
Mr. Yu?
No.
All right. So just for the record, Ms. Boebert voted to overturn the 2020 election.
Objected
She's the
to the
only one
Electoral
there.
College certification.
The only one up here who said that she would also make that same vote today. Let's do some more candidate questions, please.
Mr. Lynch, it is your turn to ask another candidate a question.
Well, Richard took all my thunder, but
let me step back. Go ahead.
So I don't care what you say. All of this is public, Congresswoman. 0 bills passed, 24 votes missed, fewer comments. And I appreciate the fact that you have taken over my campaign slogan of delivering for Colorado. But can you tell me how you actually have delivered anything?
Yes.
For the state of Colorado.
I delivered an over-the-pans
and
handy.
is actually actionable.
That could be you if you vote
I
for
understand
me. That's
that
what you should say.
Democrat congressional campaigner Adam Frisch, you have his old campaign manager, and these are her talking points. I get.
I've got a new campaign slogan. Lauren Boebert, wouldn't you want one too?
That, but we're not at zero. We're not at zero for legislation passed. I have passed my.
Let's let her answer.
I have passed my Pueblo Jobs Act that's been signed into law, but I've also passed over 80 other initiatives that have been signed into law. One single standalone bill.
I kind of
is
like
not
her
the
more
only
because
way
of how
to get something
disrespectful
signed
they
into
are.
law, and I have
Like,
over 80 initiatives that
grip.
have been signed into law, whether that be through the amendment process, the appropriations process, or through the congressionally directed spending. And I have brought back almost $100 million in infrastructure and water projects to Colorado. Water storage in Rangeley, Colorado, $5 million there. I have advocated for the South Bridge in Glenwood Springs, Colorado for 3.5 years, and they were able to get a huge chunk of money. And the former mayor came to my office to thank me for my
From
work
who?
in ensuring that that was done, and also the congressionally
Did you
directed
vote against
spending
the
that went
Infrastructure
prior
Act
to
before
that.
you did this, though? Remember that bipartisan infrastructure act? Where'd you vote for that before you can start bragging on how it got you able to build a fucking bridge?
But didn't you hear? She only voted no because there were enough Republicans. Had to make it interesting. It's a game.
You wanted to answer, and Mr. Lynch gave you the opportunity to do that. Mr. Yu, your question for another candidate.
So I believe in taking the high road like Mr. Sonnenberg does as well, but I feel like I need to justify one of my previous answers. And this is regarding, I'm knocking about 500 doors a day. I've spoke to almost 40,000 people.
Is this a question?
So the one question I have is for Lauren Boebert. I'm surprised because 90% of the
What a
people out there
surprise.
don't know any of the candidates, and that includes Lauren, which is a surprise, which I guess not because she's not really part of this district or have a connection. But what worries me is because I said earlier I do feel the seat's in jeopardy. The reason why is because unaffiliates and even moderate-leaning constituents do not know you, don't like you. And are you ever going to make an attempt to talk to anyone outside the Republican Party?
Don't know me or don't approve of me, because those are two very different things that you're saying.
Okay, so basically it's one and the same because they don't know you, and the ones that
It
do
sounded
know
like
you,
the question was, are you going to talk to anybody outside the Republican Party?
Absolutely, and I do on a regular basis. I enjoy meeting with people. I have lived a life of service.
I bet
from
you do.
McDonald's.
Lived
to
a life of
my
service.
church in the local jail. These at-risk women, and also in my restaurant. I love engaging with people. That is my favorite thing.
The
in life. So I
restaurant you had to
absolutely
close
do
because
connect
you fucking gave
and,
people like
and
E. coli or some shit.
bridge the unaffiliated and the Republican voters. That is why I've been able to successfully get
Hey,
bipartisan
you know what's
legislation
funny
passed through the House
about that
without compromising
restaurant?
my principles.
The name of it. Do you know what the name is? Do you?
No.
Shooters. Calm down,
working with
chinchillas.
Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper even to have co-sponsoring legislation in the Senate for
Undercooked pork sliders. They gave people fucking brain worms. Epic.
Oh my God.
Legislation comes from conversations with people in the district, meeting with county commissioners, even in blue counties or blue cities, meeting with their council members. And that is where my legislative ideas come from. And I put pen to paper and get them passed.
Thank you, Ms. Boebert. You get to keep talking because you get the last question to another candidate.
Sure. Peter, you and I are the only two here on this stage who have won a congressional primary. And, one thing that I really love.
People have like worms in your brain, honestly.
To talk to people that usually don't show up to a Republican event. I have lots of ideas on how to get more people to events, but you are doing a great job of going door to door and meeting with people one-on-one and talking about the issues. And so, Peter, my question to you would be, how do you intend to take all of that wonderful work that you're doing and communicating with unaffiliated voters and even Democrats and make promises that you would still not compromise any of our Republican Party principles?
That's a great question. And the one thing I've always made clear is that I'm a conservative. Everyone always asks me at the door, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? And I'm proud to be able to say I'm
wow,
a
you
strong
mean to
conservative
tell me they
Republican.
don't ask
And I
you if
also
you're
want them to
right wing
understand
or
that
left
it's
wing?
Amazing when you have conversations.
Notice how nobody
we all
here
want
has
the same thing,
said
regardless
things
of
like
Republican or Democrat. We all want to make
Left
sure we
and
have
right wing.
they might have said the left because they'll say that.
Maybe, yeah.
a good job, be able to put a roof over our head, be able to put food on the table, be able to take care of our friends and family. We all want the same thing. It's just a different ideology on how we accomplish those things. And it's amazing when you spend half an hour talking to a Democrat who's screaming at you in their driveway, how you actually mend those fences, and you're actually able to come to a conclusion that, guess what, we actually do want the same thing. And I don't have to compromise, because guess what, we all want the same thing. It's just an ideology of teaching people exactly how things do work. And that's what's great about this. I have been told 1,000 times, Peter, I had no idea. How come no one's ever told me about that? Making sure people just learn a little bit really does build a lot of fences.
Wow, you picked the wrong guy to ask a question to, Boebert.
Thank you.
We are. Are we not in an interglacial ice age right now? Yes.
I did not expect us to end there, but it's time for closing statements. You will each have 1 minute. The order was
Did
randomly
she ask
generated,
him
shared
about
with the
global
candidates in advance.
warming?
Mr. Sonnenberg, you will go
And he
first.
said, are we not in an
Thank you,
interglacial
Kyle, and
ice
thank you for
age?
the opportunity.
Hang on.
Is that
did she
actually what
ask?
happened?
Hang on, go back. I didn't hear because I was talking. At the end there, she made a comment.
I have lots of ideas on how to get more people to events on this stage who have won a congressional primary. And, one thing I really love and respect about you.
Right at the end.
It was right at the end. She made a comment.
Ice age right now? Yes.
I did not.
An ice
Right
age
there.
Making sure people just learn a little bit really does build a lot of fences.
In the last 2
mental
seconds,
fences.
Peter, are we in an ice age currently?
We are.
Thank you all.
We are. Are we not?
What?
In an interglacial ice age right now? Yes.
I did not expect us to end there, but it's time for closing statements. You will each have 1
Okay.
minute. The order was randomly generated, shared with the candidates in advance. Mr. Sonnenberg, you will go first.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you for the opportunity to be here as part of this debate. My name is Jerry Sonnenberg, and I'm a fourth-generation farmer and rancher from Sterling, Colorado, on the farm that's been in our family for over 100 years. I live in the same house that both my father and I were raised in. I've raised my family there. I have deep roots in the community. I served in the legislature where I worked across.
Bro, look at
the
his
aisle and,
Bolsonaro's got such a good cover here, being like, I have been here forever. I am not from Brazil. I did not harass a manatee.
served as president pro tem as in the Colorado Senate, where I solved problems. I was vice chair of the state affairs committee, where we worked to kill the liberal agenda. The last time Republicans were in charge. I was chair of the ag committee, where we worked on issues to help oil and gas, on water issues, on natural resources, all of those things that are important to agriculture as well. I'm proud of my record as a legislator. You'll be proud of me as your congressman.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go to Sonnenberg for Congress.
No. Why did that happen?
We didn't hear everyone else's closing statements, though.
I reckon.
And that's okay. Because in America,
No,
you
I
have the right
pressed,
to run for office.
0, I
and I'm
think, instead
honored
of
to
that
be on this
arrow.
primary ballot because you, the constituents, put me there. I did not buy my way onto this ballot. And so most likely is whoever wins this primary election will be your next representative. So I encourage everyone to make sure you vote in this primary election to make sure you have the right representative for you. And when you do vote, make sure you have a candidate who represents all 750,000 constituents,
Marjorie
not
Taylor
just a small
Greene is
fraction.
brain dead.
So I say to the Republicans, I am a solid conservative who follows the Constitution.
Yeah,
I say to
I've
the
been saying
unaffiliates,
this, is that
we're on
everyone
the same page.
recognizes it
And to the
now.
Democrats, you are always welcome to the table to make sure we find commonality. We need to remember that at the end of the day, we need to put away our disagreements to make sure we remember that we are friends, we are families, and we are neighbors, and that we are all Americans. My name is Peter Yu. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you very much.
Mr. Yu, thank you. I appreciate all of you respecting your opponents by staying to time. The next closing statement belongs to Ms. Flora.
I grew up on Lowry Air Force Base, and I have deep roots fighting alongside my neighbors in CD4 as a parent and school choice advocate, as a director of public policy and a radio host. I have stood from the school board to the state house, and now I'm ready to stand for you in Congress. Voters face a clear choice. We've seen how my opponent, Lauren Boebert, would represent us. She's abandoned her neighbors in CD3. She has missed key votes while chasing cameras. She has also been in the center of DC drama instead of doing the real work of the people.
There's no fucking way that you can go from a district to another district, run as a current sitting member of that district, to win in a different district and not be called like some kind of deserter. You're not winning. Like, in all seriousness, worst look. What are you going to say? Vote for me.
Well, I can't.
You know,
if she offers the handies at the end, she's got my vote. I'll move there just to vote.
time for you to
Fingers
decide.
crossed.
You can either see more of the same dysfunction and the same division, or it is time for new leadership, someone focused on real solutions to secure our border and revitalize our economy. You get to decide that, and I'm asking for your vote. You see, I'm not running from a seat. I'm running for this seat to serve you and to fight for the future of our children and our grandchildren.
Okay,
That's
she's
why I'm asking for your vote. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ms. Flora,
I'm
thank
not
you.
running
Mr. Lynch.
from a seat. I'm
Thank you,
running for
Carl.
one. It's such a
Kyle,
fucking
and Marshall.
good
we had
line.
to check with Pat, but I appreciate what you did tonight, which was ask questions about policy. And unfortunately, you didn't get a lot of answers about that. I'm Mike Lynch. I'm a father. I'm a husband.
I'm Mike
a veteran.
Lynch.
I'm a small business owner. And I've actually done this work.
I hate black people.
I've passed.
I
and got
lynched them.
signed
That's why I got the
50
name
bills in
Lynch.
the
It's a
State
family
House.
name.
I
I
know how this
got
process
it
works.
because I have a proud history at a KKK.
It's the back when your name came from your job.
It's not about the vitriol. I know it's not about trying to get on TV. I know it's not about being a community organizer or being somebody that desires to just be on the next tweet. I realize this is hard work. This is a sacrifice. This is a sacrifice of leaving your community to go serve in D.C. I'm not excited about that, but I've done it for the last 4 years. I've risen to the highest ranks you can here in the state. I appreciate your vote. It's not time to send somebody who has never been elected to Congress and those who haven't passed bills. Mike Lynch, Lynch for
Not a big person sneeze for the
Mr.
dog.
Lynch, thank you very much. We have just 2 more closing statements to go. Mr. Holtorf.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce myself to all of Colorado. Most people don't know that I'm a retired Army colonel. I served 29 years.
You already said that. We already heard it.
Anybody in front of you right now, having served 5 overseas tours, 2 combat tours, and yes, I'm a battle-hardened, tough combat veteran. Combat arms, Army aviator. If you don't know what that is, you need to look that up.
I don't care.
I'm also a 3rd-generation cattle rancher, running a business for 17 years successfully. I'm also a businessman. I'm also the House Republican whip. 5 years I've served, and I've passed 38 bills signed by the governor, not just out of the House, like some people have purported, that haven't gotten much done in Congress. I produce, and I get things done. I want to talk about one of the candidates here is from Douglas County. She lived in California for many years and then came back to Colorado. She has no experience in the military other than being a DOD dependent. That isn't service. I also want to talk about how she's never held an office to include school board. She ran for the U.S. Senate, failed, and now she wants to run for U.S. Congress.
That's your
so
time.
Thank you. I'm Richard Holtorf, HoltorfforColorado.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holtorf.
I hate that guy.
Ms. Boebert.
Colorado, this is choose your fighter time. I have a proven track record of delivering for you, having over 80 initiatives signed into law, bringing your tax dollars back to Colorado. And right now, you see what is at stake. You see the political persecution that is going on with President Trump, the election interference that is taking place with his guilty verdict just announced today. And right now, we have got to unify the Republican Party. I understand that my opponents see me as their only opponent and will attack me. I will debate policy all day long, but we have more important things to focus on. Our farmers and our ranchers need us to get legislative work done. We need to get the wolves delisted federally. I have passed that out of the House, and we need to get that all the way through. We need to lower inflation. We need to bring back our energy jobs. We need to secure the southern border. I am your fighter to do all of that. I have earned top line on the ballot because I have been earning the votes of constituents in the 4th District, and I hope to earn yours tonight. God bless.
Ms. Boebert, thank you very much. Thank you to all of our candidates for continuing the Colorado tradition where candidates show up to debate, don't duck challenging questions, and engage with each other about their differences. Thank you also to our small but mighty audience in a cramped studio tonight.
Small.
A special thank you to the outgoing news director here at 9 News, Tim Ryan, who has spent 30 years in our newsroom. He has led our political coverage for well more.
Good shit. That was fucking excellent. I'll chuck him a like. That was excellent. That was great. What a hysterical fucking debate. That was awesome. More debates should be like this. Now.
We turn now to my
meme for you, Jack.
And talk show host Bill Maher.
There's a meme for you.
A meme.
Mm-hmm.
An often controversial figure in the world of politics and culture, Maher is now taking stock of his decades of commentary in this consequential presidential election season. It's part of our arts and culture series, Canvas. Bill Maher's unique blend of comedy and commentary.
Twitter. I just assume Twitter.
Sets him apart in the world of late night television. Over 3 decades, first with Politically Incorrect, and now with HBO's Real Time with Bill Maher, he's positioned himself as the ultimate truth teller who takes equal pleasure in punching at the left.
It's not my fault.
Can you see? Can you see, John?
Whoa.
What?
Did you watch this by yourself before you put it on screen? Because the version he sent me was definitely not something we can show.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't watch it all. Hold on. Yes, okay. I didn't realize
it looks
what
like
the video
it's the
was.
same. It looks like it's the same video, but he just put cat ears on SpongeBob.
Yeah, pretty much.
This one is fine. I don't believe you. I'd have to see it myself.
Yeah, no, this one's fine. I just watched it.
Okay, that's better. I'm into it. That's definitely me. I would never change the channel. I would never. If anything, I'd change it to gay stuff, which I mean is technically sports, but
that was great.
That the party of FDR and JFK is turning into the party of LOL and
hang on. Okay, this is what I needed to pause on before. What? Where is the party turned into? Okay, so let's be clear. What we're saying the party of FDR and JFK. Okay, we're talking about politicians, right? Leaders there. Okay, so what are the politicians that are doing the LOL and emojis? Which ones?
I'm gonna put that on the Republicans.
No, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene says this meme is very real.
This one specifically?
No. That's a fucking line she says when she pulls the Scooby-Doo thing out. She goes, "This meme is very real."
Yeah, this is a real. This meme is real.
This meme is very real. This might be a meme, but this meme is very real.
When did we start insisting that our presidents be smart? Like these We're back on.
While his views have sparked controversy.
Seriously though, what was the point that he was making there?
I'm going to
the party of JFK and FDR is now the fucking LOL emoji party.
I think it was just a line.
Yeah, I know, but this is what I'm saying. It's like the things he says is so stupid that he thinks it's an own. What does that even mean?
It's the pseudo-intellectual
shit.
Shit.
Are you saying that the constituents who vote now use fucking emojis?
I think he's more commenting on their conduct, is what I'd imagine. Basically, the both parties bad sort of take.
No, he's talking about the Democrats specifically. He's an idiot, bro.
Something you protesters on the bridge seem to have the luxury of not having to worry about, which seems kind of privileged.
He told them to get a job.
Let me go on record and say I'm against breast cancer, but I'm trying to escape for a few hours. Can I just watch the game without thinking about cancer?
These commentaries are how he concludes every broadcast of his HBO show, and they're also the basis of his latest book. What this comedian said will shock you.
You hear that all the time.
We spoke at his Los Angeles TV studio after a recent Friday taping about what he discovered after revisiting more than 20 years of editorials for this new compilation. When you did that deep dive, what did you find about the ways in which our politics and our culture has changed?
Well, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to answer the question in my own mind. Is it mostly me who's changed, or is it the politics that has changed? Because I've heard in the last 5, 6, 7 years, people say to me more, you make fun of the left more. To which I say, yes, I do, because they got funnier. And that's what I wanted to make sure I was right about. And I think mostly that is the case.
In what ways?
Well, I mean, I guess the general term would be wokeness that we didn't
What
have
does that
before. I
mean?
guess the term was there, and its original meaning is certainly good.
Like, I understand what he
its
means.
original meaning?
I do understand. I get what he means, right? I understand that this colloquial left that he's talking about, which is, Democrats, libs. I would even include moderate Republicans in that, just the normie types. And obviously he's including
Bro,
the
what is
screeches.
What does he support? Hillary? Like, what changed?
Well, this is what I don't understand, right? They've
Do you
always
hate Hillary
been
and
this way.
Pelosi or not?
Yeah, like it's always been this way. The Democrats, the libs have always been this way. I can't imagine.
What time are you recalling to? What great history are you recalling to that you lived through with the Democratic Party? The Carter admin? How old are you? Clinton? Is that it?
I mean,
Obama? Do you like Obama? Or do you just think that he got elected because he was black? What is your fucking opinion? What changed?
And this is, again, I don't think he's talking about generalities. He's not talking about the party. He's talking about the general
He's talking about
idea.
He's talking about how young people scare him.
Yes, that is in essence what it is. It's
they wear so
I'm
many
old,
bright colors
boomer
now. It's terrifying.
It's boomer logic, pretty much. But it is pretty funny at the same time. Like, they are much funnier. The colloquial right wing is just cringe. And it's just bad faith at this point. If not always.
Alert to injustice is certainly something everybody should be for. But it migrated to something very
That's
different.
not what woke means.
So there's a host of really bad ideas.
Woke
I
does
think,
not
that
mean
the
alert
left-
to injustices. That's more in the political
No.
correct atmosphere.
Yeah.
Woke is specifically recognizing a capitalist agenda designed to make black people pay for overpriced sneakers while fucking white people are buying penny loafers. Wokeness is about a culture that is implemented on black society to keep them down by offering them these things that have high cost value, so they don't actually invest in things like property. That's what wokeness means. It's actually kind of like, while it's a critique of capitalism, it's also like recognizing more of a Black Wall Street thing, where that the black society needs to basically take back their dollars and put them circulated in their own community instead of like buying fucking jewelry and shoes and things from rich corporations, and how hip hop music is like also promoting a culture that is not actually moving things forward. It's an extreme political awakening that was pushed magically by street lingo. People at the lowest level of street lingo, started figuring out, hey, you know what's fucked up?
You asking me?
No, that's just that was where it starts. They say, hey, you know what's fucked up?
I mean,
that's what it was.
It's a good way to start.
Has embraced.
But yeah, no, you're 100% correct. Like, this is, people don't, they always, it goes back to this, like, it's a human psychology. The first thing you're told is what you believe, sort of thing. So the first mention of woke most people probably heard was coming from idiots who don't understand what it means. So that's
because white people, have you seen the episode of South Park where he's like, first we call it the house, and then white people say that, so we call it the his house, and then white people started saying that, so we started calling it the flip floppity flop. And then Garrison leaves and he goes, come on, Mr. Slave, we have to go back to our flip floppity flop. And Shep goes, oh, don't call it that. Right. So that's the thing, is it's like white people wanting to adopt this cool black lingo and and having no fundamental idea of what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Far left. I don't think it's the normal Democratic voter. But that didn't exist in 2010. I mean, President Obama was terrible for comedy, which was great for the country, but he didn't do anything crazy. And the Democrats basically didn't. I quote him in the introduction where he says something like, Americans don't think we should remake the whole system. They just want to not see crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I sort of present that as the
hang on.
dilemma.
Okay, so Biden's different than Obama? Is that what? So Obama was good. Biden is too emoji?
That we're facing, the Republicans definitely, who no longer seem to believe in democracy, are the
When
greater
did they?
threat. But how do you balance that against the crazy doctrine theory? Lots of people see this, a lot of crazy stuff, ideas about race and gender and children.
And that didn't exist under Obama?
They just think is crazy. And so, as one guy said to me, what you don't get about Trump is we don't like him either, but we will vote for him.
What do you think accounts for the durability of Donald Trump as a political figure by any objective or rational standard? The challenges facing him, the scandals, the criminal trials, all of that should be disqualifying. And yet he's competitive.
Competitive, he's winning.
Yeah,
I mean,
and some polls have him ahead, yeah.
Most polls do, and in the states that matter. I mean, if I had to bet on this election, well, I wouldn't. But, I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. Because I couldn't bet against him. Certainly, it's at least a 50-50 that he's going to beat Biden. That's a great question. If only someone would write a book about Donald Trump. I mean, some of it is just insanity. I truly believe he's insane in the sense that people talk about the malignant narcissism as if it's some sort of quirk. It's more than a quirk. It's a real thing. But as a friend of mine always says, insanity photographs, you can't take your eyes off it. There is a certain charisma quality to that when somebody is just nuts. And he is. He doesn't really ever think about what he's going to say. People give him credit for plotting this. And he doesn't plot. Everything is just as it comes out of his mouth. One of the great advantages he has as a political candidate is that no one takes him seriously on policy pronouncements because he just says anything and always has and always will. So it's like, well, we can't really take it seriously. When he gets into office, he'll probably do the right thing. We like him. He's our kind of guy. So that's actually kind of a great advantage when you're a politician.
Why? Like his base is like a fucking high control group.
Yeah.
Is now the right time for a book like this?
Well, because I wrote it now. It's really the answer.
That's the best answer.
Yeah. I don't know. People have been asking me to write it for a long time. They say, for years, they've been saying, you should collect these editorials at the end. I think I think the timing is right because the theme of it is kind of, I'm tired of the hate. There's a lot for both sides to like in this book. I mean, if you just want to read half of it.
You didn't write.
And
are now like, I wrote a book off stuff I didn't write.
I'm pretty sure it's just a collection of shit that he's written before. So he's not actually writing anything. It's just, it took time to get the collection together to make an almanac of shit articles saying nothing.
This guy is like in this guy's face, like he's Macho Man.
I think most people are in the middle. I call them normies. I didn't coin that phrase, but I've heard it and I like it. Just normal people who are not part of this extremism of either side, and they don't like it, and I don't like it. I don't want to hate half the country, and I don't hate half the country. The last chapter is called Divorce, and it's just about how a lot of people talk these days about maybe America should split up. Civil war. Let's do this thing. Yeah, it sounds fun. I don't want to, and it's never going to work because half the country, even if they lose an election, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They're not self-deporting.
No
they're
shit.
Here, and they're going to stay here, and you're going to have to learn to live with them. We have to learn to live with, sit with, mingle with people who don't think like you. They're not raised
oh my
like
God,
you.
really?
They're
wow.
the part of the country that you're from, and it's okay.
It's not false. It's a fact.
I can tell you what.
Maher's direct approach and willingness to tackle tough topics over the years have brought backlash. His critics view his outspokenness as intolerance, pointing to what they see as a pattern of offensive comments on a range of issues from gender to religion to race.
Clearly, racism is simply no longer everywhere. It's not in my home, and it probably isn't in yours.
Over the course of your career, your critics have said that you are
It's in mine.
homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic, xenophobic.
He's 100%
sexist,
Islamophobic.
ableist. What do you make of all that?
Well, I tell the truth as I see it, and I don't pull punches. That's
Yeah,
always been the bond
I
with my
tell the
audience.
truth as I see it.
People
Anyway,
are
isn't it weird that the
hypersensitive, and,
Jews?
I mean, I could go down that list. I don't think we have time, and I don't think you really want to get into every one of them. But they're all not true. I mean, I like all people, but there are things that have to be said about Islam. There are things that have to be said about health in America. There are things that have to be said about gender and.
Do you say things about Israel and all that sort of stuff? What about Christianity? What about?
Oh no! He has a whole atheist documentary, and he shits on Christians too.
Okay.
A big part of it is, most of it is actually shitting on Christians because the documentary is basically because the Christians have such a voting block.
Okay.
But the non-religious don't, even though the non-religious, if they were a block, they would be bigger than things like the NRA.
Yeah.
And that's what it's actually pretty funny. It's a pretty good documentary, honestly. It's pretty funny. He goes to like the Holy Land Experience, which is a theme park that like crucifies Jesus 8 times a day and shit. And it's like it's like literally, you know how Daily Wire is trying to do the conservative media thing? These people made this in response to fucking Disneyland, And so like he's just asked, it's not like that, like he doesn't really press anyone on anything, but he's asking them about the Holy Trinity, right? And like depending on what denomination you are, they're all 3 things at the same time. And the guy responds like, yeah, it's like water, it can be air, it can be ice, or it can be water, but it's all the same thing. And he cuts to him and he's in the van smoking a joint, and he's like, when he said that water shit, there's a girl, like she almost fainted, she was blown away by that. But the more you think about it, you realize it still doesn't make any fucking sense. Like if the guy is his son at the same time, like it's really like not that deep of a critique of faith.
we're teaching children about it, that are valid. And I think this is what the normies appreciate in me, is that most people just shy away from even going near those issues because they're third rails. As I say in the book, one of the problems we have is nobody ever gets canceled for being too woke.
One person who doesn't have to worry about being canceled, Maher himself. HBO has picked up 2 more
Libs
years
of
of real
TikTok
time, which
exists,
will take
bro.
Yeah.
What an
long-running show
idiot.
through 2026.
I love doing what I do. I'll do it as long as I'm not hard to look at on TV. That can
You
happen
are.
at some point. Hopefully AI will fix that. And as long as, my brain is still working. I mean, I have a dead worm in there right now, but I seem to be okay.
You could run for president.
I could. Apparently you can.
Wow. PBS made an RFK joke at the end there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Bill Burr, my goat, went on Bill Maher, not my goat, smug, annoying asshole Bill Maher show. This is what he had to say.
I love that that's Harvard. So I've only watched a little bit of this, so I'm kind of excited to see this.
Oh, I thought we watched this.
I don't think we did.
Uh,
Maybe we did.
Let us know if we did.
Kidding?
Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
heard what's going on in college camp?
Look at that. Where is she?
She's gone. Thank
Canceled.
God.
Too woke.
Fucking hell. Too woke.
Also, Martin Luther King.
Okay, we did. Okay. Let me find.
You didn't laugh at my MLK assassination joke.
Sorry, I was focused on finding another video.
The Iraq War one. Why not?
Actually, yes. We'll do that. Then we'll do Trump, and if we have time, we'll do something else.
We definitely definitely have to look at the Logan Paul thing. You got to cover the top bar there. We can do it. We don't have to fuck the Iraq video. Let's.
The worst president in the history of our country.
You should make a diss track on him.
Yeah, we'll do something.
Do you think that
there is chapter marks though, so we can look at
Yes, there are.
specific things. So I want to. There's Ukraine in there. What kind
Mhm.
of chapter marks we got?
We've got the fight. No, don't care. Trump gives Logan a gift. Don't care. Felony convictions, raising money.
No, I want to see what the gift is because I bet it's a shitty hat.
People still think you did one of those.
Oh, no way. We got gifts.
You called it. Okay, moving on. No, he gave him no. He gave him his fucking mugshot shirt, bro.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Oh, thank you, President.
Let's just split it up. Here's
Oh, amazing.
This is
Is this your mugshot?
yeah, can you
No way, you're a gangster.
This is what we're reduced to.
No way. No way.
Should we put on now? Yeah.
Yo,
That's actually so fucking funny.
Look, so this is clear at Mar-a-Lago. Did he bring enough fucking Prime bottle props to come in here?
Isn't it crazy?
That's amazing.
And it sells. Well, Elvis had one. Frank Sinatra had one. This shirt, but we've been.
It's Logan Paul. If you expect anything but the dumbest, I don't know what to
Great
say.
camera angle.
Like, this guy uploaded a video of a dead person, knowingly edited video.
What's on the mantle? Prime drink.
Like, good fucking God. This guy is a moron. And now he gets punched in the head for a living.
I mean,
you think he's getting smarter?
I don't know. The WWE, he's done well in WWE.
Yeah, because they're all dumb.
No, but he's just himself, and like he's a good
'cause he's
hated
dumb.
character.
Okay. Conviction?
Yeah, let's hear him say some stuff about why he's like a black.
Well, Mr.
person
President,
now.
people surely love it. They love the picture. They rallied behind it. They're rallying behind you now.
Well, they
More
are.
than ever.
And we had.
Also, his mate here is worse than he is.
Bro,
He's
this
far,
dude,
far, far.
that dude's phone literally rings during this.
Seriously?
Yes, and there's like an awkward cut.
The biggest
And
fundraising, I think, ever for any candidate ever anywhere in the world in the last 8 or 9 days. In hundreds of millions of dollars. And too bad it couldn't have been done for other reasons, but they viewed the cases being so corrupt and so ridiculous. Every one of the legal pundits and, they're great guys. when you look at Dershowitz, the whole group, that whole group of people, Andy McCarthy, Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, every one of them, they came out and they said, there's not even a case here. There's no case. And when they saw the jury instructions, when they saw all the things that happened, and it's not like anybody's a friend of mine. Mark Levin is an example. They couldn't believe it. So unfair. It's a very unfair thing. And because of that, the fundraising numbers and the polls, but the fundraising, that's sort of like a poll anyway, right? When you get right down to it. But the fundraising numbers went, I don't think there's ever been that much money raised that quickly.
You become a martyr of
Hundreds
sorts.
of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's insane. $140 million in May that you raised.
35 million in just hours after the verdict.
Yeah, 58 million within a few hours. And that was in small donations, like $71 something average. And over a period of a week, we even went to San Francisco. Now, not supposed to be, that's the belly of the beast, right?
Rare visit.
But they
Like, you could give your money to anything, right? Anybody, anywhere, and you give it to Donald fucking Trump.
Well,
in small donations,
he's Hitler.
That's fucking insane.
They have complete loyalty to him.
Like, you could give your money to
Alex Jones. He needs it more than Trump.
Doctors Without Borders. You could give it to the Red Cross. You could give it to the fucking US government and pay more taxes than you fucking need to.
You mean the
Instead,
globalists?
you give it to Donald fucking Trump.
Yeah, well, he needs it.
Fucking insane.
Haven't you seen? He has to give away his gold toilet.
It was so positive, and they raised $12 million. The tech guys at one of the houses, David, fantastic people. And they were like, they gave me a lot of money. They've never been into doing that. And
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not too fond of Red Cross either.
He's so bad.
No,
He's
I know.
the
I was
worst
just
president in
giving
the history of our
examples.
country. So that helps
Ow.
too.
You should make a diss track on him.
Yeah, we'll do something. We'll do something.
Trump doesn't know what that is.
Go ahead.
Because
Please do.
Yeah,
You
that'd be
love
great.
rappers, right? You love the rappers.
The blacks
Please.
love me. If anything is going to
Please.
get him the black vote.
Good Lord. Please make a diss track.
Bro, look at
on
his
Joe
portrait
Biden.
of himself, but young. Look, how many Prime bottles do they need to fucking decorate with? They brought set decoration, a book, and fucking to fucking every flavor of Prime or some shit. Tacky.
Have you actually ever tried it?
No,
It is awful.
it has sugar in it.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's artificial.
No.
How many calories?
It's low calorie, but it's got a lot of that artificial sweetener, and it's too sweet, and it's just bad. It's really bad.
It's for children.
Yes.
Because one thing that I just can't seem to wrap my head around it is, you got these felony convictions and a lot of them, like more than Al Capone, right? And there was an uprising and people showed you their support with their donations. And a lot of people are saying it points
here's
out
the
actually
thing.
unjust nature.
Al Capone was actually a better criminal. He knew
Yeah.
he actually knew how to lie in a way that would not make him he wasn't afraid to be a little weasel and be like, oh, I'm just a little guy. You don't do that. So the difference is that Al Capone covered his tracks and didn't fucking just leave open fucking cases for people to pursue. That's why it took an entire task force to bring him down, even though they knew he was a crime leader. Like everyone knew he was a crime leader, but you need evidence for trial. That was the issue. Also, the fucking guy that went after him and booked him, Elliot Ness, psycho.
Of America's justice system. So my question is, if that is your belief, if that is their belief,
Fucking that
why do
untouchable
you have the
movies,
desire to
like
give your
making him
time-
out to be like some sort of fucking great man and martyr. Fucking no.
Which one? What?
The Untouchables. It's the movie about Elliot Ness taking down
Oh.
Capone. It's
Oh,
fucking
okay.
ridiculous. Romanticizing that guy. Psycho.
and energy to a country or a system that's trying to take you down.
So I ran twice. I did much better the second time than the first time. And
Right.
if I didn't, I wouldn't have done this. But we had it going like this
Uh-huh.
country has never been going before. It was really good. Now it's really bad. The worst border in history, the worst inflation, I think, in history. I think the history of the country, the people get.
You torpedoed the border bill. You did that.
being decimated by it. All very flex, all something you can fix. You can fix it.
It literally is makeup. Look at that hard makeup line on his face.
Oh, I know.
That's great.
Past, we were energy independent. We're going to be energy dominant very soon. All these things were happening. And then we had a terrible result in an election. And what happened was disgraceful. And we can't ever let it happen again. But, we
Is this guy reading the script of the interview? Like, what's happening here?
have a little expression. It's right on that hat. Make America great again. And we can do that. Make America great again. And this guy's not going to do it. This guy's destroyed our country. When you allow 15, 16, 17, they have no idea what the gotaways. Million people coming out of jails, coming out of mental institutions, insane asylum. The insane asylums all over the world, the mental institutions, they're at the lowest levels. They've been at it for years. They're going to be totally empty. And you have terrorists coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price, and we're going to solve the problem. We're going to solve it relatively quickly. But we have other.
He said nothing. His solution is nothing.
Wait, whose body was thrown in a lake? Mess or fucking Capone's?
The problems too with energy, with inflation. He's been a disaster as a president. He's the worst president we've ever had. The good news is he makes Jimmy Carter look brilliant by comparison. So Jimmy Carter's the only one that's happy with this.
Well, look, I think that's why a lot of people are so obsessed with you, Mr. Trump, Mr. President Trump. Because you're already a billionaire, right? You are essentially serving these people, and you don't have to be doing it. The president, being the president, seems like a very hard job. You were at 3 meetings just before this, but I guess I'm asking, like, the desire to run and attempt to improve your country for these things you're saying.
Yeah.
It comes from what? Just the love of the country?
Well, the people, I'll tell you, when you look at the people, when you look at the crowds, I did a rally in New Jersey. We had 107,000 people there. You saw that last week. We did one in the Bronx. We had 25,000 people. And this was in the South Bronx, which is known as a rough area. And it was like a love fest. There was not even nobody even raised a voice of dissent. The whole place, it was like a big love fest. Nobody could.
Wow, you mean the people going to a political rally were sycophants? Crazy. It's almost like only sycophants go to political rallies. Who the fuck is going to waste their time at a goddamn political rally that isn't a sycophant? Seriously, like, who is going to do that? I can't imagine anything worse.
Believe it. You saw that 3-4 weeks ago. There's tremendous, our country has tremendous potential, but it's going down the tubes very, very rapidly. Nobody has ever seen anything like it, the way it's being run. So bad. And we can change it. We can change it quickly. We have a debate coming up. That'll be interesting.
June 27th, hosted by one of your favorite television networks, CNN.
Well, they gave me the option. They said, would you do it? And they didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. So they gave me everything. Fake Tapper and lots of other.
I'm pretty sure Biden asked for it.
Fake
Did he
Tapper.
not? Did he not?
Yeah, pretty much.
The people that were going to, were involved on CNN. They wanted it to be seated, which I didn't like. I said we should stand. And I think we won that point. But I would have agreed to whatever I had to agree to because they didn't want to do it. They thought that I wouldn't do it because it's CNN, but I've done plenty of CNN. I did a town hall not so long ago with CNN that worked out well. But I think they'll be fair. I think they're going to try and be fair. I mean, as fair as they can be. But I think it's important for there to be a debate. So they said, you want to debate? Yep, I'll accept. You don't even have to tell me. Then they said CNN. They said the different people that are involved. But let's see what happens. I used to get along with Jake Tapper. We'll see what happens. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it is.
That sentiment that CNN might be fair to you,
they might be,
is a bit of a departure.
I'd say a good 10% chance
from your normal hardline stance. Do you think that you're starting to come around or soften your views on some of the networks that you may have not gotten along with in the past?
No, they're fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
No, they're so bad. One of the good terms, right? Fake news. But no, I don't think so. I thought maybe, I had one with Caitlin Collins about 4 or 5 months ago. It was one of the highest rated shows they've ever had. And I really thought they were going to go maybe sort of in the middle. But I was wrong about, as I'm getting on and I'm hearing the way I'm being announced, I said, hey, these people are playing hardball. They're making a big mistake. But the ratings for this debate, I guess, will be quite good.
Massive. Are you surprised by his decision to face-to-face with you?
You mean the fact that they're willing to do it?
That Biden's willing
a little
to do
bit. They didn't want to do it. They thought I turned CNN down. Look, CNN is the enemy. And they thought I was going to turn CNN, and Tapper is, one of the guys that, when I'm making a speech. So They're waiting for the nomination for months and months. I got it in the quickest fashion. Nobody's ever gotten a nomination so quickly. And I'm making my nomination speech and they refuse to put it. They're covering it for months and months. Now I'm actually making my speech. I mean, this is the big night. I won the nomination and they refuse to put it on. These are people that don't like Trump. But it's okay because
yeah, no, that's not why. They've actively said why they don't cover you and why they don't give you the time of day. But also they do cover you. They just cover you like normal news does now instead of the insane crazy type of rabid Trump news that they were covering the last time he ran, which made him win. They actually reflected, which we shouldn't be shitting on them for. We should be praising them for actually having introspection and being like, maybe we were too stupid, and this is our fault. If only they did that with guns.
I think it's important to have a debate, or a number of debates, actually.
The fact that you are so vocal as well, especially on social media, I think works in your favor. And personally, I like that you come with receipts sometimes.
Yeah,
I've seen you pull them out of your.
No, I understand.
When will you have receipts?
I like to do it.
Well, fact checking is fun.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna check a lot of things. It's gonna be an interesting. You will be watching, right?
I'll be watching.
We just don't want to schedule it around one of your fights.
Please don't. Please don't.
You do pretty well.
Thanks. I'll be watching. Yeah, I always see you at
So
UFC.
do you have by the way, do you ever fight your brother?
That's the question. You want to know something?
I want to know.
Okay, I don't care.
I want to know.
I don't care. More fighting stuff. Here we go.
Speaking of conflict and fighting, since you left office, the number of global conflicts has skyrocketed. And I know
it's
Khabib
terrible.
talked to you about it quickly when you spoke with him. I think 2 weeks ago about President Biden authorized the use of American weapons in Russia, which has now led to a fleet of Russian warships coming towards Cuba this week.
My God.
What are your thoughts and concerns around our current handling of our relationship with Russia?
Well, the Russian attack on Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. It's just a shame. So many dead people. You look at just the soldiers. It's 500,000 soldiers.
Remember what I said? Remember what I said?
Yeah.
If
now
I was
they should
president,
ask
wouldn't you happen?
why, how.
Yeah. No solutions given. Just says because. Source. I made it up.
He literally
The both
said if
countries.
he was president, October 7th wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, like there's no quantifiable proof that except Israel fucking knew and did nothing. They're the only ones that could have done something. And even then they probably couldn't have stopped it. Not in its entirety. I mean, who knows? Maybe they did stop it partially and this is the part that got through.
But so many dead people, so many towns and villages and buildings and all, I mean, magnificent culture just being wiped out. You okay over there?
No, just one, and it's Gaza.
Look, go back, watch. 5 seconds, jump back.
And buildings and all, I mean, magnificent culture just being.
What did he knock off?
People, so many towns and villages and buildings and all, I mean, magnificent culture just being wiped out. You okay over
there? It was headphones.
Yes, sounds good. Nice book, by the way. Nice book.
We'll get to that.
That's his book about overcoming drug addiction.
It's a bestseller about the opiate epidemic, which we'll talk
Wow,
about.
that's a great topic because it's so sad to see what's happening. So bad, but it's a shame because it never would have happened, and it didn't happen during my 4 years. It didn't happen. Wouldn't have happened. I got along very well with Putin. I got along with Zelensky, but it wouldn't have happened. And
Zelensky hates you.
And October 7th would have never happened. And inflation would have never happened. And the withdrawal, the kind of withdrawal, we were getting out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength. But to get out the way, I think it was the most
Dignity and
embarrassing day
strength.
in the history of our country. And I actually think that the way Afghanistan worked, I think that when Putin looked at that, he said, wow, let's go in. And you know who else looked at it? President Xi of China. And he is looking at Taiwan and he's drooling. He's drooling over Taiwan. And so something could happen there. We've lost a lot of respect. They're laughing at us all over the world. And that wasn't happening 4 years ago.
And with you back in office, you think we'll get that respect back?
Yeah, we'll get it back. We'll get it back.
What's your relationship like with Vladimir Putin?
I think very good, but I was tough with him. You know, I ended the pipeline.
Hang on.
He built. It's called,
Is this the dignity you're talking about? You think this is a good move? You think this is dignified, Trump? Isn't this your fucking negotiator?
Oh, with the
Who's
Taliban.
this guy? Who's this guy? Huh? Pop quiz. Who knows who this guy is? Let's hear it. Let's hear it, chat.
But the Taliban almost went to Camp David.
That would have been fucking awesome.
That would have been epic.
I wonder which ones they would have sent. Probably not this one.
Not sure.
And then Mike Pompeo lost a bunch of weight. You know, he's still kind of fat here. That is me. No, it's not you.
With him, you know, I ended the pipeline. He built, it's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I got involved. And it was the biggest project ever done in Russia. I mean, you know, this was a pipeline that was going to supply oil and gas to
Such a
all over
small
Europe,
picture on
all
a
over
cell
Europe,
phone.
Germany in particular.
Here.
And I said, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to Germany? I said, we're defending you under NATO, and you're paying billions of dollars a month.
It's not the best quality, but here's a big picture. Who's this guy? Who knows who this guy is? It looks fine on the preview, actually. Because the preview is lower quality, like lowers the resolution, so it looks clearer there. You know, he's got some old age spots.
He's not looking happy.
Yeah, he sucks.
The defense
Well, I
brigade
mean, I
needed
think
money
he's been in
at massive-
Guantanamo, so
okay.
I don't know if they held him in Guantanamo specifically. Let me check.
amounts. Probably the biggest project, you know, most important, one of the most important projects they've ever done. I ended it. It was dead. It was gone. And then this guy comes in and he approves it, but he kills Keystone. You know, the Keystone XL.
Yep.
So it's sad. But Putin said to me, "It's the biggest thing. You ended it. You ended the pipeline." He said, "They all say you and I are friendly, but I'd hate to see you as an enemy." But this was the biggest, you know, this was massive amounts of money. And
But that's how
everything.
that.
But
I think Trump's too stupid to realize that was a threat. Listen to what he said.
to see you as an enemy. But the pipeline.
He is in
it said-
Pakistani
but Putin
prison.
said to me, "It's the biggest thing. You ended it. You ended the pipeline." He said, "They all say you and I are friendly, but I'd hate to see you as an enemy."
Yeah, that sounds like he said it as a sly threat. That's what that sounds like. But you know, I haven't met Putin, so I guess I can't say.
But this was the biggest, you know, this was massive amounts of money. And
But that's
everything
how
else.
you
But
talk to him
Biden
like
came
that?
in, huh?
You talk to him like that?
Oh no, I had a very good relationship. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I'm trying to tell people, no, it's a good thing. They've got, I would give you the exact number, but they gave a lot, just under 2,000 nuclear weapons. And we do also. And when you have nuclear weapons, and even if you don't have nuclear weapons, getting along is good, but be the tough one, be the smart one. Get along is good. I tell the press all the time, no, the fact that I get along with Kim Jong-un, North Korea,
That's crazy.
President Xi,
That's crazy.
it's all good stuff getting along. But nobody ever took money out of China like me. I took hundreds of billions of dollars out in the form of tariffs and taxes. No other president took it, not 10 cents. And, you know, China built their military because of the United States. The United States was giving them hundreds of billions of dollars a year in excess flow. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we took out.
What?
What?
Did this idiot just say that America built China's military? Do we need to go back to the Chinese Civil War? Are you stupid? How do you think they had that much control over the country? How do you think they have that much control now? It's because of the fucking military. It's a military dictatorship. It's an ethno-state. It's fascist. Of course they have their fucking military. It's always been this way. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hundreds of billions of dollars from China. And I still got along with President Xi until COVID. That was a breaking point. But no, but he was a guy that I respected. Like he liked me and I liked him.
Kissinger?
That's a good thing.
Is this
not a bad
about the
thing.
guy
You know,
we
press
had
says,
on
"Oh,
screen?"
Isn't it, you say, yeah, he's a leader. He's a smart guy.
Mullah
They say, "Oh,
Bereder?
smart man." They say, oh, Trump said he was smart. That's, yeah, he leads 1.4 billion people. I'd say it's a little bit on the smart side. But I got.
What?
No, he isn't.
Got along with him.
No racist is a smart person. No person who thinks that they are above the human race and an entirely separate species is a smart person. no, Xi Jinping is not a smart fucking person. That might be one of the dumbest statements I've ever heard.
Along with Kim Jong Un, that would have been a nuclear war. If Hillary Clinton had gotten in office, we would have been in a nuclear war with North Korea. He was ready for it. When I was with him, nobody else could meet him. All of a sudden, the dam broke, and we started talking a little bit. We got together, as you know, twice. Got along very well, but we were in no danger from them, and we were in serious danger before I got there. I'm telling you, you would have had a nuclear war if Hillary Clinton got in.
I'm so curious of what this conversation with really powerful world leaders looks like behind closed doors. Like, is it candid, or do you exercise grace, or you talk like boys?
Everyone's different. No, but everyone's different. It's like when you're talking to people, when you're doing interviews with people, when you're fighting people, they're all different. You know, you fight them a different way, you talk to them a different way.
Before,
but everyone's different.
He was kicked off
but
of
I had
Facebook.
Very good relationships with
or not
everyone.
Facebook, Twitter. He was there for a split second because he was a government official, and then he was kicked off of Twitter. Which, you know, if we're gonna let Nick Fuentes on, why aren't we letting Mullah Baratter on? He actually liked one of my tweets. I don't remember what it was, but he liked one of my tweets because like I said something that was like, you know, moderate of some kind.
The funny thing is I got along with the tough ones much better than I got along with the weak ones. You had some real weak ones too. I didn't get along with them as well. It's strange. Must be a personality.
It's probably a good thing that you get along with the
I get along with the
leaders
tough
of the
ones.
large.
Like the ones that you throw Starburst at, the weak ones who let that happen.
Countries. You know, there's a very tough one, Viktor Orban, and he's the prime minister of Hungary. And he said that the reason the world is blowing up because Trump isn't president. When Trump was there, everybody respected Trump. He said was afraid of Trump. I don't want to use that term because that's, you know, I don't want to say, oh, they were afraid, like a child would say. But they respected me. But
you said this all the time.
Everyone listened to Trump. They were afraid of Trump. They couldn't figure Trump out. And
not the best.
And they did listen. And we had no wars. We had no nothing. I defeated ISIS, got rid of the biggest terrorists ever, maybe just about ever.
Question.
We defeated,
when you say defeated ISIS, does that count when you turned over fucking Afghanistan to Al Qaeda and the Taliban, making it like a training ground for even groups like ISIS? Hey, when you betrayed the Kurds, causing a fucking camp breach by withdrawing like 10 soldiers from Syria, right? And you caused a camp breach. Was that defeating ISIS? You may have fucking gave the order to kill Baghdadi. You may, you know, but in my opinion, if you're going to fucking claim, like, you know, you could say, you know, ISIS fell under, you know, my administration, my leadership. But what I'm truly proud about is killing Qasem Soleimani and really ingraining into people why it was so good that he killed that guy.
That he died? Yeah. That would be great because that would almost also give people a little insight into the Islamic regime.
ISIS swore in a leader the next day. Okay. Yeah. And also Baghdadi was the first one to declare the caliphate. It's not like he was the founder or philosophical leader of ISIS, right? So he really, and he's like, he's a bigger terrorist than Bin Laden, blah, blah. Shut up. But he actually pushed how good it was he killed Soleimani. He would be doing a lot better than just being like, ISIS is scary, huh?
Yeah.
And
also the fact that other presidents had the chance to kill Soleimani and they didn't.
Yeah.
Just like how Clinton bragged that he was the closest one to come to killing Obama or Osama until Obama. Right?
Yeah.
But he didn't. Weird. He didn't kill Osama and he didn't kill Soleimani and he had chances to do both.
Now that I don't know how you may feel about that because you know you're a warrior, right? Because all fighters, and you're a real fighter, by the way.
It's not good. It's not good. I don't shy away from conflict. My fiance has a problem with it. Yeah, it's not good. You're much more diplomatic than.
It's a very strange statement to respond to. Yeah, you like fighting. Yeah, my fiance doesn't like it either. It's my solution to conflict. My fiance doesn't
shit
like
out
it.
Of her. Yeah, that's great. I love it. I love abusing women.
I probably would be. You know, it's very interesting though. So Khabib came up to me after the fight the other night, And you guys would probably say he's the best ever, maybe, and
Probably
certainly he probably is, and are very close, right? John Jones, a lot of people say,
I'd say 1 and 2.
and and he said to me, "Oh, I hope you can get in because we have to stop the wars, we have to stop the killing, the killing." He was so smart, he understood it, and I think he's friends or was friends, but I think he is friends with Putin very much.
Yeah.
But he said we have to stop the killing, and it's true. And I think I'd have that war stopped if I was president-elect. Right after the election, if I win, I will get that war stopped.
He used to fucking bring around Cardov.
What?
The UFC literally had to tell Khabib he needs to stop hanging out with Cardov.
Oh, the
Khabib is not a good person.
Yeah.
He's a good fighter.
Kadyrov, yeah.
Cardov.
Stopped fast.
Is that how it's pronounced, is it?
No. It's Kadyrov or some
Kadyrov,
shit.
yeah.
Kadyrov.
Kadyrov.
Cardov.
If it's not stopped before then.
Talking about Russia.
Kardav.
Mm-hmm.
Who gives a
Ukraine. I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped.
On the
so
flip
many
side-
people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when Khabib came up.
Oh my god, that is a sound bite.
And he says, we've got to
You ready?
stop before then.
Talking about Russia, Ukraine.
I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped.
On the
So
flip
many
side-
people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when
Would that not be the funniest soundbite?
we'll get it stopped.
On the
So
flip
many
side-
people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just hearing that that's fucking hilarious.
Isn't that cheating
You
the
reckon?
public? Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
When Khabib came up to me, he says, we've got to stop all of the killing in the world. He's a very smart guy, very interesting guy. We talked for a while.
On the flip side, or on the other side of the continent, the Gaza situation has been
Horrible.
big news over the past
we
year.
can start killing the
You've always-
Protestants.
the United States
No,
very
that's
badly
not
was a
what
staunch
this is
ally of Israel. Has your sentiment on Netanyahu or on his regime changed at all in light of any of the events of the past 6 months?
No, look, it was a shame that.
I mean,
it
I
should have
really
never
don't
happened. It
know
would have never
which
happened.
of these
Iran
Nazis
was
to
broke when I
support.
was
They're
president.
both
Nobody was
pretty
allowed
good
to buy-
options.
Iran would have broke.
It should have never happened. It would have never happened. Iran was broke when I was president. Nobody was allowed to buy oil. Nobody was allowed to buy.
Oh my god, he's about to blame October 7 on releasing
pallet
that
of
money.
cash?
Oh my fucking god, he's about to the money that was held up in sanctions that got released.
I'm going to challenge you and think that he's not smart enough to make the conclusion, but I think it's a very good prediction, and I totally think it might happen. But I'm leaning on the side of he's too dumb. It's like a 51% majority for me of too dumb,
Anything. They were broke. A Democrat congressman on Deface the Nation, the show Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deface the Nation. Yes.
Yes, we heard you, Trump.
Deface the
Not
Nation,
funny.
but I
Come
don't
on.
call it that.
I know you.
I think I have a
You were
more- I have
searching.
a
You were
name
searching for the laugh from the dumbest guy in the room, and you got it. Congratulations.
for everything. I'll end up with a name for you two guys by the time.
Yeah.
But it'll be.
I can't wait to hear
No,
mine.
they'll be good names. They'll be good names. But so he was on the show and he said, whether you like Trump or not, Iran was broke during Trump's. They would have made a deal within 1 week, and now they have $250 billion. We would have had a deal done literally in 1 week after the election, and it was ready. They were absolutely, and they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They were broke, stone cold broke. Now they have $250 billion.
It wasn't what I thought it was, but it's close.
Where's he getting this 250 billion from?
I have no idea. I've never heard this number before.
Biden took off all of the sanctions. He let them go. China went to town. I told China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from
Okay, let me just live fact check this.
these people, you're not doing any business with the United States. They took a pass, no oil, and other countries likewise. And we would have had a deal. Would have been a great deal for everybody. We would have had a deal. Now they have $250 billion. They made it all in 3 years, 3.5 years. They made it all during this Biden term. I mean, he gave
So
$6 billion for 5
he's
hostages.
talking about
You saw that recently.
literal GDP. He knows the GDP, I guess.
Yeah.
Or he's only counting specifically oil sales. I think he's talking about GDP, which also isn't shit because Iran's poverty situation has not changed. They need like emergency cash injections. They don't
Yeah.
just need sanctions lifted. You know, like Cuba could bounce back and become a functional economy with sanctions lifted. They don't need cash injections.
No.
It's like how we're cash injecting to the fucking Taliban just to hold the country together, because if they fall, we fear more instability through the Lebanization of the country.
Yeah.
So we cash inject to the fucking Taliban right now.
I'm just going to share it. Here are all the U.S. State Department releases on sanctions. Last one was April 25th. Cybercrime, illicit
so you mean they have put sanctions on Iran, huh?
There are sanctions on Iran. Crazy. Treasury designates Iranian cyber actors targeting U.S. companies. Great.
Wow, it seems
More
like they're
UAVs,
really focused on 5th generation warfare here,
UAVs,
don't it?
Yeah. Ministry of Defense. Treasury targets network facilitating shipments valued in hundreds of millions for Iranian military, targeting entity and vessel shipping commodities of Quds Force and Houthi affiliated networks. Wow. Calling you out.
So what sanctions got
shit.
lifted?
Let's see.
On what things? Food? That's what it's gonna be, like food or something. If they lifted any.
Timeline of U.S. sanctions. Let's see if this is good enough. 2004. It's a big list. Good lord. Here we go. Keyword search for lifted. The last sanction lifted on Iran, according to this website here, which is a .org, which doesn't really mean shit, but it is a .org US IP. I don't know what that is. Institute of Peace. I don't know what this is. Anyway, this is the source I'm using. Last one was June 10th, 2021 was the last sanction that was lifted, and it was lifted on 3 former Iranian officials and 2 companies previously involved in buying, selling, or transporting Iranian petrochemical products, and this would have been that release of that money.
That was that long ago?
3 years, yep.
But it just came in recently. Because like we have been operating for 3 years.
I don't think we covered it.
We covered the release of the oil seized funds. We watched a Ben Shapiro reaction and everything.
Yes, seized funds.
You did a whole story on it for LTEC.
No, you're right.
I think they didn't release sanctions.
As of January 2021, Iran had frozen assets in the following countries, blah, 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 lifted. Okay, so it was that long ago, and it just went through the cash. Yeah,
well,
so
like we were saying, like they were trying to frame it as something that happened because of something.
So even if at the best
been in flux for a while.
Yeah, so even like the best interpretation here, this would not have impacted January 7th at all.
Stop fighting, you two.
October 7th. Since then, am I still streaming this one? Yes, okay, we're seeing. Okay. Since then, I'm just going to scroll slowly. This is how many sanctions have been imposed. It's still going. Anyway, you get the point. Lots of fucking sanctions. Trump, you're full of shit. Anybody who believes you is probably a fucking moron. But yeah, Biden soft as fuck on Iran, I guess. Yeah, it's foreign companies in Hong Kong, UAE. Houthis, okay. Quds. A lot of it is, yep, cyber, IRGC, electronic command. Interesting. It's almost like everything that we've been saying. You know, how involved the IRGC is in information warfare and everything. And yeah. Thanks, Trump.
A couple of months ago. $6 billion for 5 hostages. He made the swap. The Prince of Terror, they call him. He's the best arms dealer ever, they say. Who knows what that means, but he was a great arms dealer for the basketball player that wouldn't stand up during the national anthem.
It was the Lord of War. I'm pretty sure. Brittany Griner. Prisoner transfer. Which, to be fair, dumbest trade ever. Victor Bout is his name. What was this called? Ah, that's funny. So the film Lord of War is literally based on this guy's life, apparently. He got Merchant of Death. Maybe. But I'm pretty sure it was Lord of War. Anyway, what Trump said was incorrect, is my point here.
She thought that was a good time to tire sneakers. And that was not exactly the greatest.
Well, she got arrested for weed possession in Russia, and then they traded a war criminal for her. It's probably one of the dumbest things America has ever done.
Trade, but he gave $6 billion on top of everything. $6 billion with a B.
You should be framing it as even dumber than what you just said. It wasn't just weed prescription, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or it wasn't just weed. She had a prescription in America, and it was an oil pen, right? With almost nothing in it. It was like a dead oil pen.
Yeah.
Right. So it was just like residue in the pen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably couldn't even use it anymore. Insane.
And when you do that, when you start paying that
odds
kind
of
of
a
money,
terror
a lot of other
attack
people
during
are
the
gonna be-
Olympics, 0.
You reckon?
0. No, the Munich attacks on the Olympics, right? Like a lot was done after that. And like Germany's also very at fault for being too lax on security there.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that to be able to get into the Olympics, like these guys just literally walked up to the Olympic Village in Munich, arms and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like to be able to do an attack, you most likely would need a charge previous placed. You could do like a shooting attack, I think the thing that would, out of all the options you could use to use something as an attack, the thing I could see the most likely as being successful is like mortars, right? Being able to like make a mortar and like
Dude, that would be insane.
When do mortars fucking like you'd have to be a trained mortar person. Normally you need a team and math to set up that mortar, and then you'd have to also acquire the mortars. You might be able to 3D print something, right? But you'd have to make the explosives in France. France is already paranoid about Islamic terror.
Yeah.
So if anything, there would be something like a stabbing. Like a teacher was beheaded in France not that long ago by a guy because the teacher. Do you know about the fucking like fire bombings of the magazine in France by Al Qaeda
over drawing Muhammad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the teacher taught a class on like censorship in France, and he covered those images. So he was beheaded in broad daylight outside the school.
Yes.
And then that also triggered a mimetic knife attack elsewhere, and that guy was gunned down by police.
Mm. Also,
it also triggered attacks on Muslims at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah. Also, the Gigan is like the best counterterrorism force in the world, pretty much. Like the French really don't fuck around. With
Yeah.
this
So
thing.
French terror attacks are normally knife attacks.
Yeah.
Like there's the truck attack.
Yes.
That guy had a rifle. He didn't really use it though. There was also the mass shooting that ISIS was able to pull off there. So that's the thing is like, what is the track record of successful attacks in France? And there's not really like the explosives and stuff. Do they have insurgents? Like Brittany does Brittany have a fucking insurgents army?
I don't know. How do you spell it?
So the thing is, I think a knife attack is possible.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily going to happen.
Oh, it's literally spelled.
Like
Reckon.
if an attack was going to happen at the Olympics, I'd imagine it'd be against the Israelis again, like it was
Yes.
last time.
Yeah. Or Russians, honestly. There could very much. I mean, it's because this would be the first Olympics that Russia has been invading, unless you count the Winter Olympics. No, yes, actually, no, yes. This would be. It would be the first one, and the Winter Olympics were in Beijing, so nobody gave a shit, because they were skiing on fake snow in industrial areas.
Yeah, with nuclear fallout.
Yeah, specifically fucking angling cameras so you can't see the no snow industrial areas behind the ramps and shit. Wild. It was in China. So yeah, this would be the first since Ukraine, but are people angry enough at Russia to do it? I don't know.
It's funny that France is so good at identifying terror, but they're so loose with riots.
Yeah.
So like, as long as you're not like basically a Muslim, I think you can basically get away with stuff in France. Okay. I just typed in France bombing. Okay, so there was bombings.
There was?
Yes, so series of coordinated Islamist attacks took place on Friday the 13th, November 2015. 3 suicide bombers struck outside the place during an international football match after failing to gain entry to the stadium. Now that's something that like a failure to entry and a pre-det type thing. So like the Kenya attack, right? The reason why the Kenya attack ends up being Al-Qaeda's deadliest attack until 9/11 is because the guy fucked up. So
really?
The guards stopped him at the gate, right? And he first threw grenades at the guard, which made the people in the residential housing next to the embassy all go to their windows to look. So everyone went to the windows because they heard this explosion from a grenade, and then the truck bomb triggers and shoots the glass in everyone, lacerating all the people, and then the housing complex collapses. So like he was trying to drive a truck bomb into an embassy, like underneath an embassy, which who knows how much that would have done because it's like in a subterranean basement, you know, like.
Yeah, it seems like it kind of would have been contained.
I mean, Zarqawi took out some stuff with some car bombs, so it depends on.
True.
I mean, it did knock down the building right next to the embassy, so.
There's an argument.
Missing all of a sudden. They're going to be missing and, hey, let's make a trade. And that's already happening. You just can't do that. I got 58 people out. We never paid any money. 58 people, 58 hostages. We never paid money. Because once you pay money, you're going to be doing a lot. In other words, you're going to keep doing it. So you can't do that.
This episode is sponsored by myself.
I don't give a shit.
No. This is so funny. Because I think Trump comments on it after the ad, right after
58 people, 58 hostages.
Because I know Trump
Next,
asked
now
him
hitting
about
your
it.
favorite retailers. Back to the show. I want to ask about money in this country.
never
Go ahead.
I've had.
Do we care about his advice to people? Not really.
He says some funny stuff to him about business and stuff.
Okay.
I want to ask about money in this country.
Go ahead.
I've had a very fortunate career.
Yeah.
I've made some money. And
more money than you ever thought possible.
For sure.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, I know the
Absolutely.
kind of money you make because I know when you have a top event and your shows, but these events are doing fantastically.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
you've done is incredible.
Yeah, I'm very blessed, and part of the reason that I believe I'm blessed is because of this country, and I think in a way I'm kind of living like the modern day American dream. You know, I had access to a phone and could start my business and reach the entire world on this device. So,
Excuse me, did you guys start like separately?
Me and Jake?
Yes.
Nah, together.
Oh, you started together?
Together on YouTube.
And did you branch
No,
out?
that's a lie.
Well, eventually,
No,
'cause I went to
don't
college.
lie to him. You started on Vine, you piece of shit. Okay? You were a Vine import. When Vine collapsed, like TikTok will, right? All those people will shift to YouTube. There will be an influx of that culture, Vine culture coming into. That's when the prank invasion started, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That was so you're a shitty Viner, Okay, don't act like you started on YouTube.
But he's always gonna say that he started on YouTube because technically they did upload some videos in the early days, like when they were kids doing like, oh my god, here's my Fortnite review as like a 9-year-old, right?
Yeah, the Fortnite
whatever the
wasn't out
fucking
then.
Fortnite thing was then. It was those videos, those like the kid that does the camping reviews. You know that kid? That it's kind of like that. But then they got big on Vine and then came back to YouTube and then act like they're YouTubers.
Wow.
Jake was still in high school. He ended up dropping out.
I doing a little bit more of digging because it's hard because obviously it's going to show the most recent ISIS attacks. I found another bombing that occurred in France. It occurred in 1995. All right.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to surprise you, especially if you've actually listened to every episode of LTech, what this is a result of. Okay. So let's just say motivation, right? What ideology do you think the bombers had?
In 95. Was it Yugoslav? Like related to Yugoslavia?
Nope, Islamism. It's because of the Black Decade, Algerian Civil War. And
No
not only
shit.
that, right? They were carried out by the Armed Islamic Group of Algeria, the GIA. If you go back and you listen to our Radical Islam video, this is fucking Al-Qaeda, right? The GIA are the Afghans who came, they're veterans of the Afghan war who came to Algeria to fight the civil war. It's fucking Al-Qaeda. You know, like if we're gonna say that, like the Al Mujahideen that are linked to Al Qaeda, even if it's MEK, you know, and they eventually became a separate Islamist, you know, like even the guys who fought in Chechnya are Al Qaeda linked. You know, they were partners with Al Qaeda, even though they had different goals, right? Wild.
I finished my first year.
It's an amazing 2 stories, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Who makes more money?
It depends on the year. It depends if Jake has fights.
and it depends on when this sells. Right?
Yeah. I think.
Is that your new drink?
That's
good.
Yeah.
They wanted the French.
Hold on, he's asking the question.
Support. That's what it was. They wanted a withdrawal of support. Okay. So basically, the same reason ISIS claimed that they were cutting people's heads off was to get withdrawn support. I'm sure it worked. Sorry.
Is that your new drink? That's good.
Yeah.
If you make it, I like it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
No, it's got to be good. It's got to be. Look, something's propelling him to fight world champions to a draw, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We actually made this American Prime
beautiful.
special
Wow.
for this episode. It's a hydration beverage.
It's doing fine, doing well.
We did 1.2 billion last year.
That's great.
Year 2.
That's
It's a hydration beverage, the worst on the market, by the way.
What is a
Objectively.
non-hydration beverage? What does that mean?
It's just got electrolytes in it, so they
Just
pump
say
it full of
sports
like.
drink.
Yeah, sports drink is all you need to say, but they want to say hydration drink because it's coconut water.
Also, you know what he actually fucked up here? Trump only drinks Diet Coke. We know this. Now, what is Biden's favorite drink?
I'm fucking know.
Gatorade. Orange Gatorade.
Okay.
Right? So
Sure.
if Biden was here, right, see, if there would be a much better marketing. He's like, yeah, you know, it's like a sports drink. He's like, and then he'd be like, you know, I love Gatorade, Jack.
That's fantastic.
But again, I'm blessed to have even just be able to say that is insane. But my question is, for other young people in this country who are looking to get ahead, because for a lot of them, times are tough right now.
It's very tough.
What would you say to them, kids who want to pursue their own version of the American dream and try to achieve their wildest
get a
dreams?
small loan of $1 billion.
I would say very simply, honestly, vote for Trump.
Oh my God. They should have told him to get out of his own house after he said that. Shut the fuck up.
Because with Biden, you're never going to do it. This country's going to hell. Vote for Trump. You know, we're doing great with youth. We're doing great with African Americans, with Hispanic Americans, through the roof, both of those groups, with women, with men, and with young people, we're doing very well. But I say,
What do you
vote
mean
for
by
Trump.
Spanish American?
If you don't have the right guy in the lead, the country's not
I think
going
he
to, you know,
said
if the country
Hispanic.
doesn't do well, it's much harder to do even what you
I'll
do.
allow it.
Okay, even what you do. So that would be a simple message. I really mean it, actually.
The same opportunities he's had in America, I've had as well. My road has been a little bit rockier, as we were talking about in my book, The Fifth Vital.
Oh, I don't care.
There's so many bugs that have gotten in my house today. I don't know.
Oh, look,
how.
talking about Biden.
Like, is there a window open?
Mr. President,
somewhere?
I got the
Why are
10-minute
there
warning
so many
meeting,
bugs in here
which
today?
is now.
I must
I
have
don't
left the light on too long last night. Because the only way they can get in is where the AC
Let's
is.
let him go a little longer. It's fine. I like it. Is that okay? Yeah, let him go a little bit longer. Okay. Look at these two guys. And then it'll turn out to be a lousy show, and I'll say, you were right, Jason. It'll be good. So go for another 20 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Jason.
It seems to be a nice flow.
Do you think if we got an interview with Trump, we could make him walk out? Not by just being cunts. I like asking actual questions and
I don't
stopping
know
him when he goes off.
when he gets interviews that he doesn't like already vet and know the person's there to suck his dick. When's the last time he was challenged in an
At an
interview?
oppositional interview?
He literally didn't allow the fucking press dinners.
True.
I think he might have done one. And there's that whole thing that said he only became president because Obama made jokes about him at the press dinner, which is in itself
It
is
kinda
a meme
makes-
that he wouldn't hold one.
Kind of makes it more believable, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well, you did reality.
I'll be in trouble with my people. Like Biden says, "Oh, I don't have that problem." But well, first of all, he would never. He couldn't do this interview. You asked him questions like this?
No, we were talking about that. We were like,
we'd like to extend the invite to Joe Biden if he'd like to come on this podcast.
Yeah, I think you should.
eventually.
You know what chance you have of getting him on?
I agree. I actually agree. If you have Trump on, have Biden on if you can. And if Trump's been on, it's likely Biden would accept. And they would probably go to the White House for it. Because think about it though, right?
It's
not unprecedented to have a sitting president go on a podcast. It's not unprecedented. Mark Maron had Obama on while he was president, and he actually went.
No,
he went
no,
to
I'm
Mark
not saying
Maron's
it's not possible.
Mm.
But like, they're already in. He already has seen him in line with Vivek. They're doing. Jake Paul did TikToks with him. Like, I could see. I'm sure because Jay Shetty done one. He gets all those crazy interviews. Like Pod Save America. I could see him do potentially. A Daily Show would be an interesting one, but he's not going to do any of that shit while Gaza's happening.
No. He could though. There's no reason he couldn't. And actually
like you
talk
think he's not
candidly
going to
on the
have
situation.
responses to the toughest question these guys can ask? I guarantee you they would change their mind about Biden by the end of
think
it
you're right.
and be like,
I think
wow,
you're
you're
right.
actually really good. When he explains just the infrastructure project and everything he was able to do, what has Trump actually said? This wouldn't happen. This wouldn't happen if I was in charge. If you want the American dream, vote for me.
Yeah, he said nothing the entire time. So realistically, I think Biden should do it. Even during the Gaza thing, he should do it. Show that he's not scared. You know what I mean? This is the perfect time to do stuff like this. But also come prepared with documents that you can just be like, Biden can just click his fingers and one of his aides will bring over documents that backs up his talking points. You know what I mean? They've got the literal US government funding to do the research. I'm pretty sure they could do it.
I'd say less than 1%. Okay. If you did that, it'd be I'd actually watch that one. Okay. See how long it lasted.
So there are two questions I have to ask.
I had a speech rewritten by AI out there. One of the top people. He said, "Oh, you're going to make a speech?" Yeah. He goes, click, click, click. And like 15 seconds later, he shows me my speech.
That's
written.
That's crazy.
So beautifully. I said, I'm going to use this sucker. I've never seen anything like it.
What'd you say to your speechwriter after that? You're
I
fired.
said, I said, "You're fired, Vince."
Okay. I had a feeling that's what it was going to be. Okay. What have we not done? We need Bowman stuff.
You know what's crazy? The fact that he did Logan Paul over and before Joe Rogan.
I think Joe Rogan's interview would be hostile. I don't think he would go on it.
Well, I think Trump also, Joe Rogan is also in the UFC shit, because that's where like they clearly because Trump was at the UFC the other day, right?
Yeah.
So Jake was clearly Logan was clearly chatting him up at UFC, and that's how this got organized.
Yeah.
He was there like just blowing him, being like, "Oh, I love you. You should do my show," and like talking about how great Trump is, right? But he didn't like that when they were like, "Yeah, we'll also interview Biden." I'm sure Trump was like, "You bitch, you said that in my house," I don't think Joe Rogan is desperate enough to be like, "Daddy, daddy, 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 daddy."
Because I also explicitly remembered Rogan
saying he would moderate a debate between
yes,
both
but
of them.
not interview Trump because he doesn't believe in what Trump's about. Something like that. I remember something around that.
That
or
was when
something
he
like
would
that.
platform Bernie Sanders and Andrew Yang on his podcast. He is not the same person. He
That
is
is
totally susceptible to the transgender brain rot. That was his pathway. Like many people say, radicalization came from COVID, right? So COVID got him like questioning, and it was always it's normal to question COVID, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that the people who were questioning it were the worst people. It wasn't everyone, Like 9/11 was questioned by everyone.
Oh my God.
If
Dana
anything,
White.
the worst people were the ones that were like, I don't need to have anything explained to me. Torture is fine. Al-Qaeda did this.
Did you see this? This is Dana White interviewing Trump.
Yeah. He loves that. They love him. Trump goes to UFC all the time. And Joe Rogan was like, "Can you believe it? Everyone was clapping for him at UFC. Nobody gonna clap for UFC at Biden there." Honk honk. Wow, crazy. I think it was. I watched it, and Emma, Majority Report, was the one who played the clip, and she goes, so she said something like, just like if Kamala Harris went to Hamilton and got a standing ovation, crazy. Which is like comparing Hamilton to like Kamala Harris voters as Trump voters to UFC. It was just like a really fucking good joke from her.
Call into Brian Lehrer's WNYC radio show.
George Latimer's on with Brian Lehrer, and usually on Lehrer's show he has constituents call in. So
I don't know anything about this guy. Is he a right winger?
No, Brian Lehrer is just like a long time WNYC radio.
Women, and you came to his defense. You had the interest of other people of color when you take.
She's skeptical about supporting
George Latimer, and I'm curious to see how he responds here. Here we go.
Okay. I find it interesting that you talk about things like, pro-choice when you take money from AIPAC, that comes for women and women's rights, but that's a side comment. My core comment is, as a black person in the district, I find it impossible for you to be able to adequately represent my interests and the interests of other people of color for a multitude of reasons. And let me go into one of them that I find really problematic. When Andrew Cuomo was facing his reckoning for sexually harassing women, and you came to his defense, you had the audacity to compare what Cuomo was experiencing to the lynching of Emmett Till, a 14.
Yes. I remember this. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm so glad I got this refreshed. I read this and I saw it the other day too, but I just don't remember exactly.
Year-old child who was mutilated, murdered, and lynched. And I find it completely offensive that you would make that comparison on top of a bunch of other things that you do. I'd like for you to respond to that. And
another outrage.
What I don't want you to do is to engage in tokenization, because every time you're asked about race, you then start going into a litany of a quote, I have black friends.
That's what an epic call. That's awesome.
Response. You know who also has black friends? Donald Trump. And proximity to blackness is not a shield from racism. And so I think you're a racist. And I think that the way that you engage with people of color in your district that ask you hard questions, you respond by being very aggressive with them, very combative with them, and you marginalize them as you go into your response. So I want you to respond to how you could adequately represent somebody like me, when I think the way that you come for me and people like me actually attacks and endangers people of color in your district and this country.
Thank you for your question, County Executive.
Wait, can we pause it? Can we pause it? Can we pause it for a second? I just gotta.
No, I don't care what you have to say.
Charges against and here to it protects you. These are serious charges. Latimer said at the time. Here we go. In a time of irrational anger and emotion, let me try to take a serious take on a serious issue, the charges against Andrew Cuomo. These are serious charges that assert unacceptable behavior. No man can truly appreciate what a woman goes through in moments like this. But 2, in our world, no matter how heinous the crime committed, we presume innocence until guilt is proven. That standard, when we adhere to it, protects you and me. And when it is not adhered to, when a mob acts in its own sense of justice, it turns out to be a crime itself. That's one part. And then he says, well, that's pretty amazing. So that's what she's referencing. That was the
presume innocence until
is that
guilt is proven. That's standard when it protects you and me, and when it is not adhered to, when a mom hangs Emmett Till.
Is this a different one?
No, he's just reading something.
Justice turns out to be
yeah.
Oh, he added it.
Oh my god. Okay. So I'm like,
he said mob justice. It's mob justice.
When a mob
which again,
you're
saying mob justice for an Italian guy, racist.
But the original was, that standard, when we adhere to it, protects you and me, and when it is not adhered to, when a mob hangs Emmett Till, the justice turns out to be crime itself. Justice, in quotation marks, is wild.
So we're talking about lynching Andrew Cuomo for being Italian? Is that what's happening?
Oh, you got it.
Standard when we hear it protects you.
Also, did you see that we can get video backgrounds now?
You famously said,
we used
that
one
that the name Fredo, was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
No, we used one for the fucking Yemen video that got us deplatformed. We had blinking Christmas lights and shit. Right? That one that we made and then we got demonetized? That actually went through the effort, of making a whole animated background. But we're like covering it so you can't actually see it. But it's just, when we would cut to things like, where it takes the screen and I'm showing the Houthi statement, the background, there was like Christmas lights and stuff blinking. Yeah. It was like a whole like joke that James and I actually made together. James and I sat down and incorporated a visual background together to make,
because it's red, green, and white. Is that because their thing is red, green, and white? Their little poster thing.
Well, it was also around Christmas.
True.
So
you and me, and when it is not adhered to, when a mom hangs Emmett Till, the justice turns out to be a crime itself.
American endorsed me call it because.
And let's hear how Bowman's challenger Latimer responds.
Well, clearly, I can't satisfy the caller because she's made up her mind. What I can tell you is that the non-voting Democratic Committee, which is 85% African American, endorsed me unanimously for this.
He just did it. He's the thing told him not to do.
African American county legislators, African American elected officials throughout the county. I have the support of unions like CSEA and TWU Local 100, which are multicultural, both African American and Latino individuals. They're not offended by my policy.
Oh, look, I have a black friend again.
View, which is shared by some people, but I do not believe it's shared universally. I have the support from some members of the black clergy who understand who I am as a person. They don't judge me by a tweet, and they don't judge me with a predetermined notion that somehow because I am white, I can't possibly represent somebody who is not white. You can only be in one demographic, and if the philosophy of where we are heading is that you cannot be in office unless you have my identity, then we're in a bad place.
In fairness, the caller did not say that, right? In fairness, the caller did not say that, right?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm responding to a question in my terms. She was, I think, pretty clear that she's not happy with me and that I can't represent her interests. That's what she said. And so what I'm saying is, if we're at the point where because I am not of the same demographic as she is, I can't represent her interests, then I don't know where you go with that. I think realistically,
she said your rhetoric about specific things, including like also your supporters, like it's not because you're a white guy.
Yeah, a good job to Brian Lehrer there. I wasn't familiar with him before, but he did a great job.
I will say that he forgot to mention the support that he gets from one of the most important pillars of the black community.
Okay, look, you want to see
right. She did.
Here's the background that we made, right? There's not all of it's like there's dancing mistletoe behind where I am up here, right? So,
mistletoe is no match for my toe missile.
Yeah, exactly. Right? A new war in Yemen. There's the Christmas lights that are swinging. Went all out with that just to get demonetized.
Thanks, YouTube.
It endorsed Latimer, and she had previously endorsed the incumbent when Bowman was challenging him in 2020, Elliot Engel. We saw how well that worked out for Elliot Engel, so I'm hoping the same thing happens here.
as she is, I can't represent her interest, then I don't know where you go with that. I think realistically, we are only the demographic we are. And then in theory, you only vote for the person who looks exactly like you. That might get you Clarence Thomas. I don't know. But whatever it is, Brian.
Is this the guy that Hillary Clinton endorsed?
Yes, I believe so.
Very cool. All right, I think we can move on from this one.
The Democratic primary is June 25th. Okay.
In New York.
In New York State. And
but early voting, I think, opens up in a few days. The 15th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but you can also do mail-in balloting. You can pick that up now, as far as I know.
To hide.
And listen to how he goes after. I mean, I honestly don't remember a race where there was this much race baiting in a Democratic primary. In
a Democratic primary,
many cycles.
Wild.
I'm sure maybe there's some that I'm just not aware of, but this is the most high-profile race baiting Democratic primary I've seen in ages. And honestly, I mean, I know I should not be shocked, but I'm shocked that the Democratic establishment has not distanced themselves from this guy Latimer. Here is a snippet from their debate. I guess this was last night.
Their agenda. And make no mistake about it, Jamal's got his own agenda. He's been endorsed by the DSA. They have an agenda to wipe out Israel. They have an agenda to lift sanctions on Russia. He accuses me of being pro-Russian. Give me a break. The DSA is pro-Russian and pro-Iran and pro-North Korean. He went begging for their endorsement last week when he got it. And the Justice Democrats, I use the word in quotation marks, that intend to destroy the Democratic Party in order to radicalize it. This is what's wrong in Washington. You've seen rational government in White Plains that has advanced us in every area of public policy. Oh, the host of things that we've done. And he will tell you that what we've done in White Plains isn't good enough. What we've done is accomplish things. What he's done is give speeches all across the country. And when you get as much money as you get from outside the district, your constituency is Dearborn, Michigan.
I pause it for 1 second before we get into his racism.
What is this very strange
for George Latimer
Bro.
to even bring up
hang on
outside money from outside of the district?
Yeah,
is
wait. He just said your constituency is Dearborn, Michigan.
Oh,
do you know what that means? What he
that
actually just
Palestinian?
Said? He literally
That
said.
all
He
Islamic?
literally said, "Fucking your constituency is Muslims." Basically, like talk about race baiting. Holy shit! Wild.
I must have been talking when you said that. Was it right at the end?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
the Plains isn't good enough to radicalize it. This is what's wrong in Washington. You've seen rational government in White Plains that has advanced us in every area of public policy. Oh, the host of things that we've done. And he will tell you that what we've done in White Plains isn't good enough. What we've done is accomplish things. What he's done is give speeches all across the country. And when you get as much money as you get from outside the district, your constituency is Dearborn, Michigan.
I pause it for 1 second before we get into his
That's
race.
why I missed it, because Sam spoke as it happened.
Racism. For George Latimer to even bring up outside money from outside of the district is, I mean, aside from being one of the most like audacious, sort of like factually speaking, misrepresentations that I can possibly remember, it's just incredibly bogus. He is getting all of his money, not just from outside of his district, but outside the party.
It's Karl Rovian.
It is totally Karl Rovian. This is the best I could say about him is it's completely old school Republican dirty tactics.
Well, because as you mentioned, the money that he's getting is not traceable in the same way that someone like Jamal Bowman, who is relying on small dollar donations,
wait,
in the way that it is, and we know that
you mean
AIPAC's
to tell me that there's a shift going on here, and that the Democrats, the whole so-called, let's call them legacy Democrats, are now using tactics that we saw in the Republican Party in the old school days?
Are you telling me that what we've been saying about the party system is coming true? Is that the Democrats are becoming the Republicans?
Remember how
Republicans are becoming?
Remember how I was just yelling at Tim Pool last week for thinking that Eric Adams was a Republican when he wasn't?
Money into these shadowy groups that are funding campaigns like this. And it seems like they think that Jamal Bowman is the easiest target for them to take out, to say, like, see, we have a win. We're able to punish people for being pro-Palestinian.
It is funny when you say things like shadowy groups. And, I'd find something maybe better to say.
Public opinion is moving away from us. We are still able to get somebody out of Congress and deliver for the right-wing pro-Israel lobby. And in case you guys didn't, you missed it, Dearborn, Michigan was mentioned there.
Well, we're just about to listen to it.
Okay.
Go. All right, go ahead. Continue.
is give speeches all across the country. And when you get as much money as you get from outside the district, your constituency is Dearborn, Michigan. Your constituency is San Francisco, California. It's not Harrison. It's not Tuckahoe. It's not Scarsdale. You're not even there to be part of the events of those communities. So I think what has to happen in the next 2 years is you send somebody.
He is arguing. I mean, he's basically talking about Dearborn, Michigan, because that's where there's a high concentration of Muslims and Palestinians and Arab Americans. And I guess the San Francisco thing is what is supposed
Liberals.
to be. Well, I mean, and I should correct myself. I think I said the 17th, New York 16th district.
No, it's 17, not 16.
It's the 16th district.
Are you almost?
Yes.
Oh, it says 16th. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the 16th district, and I said 17. And the idea that San Francisco is any more liberal than New York 16th is absurd. It is. I mean, is he running against Nancy Pelosi? Like, I'm unclear what the deal is here.
He's using the attacks that Bowman used on Elliot Engel, that he was never in the district, or that AOC used against Joe Crowley, where it's not. I mean, you can have your criticisms of Jamal Bowman, but I think he's fairly intimately involved in his district. He was a school principal, school teacher, educator before he ran for Congress. I just think that attack falls pretty flat, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this race. We have links, and we'll put links up for phone banking for Jamal.
Okay. Move.
The pro-Israel lobby group reportedly plans to spend as much as $25 million to defeat Bowman, who was one of the first lawmakers to call for a permanent ceasefire after October 7th. AIPAC is backing Bowman's...
what a surprise that AIPAC is the one that fucking goes against that. Yeah. Does that tell you who you should be against and who's the fucking bad guy in this situation?
Well, I think Clinton is worse, so we got to get to some stuff where we talk about Clinton endorsing him.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough in this video. We can move on. Got it, AIPAC, move on.
I mean, pretty much. But maybe we'll get some Chunk.
Sure.
No,
let's hear them. Okay, it's just Chunk saying join now.
Yeah.
Does she still have the geese?
Yeah.
Okay.
Strange.
I got a great name for her now.
Okay.
A doofus.
Mother Goose. Mother Goose.
Perfect.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
This is just one poll, but the poll's not good. Now, Latimer, who is currently the Westchester County executive, also has a higher favorability score than Bowman.
I definitely saved
Elliot
it
Engel, so I'm
somewhere,
hoping-
but she totally fucking insults Hassan and calls him a Nepo baby.
Yeah. Wait, where?
I gotta find it.
Okay, you find that because the video that I skipped at the start was the only one really talking about Hillary Clinton.
This is fine. It's probably shorter than Vosh's video.
Hillary Clinton. Okay.
Yeah, she sucks.
Remember her? She has just endorsed a MAGA-backed Democratic candidate in a New York primary. So I'm going to get to this insanity, though you could argue not really insane considering who Hillary Clinton is and especially what she's become since her loss in 2016. But this, you may be wondering, how is there a MAGA-backed candidate in a Democratic primary?
This is the lady that everyone is convinced has bodies in the closet. Nobody says it more than Hillary Clinton, not even Bill, specifically Hillary. People are like, something about her seems like she's a fucking murderer. That's a unanimous opinion about Hillary. And that, except for the ultra feminists who, are really invested in the Amber Heard trial.
Yeah. They also tend to be TERFs.
Oh, Hill dogs?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I bet you, I'm kind of just facetiously saying that. They really do strike me as the TERF types.
Cannot win in a general election. So the real race is in the primary between two Democrats. And Hillary Clinton has decided to endorse the individual who is running against the person already in Congress, in Jamal Bowman. And not only that, the person she is endorsing is the absolute worst kind of candidate imaginable. Now, Hillary Clinton's not new to this race, or I should say this, Jamal Bowman's district at least, as back in 2020, she backed Elliot Engel.
Is this guy, I'm still not sure whether this guy is a Democrat or a Republican. He's a Democrat, right? He's running to unseat the other Democrat. That's what's happening. This isn't like a Republican-Democrat race.
Yes, it's a primary.
Good fucking Lord.
who at the
But we have been saying that Republicans need to start influencing the Democratic primary. So I guess we're getting our wish.
And again, are you saying that
time
Hillary
was
Clinton is a Republican? And there's a party shift that's
he's-
got to happen?
MAGA's candidate, I guess. Because what? His big money is coming from who? AIPAC? I guess they
And
fund both
Republicans
sides.
directly.
Mm.
Because they know they can beat him. So they fund the candidate that they know they can beat.
Yes.
Democrats do this too. Everyone does this.
Mhm.
It's partially why Trump candidates get to the finals constantly.
Yeah.
sitting Democrat in Congress. And it was her first primary endorsement of 2020, one of a handful. Hillary Clinton does not really weigh in too often on congressional primary races, except if it's to support a conservative running against a progressive. So she came into this race in
Thank you
2020 to back
for
Elliot
saying
Engel. Of course, lost
it's
to
a
Jamal Bowman.
conservative running
Now-
against a progressive, and not using fucking dumb Euro terms to describe the European Parliament that were invented by a fucking terrorist. Let's use actual fucking language here.
The sitting congressperson. And now she's come back with this endorsement. With Trump on the ballot, we need strong, principled Democrats in Congress, more than ever. In Congress, Latimer will protect abortion rights, stand up to the NRA, and fight for President Biden's agenda, just like he's always done. Make a plan to vote by June 25th. Make a plan to vote, if you're in that district, by June 25th to vote for Jamal Bowman. Now, I highlighted this here, so who can reply? So Hillary purposely blocked replies on this. The only person who replies is George Latimer, of course. But I found this interesting because this is new. I went back through some of her tweets, and May 15th is the last time that she allowed a reply to a tweet of hers where she got ratioed 6.2 to 4.6. Now, this is where the reason why I'm bringing this up is because here she tweets out, our climate crisis isn't coming. It's here, and today's children are among those who will feel its effects most. So here she's pretending to care about the climate crisis. Now, there are many reasons why we can go through her history why she has never cared. But in this instance, this is the candidate she's endorsing here in New York has literally said this. Faced with an urgent climate crisis and Democratic base hungry for climate action, Latimer has said, this is the Hillary candidate, quote, there is not going to be a George Latimer climate change bill. George Latimer is not the climate change candidate. If you were discussing the issue of climate change or making this announcement because you actually cared about climate change, about the climate crisis, and not just doing it for clout, you
mean
would
to
be
tell me
endorsing
he's a
the
Republican
better candidate on the
who's
issue.
had Republican views that were 10 years ago?
I was reading this thing and I'm like, oh, I wonder whether this is like a legit thing, right? It says U.S. covert anti-China operations likely killed many, and I'm reading. It's like hate campaign went international. Okay, China vaccine successful, and then I'm like, propaganda. Okay.
Of climate change in this race, but instead she's backing the guy who has promised to not sign his name to a climate change bill. Now, before I get to more on this, I just want to show you Jamal Bowman's reaction to the Hillary endorsement, where he put a statement out saying, I'm proud to be the only candidate in this race endorsed by Planned Parenthood. Pause there. Yes, Hillary Clinton has endorsed the candidate who is running against the Planned Parenthood candidate. So by extension, Hillary Clinton appears to be anti-Planned Parenthood. Also endorsed by Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and a healthcare union in his district, and the only candidate who rejects right-wing special interest groups like AIPAC. We'll get to more on AIPAC, because this has a lot to do with AIPAC. Now, this piece here from Jacobin Mega loves Jamal Bowman's opponent. So deep-pocketed right-wing Trump backers eager to drive progressive from Congress are swelling the campaign coffers of George Latimer. They go on to say here, I'll discuss AIPAC more later, but part of what's animating both Meg and AIPAC is Bowman's call for a ceasefire in Gaza, which is a very popular position. 69% of Democratic voters in his district support a ceasefire. Not to mention nationally, it's very popular as well. So this, of course, is more about the money from AIPAC, which is essentially an extension of the right-wing Israeli state. Laura, who is Steve Laura,
Weird that the guy who's backed by AIPAC brought up
is a top
Dearborn, huh?
Trump fundraiser. And he, in the last election, hosted a party for New York Governor Kathy Hochul's far-right opponent, Lee Zeldin, where Donald Trump Jr. is a featured speaker, that idiot, and has also served as a regional finance chairman.
They
for
use
New York
the
State
term
Republican
far
Party.
right,
So, yeah,
which does... Because Kathy Hochul is just center right, I guess.
$5,000 is small in comparison to what these PACs put in, but he's hosting a fundraiser or hosted a fundraiser. to defeat
my
radical
mom
Jamal Bowman.
actually had a based political
And
opinion.
hosted that fundraiser at.
Oh, really?
Recently. Yeah, she wanted to know because she saw I added the Caspian report thing that Iraq was doing bad. And she said, "Is that good or bad?" And I was like, "Well, Iraq's a very complicated country." And I went through and I broke down the entire conflict in Iraq between like the ethnic groups and like why the government doesn't work. And like that, but still, like it's still parliamentary, so it's not like it's like there's still a democracy underlaying it, which is the value of democracy. Like Iraq is not considered a democracy by most people. It's a hybrid regime, right? But like just because it has that underpinning of democracy, it helps keep some control from completely falling to Iran. It's definitely not power in the people's hands. Unless you're fucking in the PMF or like a suck Maliki's dick or a Saudiarist, then you're But I explained all that, and then I was saying that I was talking about how bad Kathy is, and how what sucks about states like California and New York and New Jersey is that because they'll always be blue, they can be as corrupt as they fucking want. It doesn't matter. It's like Chicago, right? Chicago has a historic political corruption record, rigged election record, most notorious rigged elections. Most likely elections to be rigged are always in Chicago. But then you look at Minnesota, right, where things actually happen. So I said, like, like New Jersey and New York will go, sometimes they'll go conservative, but it doesn't like actually break anything. It needs to actually be someone who's outside the parties on the other side of the platform on the Democratic side to really mix things up. And then she said that the main reason she hated Chris Christie and has always hated Chris Christie is because he was anti-legalizing for medical marijuana.
That's it?
Yep. That's why she said she didn't like him since then, because she cited a specific case where a kid who had seizures and stuff could be treated with it, and he absolutely refused to budge on it when it was like clearly a valid medicine at the time. So I was like, that's cool. That's a good reason to hate Chris Christie. Like that's probably one of the best reasons you could come up with to hate Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
the home of fellow Republican David Burkow. This is one of the mega backers for Latimer. Another one pro-Trump GOP donor hosts fundraiser for George Latimer in primary challenge to Jamal Bowman. And this guy's insurance mogul Alex Dubitsky and his wife inviting friends to pay up to $6,600 a person to have brunch with Latimer. Dubitsky himself gave $8,000 to Trump in 2020 and another $7,000 to his Make America Great Again PAC. He forked over nearly $20,000 to the Republican National Committee in recent years. Like, this is the company that Hillary Clinton keeps. Now,
amazing. It's like people who appear on Epstein's flight logs. They kind of seem to be of a certain type of person, huh?
And more conservative over the years. Back in 2016, I think it's clear she was a better candidate over Trump. Not saying a whole lot, but she was a better candidate than Trump. And since 2016, she's only become more bitter, more conservative. The sorts of endorsements she has made, the sorts of things she said, the people she has backed, really, like that has, if it wasn't already clear back in 2016, it has shown people just how unwilling Hillary has been to acknowledge the mistakes that she made in 2016. And it appears like, this is my speculation, but it's almost like she has an agenda against progressives because of her loss in 2016. I don't think she was never really this anti-progressive the way she is. I'm not saying she was progressive in any way. Though you could argue she wasn't in some ways when it came to women's rights and some other issues. But
Hillary
like
sucks.
Her anger at what happened in 2016 and her feeling that it's the fault of Sanders voters, which I've done videos on this. I really don't want to rehash it. I didn't mean to bring this up, but it's so ridiculous to blame Sanders supporters in 2016 when more people backed Sanders. I should clarify. When more Sanders primary voters backed Hillary Clinton in 2016 than Hillary Clinton voters in the primary against Barack Obama backed Obama in 2008. It is like there has been so much misinformation about that. Anyways, the real, anyone following this channel likely already knows all this, but the real issue with 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton did not speak to a base of voters that she needed to activate to come out to vote.
Blah blah blah. I don't care. I'm bored.
But also generally.
Well, okay. Do we then? Okay. Pride cringe, or
pull up the video I just sent. It's short.
Fine.
Oh, we can laugh at Anna real quick, and then Pride Cringe, sure, but we definitely want to
word here that is
definitely want to talk about these bump stocks because it's funny.
Yes, bump stocks. Yeah,
said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, it can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness. But anyway, let me continue with the rest of her statement.
She made me lose respect for anyone that has ever worked with her that I had a ounce of respect for, by the way, because like they are so god.
I might have found my favorite word now so far. I might have. The claiming that the Hong Kong protesters are white supremacists is probably one of the best things I've ever heard.
Blind sometimes.
Jeez, Hassan really just got cooked. It's like nobody likes this guy anymore. Anna Kasparian threw some hilarious shade at Hassan in what was at first kinda sly, but she eventually just said,
"Oh my god, I love this. This is like
Maya
so
responds to being called a Nepo baby, where Anna Kasparian pretty clearly points the finger at one of the biggest Nepo babies she knows, Mr. Hassan Piker. Let's take a look.
While most Nepo babies like to deny that they've been given incredible opportunities in life without necessarily earning it because of nepotism, one actress named Maya Hawke just gave all those other stars a masterclass in how to respond to the Nepo baby allegations. She says, yeah, I'm a Nepo baby and I accept it.
Now, I have a specific example of someone that worked here that has said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, it can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness. But anyway, let me continue with the rest of her statement. I saw 2 paths when I was first starting, and one of them was change your name, get a nose job, and go to open casting roles.
Now, the other person that worked here that has said very similar things is Ben Mankiewicz. We had a large conversation about that in a recent Old School episode. Old School is a podcast that we do together. If you remember, tyt.com/team.
Sheesh, shots fired. Something tells me Anna doesn't like Hassan very much. And honestly, who could blame her? Anna is 100% correct. Hassan absolutely lacks any self-awareness. I like the part how Anna cut off Cenk assuming it was about Hassan. And when it turned out not to be, Cenk didn't even bother to defend him. 'Cause he knows. He employed this Nepo baby after all, for years in fact. One could even say he is a big reason as to why Hassan would be called a Nepo baby. Apart from the lesser-known fact that Hassan's dad was a high-ranking executive of Sabanci Holding, a company with revenue in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and that he has sat on a trade board for Turkey with the former prime minister. If anyone was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, it's Hassan Piker. And something tells me Hassan got word of the shade that's been getting thrown at him by the Young Turks. And he has some choice words for the organization. He has coded it to make it not so obvious. But if you understand the situation, it's not hard to spot the salt.
Yeah, she spent every day for the past 8 months hand-wringing about progressives on the left. She lost their fucking cushy job over at like Progressive Victory. She made me lose respect for anyone that has ever worked with her that I had a fucking ounce of respect for, by the way, because like they are so god blind sometimes. I will not be naming any names, but maybe familial relations. It's like ridiculous, dude. It's what are we doing? Like, can you not fucking see how dumb this person is? Like, are you insane? Like, how? I will question anyone. At this point, I will literally question any fucking human being that looks at this dumb chirping for 8 months about everything that Israel has done, trying to do the worst possible job of defending it. If you are like, that's my political operative, like, yeah, you're destined to fucking lose, okay?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. He isn't too happy with everyone at the Young Turks, but he just doesn't want to say it too publicly as to not start a news cycle about the situation. But you don't have to do much of a thought experiment to figure out what he's talking about. Dude is choked. But what does he have to be choked about? Does he not remember where he came from and who brought him there?
This week's pro tip is about bringing out the alpha male in you. Being an alpha male or a leader of a pack is not something everyone's born with. However, if you do the things I'm about to tell you, your late night weekend fun will be a lot more exciting than catching reruns of Modern Family while facing a quart of Haagen-Dazs.
So as a result, we have brought on Bro Tip to help demonstrate what the good dance moves are and what the bad dance moves are. So Bro Tip, why don't we start off with what women do not find attractive?
In the name of credible journalism. Yes. All right. Go. So this is what women do not find attractive.
He's doing a pretty good job. That does look like the animation. That's funny. And I can see why women do not find that attractive.
That is actually 90% of guys. It's kind of amazing.
It is.
Cenk Uygur, the founder, the host, a person I'm related to by blood.
Hassan looks
he will
so
be here
good at
defending
business
capitalism.
casual, right? Like the dance was dumb as fuck, but like his head didn't look tiny there.
True.
He looks like a normal human being who had a normal size proportions.
Here.
No, both. The suit is good too. I think Hassan should stop dressing with the way he dresses. Like it clearly suits him.
Trying to tell a woman how to dress?
I mean, think about it. The suit gives him the broad shoulders, right? It makes it,
Yeah.
Like you can kind of like
He should just go on roids.
You can help it. Well, the thing is that would make his head look even smaller. He has a tiny head. That's the issue, is that his torso is gigantic and his head is fucking tiny. So like here they got it, like the way that they have the shoulders, like it doesn't actually make him look giant. It makes you like account for the suit jacket, thinking that like, oh, that's just broad shouldered suit jacket. His head looks normal size.
Sure. Yeah, I get your point.
Host, a person I'm related to by blood. He will be here defending capitalism.
God, Hassan is such a joke. Dude is literally a walking parody of someone trying to rebel against daddy,
like
only to become
tucking in his shirt.
What he has always hated.
He looks
How
great.
People support this guy unironically.
Tucking in a fucking shirt and wearing slacks, bro.
Even the people that have brought him to where he is today.
Get that man in an office.
Even his
I bet you know what he would fucking be killer at? Sales.
Which is exactly why
like
his
the
view count
like the Tommy Boy type thing where you go in and you play with the cars.
Talking thing.
Where you go in there and sell them on your fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's fallen off of a cliff. Do you guys remember the Hassan TYT days? Hassan actually used to do a show with Anna Kasparian, and they appeared to get along fairly well. So either she was always biting her tongue about him and just now got the courage to start talking about it, or Hassan has just been so horrible over the years that this opinion of him has grown on her. Let's take a look at how well these two used to get along.
I want to know what you think, Haas. Make your point.
I used to be fat. So I have like real empathy for this guy. When I saw the picture, especially the second picture, I felt disgusted. And
what is the
strategic partnership?
Some old timers here. What was was it the cousin Oliver? Is that what you call it? Like Scrappy Doo was a cousin Oliver, right? Give me a thumbs up in chat if I'm right. Anyway, Hassan is a cousin Oliver for the TYT. That's why he was there. That's why they're treating him nice and all that shit. He's a fucking cousin Oliver because they're fucking like so detached from like young people that they're trying to reach to begin with. So they brought Hassan in there, who like was a typical fucking college bro at the time.
It's awesome that they're doing all this stuff. And 4chan is obviously like notorious for being the gutter of the internet. And so there's no surprise there. But I want to leave on one negative point. It is kind of interesting that right after this happened, his
head looks normal size here too.
A new Twitter for himself called Dancing Man.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he has 83,000 followers, and he only has 14 tweets so far. But it just seemed like he was, I don't know. I mean, I hope the guy is genuine, but I mean, I don't know. Hopefully we don't see like a new internet.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
What's wrong with that? I mean,
it's kind of like he's capitalizing on
maybe he should. Maybe he should.
Sheesh. Well, if you think about it from her perspective for a moment, it's not too hard to see what happened. Like,
bro,
think about it for a
you
moment.
understand this is
Anna
fake chemistry, right? It's a show. Have you watched Rising and seen Brianna get along with fucking Robbie? Like, come on. Look at Crystal and Sagar.
Is this TV show shit?
Since day one creating the Young Turks. Then you got Nepo baby Hassan over here with daddy's connections, hitting up Cenk and just getting him a position like it's nothing. Only to treat his spot at the company as a joke, creating the pile of garbage that was known as bro tips and the pile of garbage that was Agitprop.
Yes,
only
he was the
for him
creator
to
and
use his
producer
relevance
of
that was brought to him by being on this show to start his own streaming career, eventually totally eclipsing her earnings.
Well, I
Honestly,
wonder why
if
he
it
left.
was me, I would despise this guy as well. Like, think about it. You devote your whole life to something, only to have this Nepo baby treat you like a stepping stone. I don't even like TYT or Anna, but I could
He
really
was an
sympathize with
employee.
the situation. What?
Like, this guy is so off base. Like,
This guy has 51,000 subscribers.
this guy is so off base with it. Like, I don't. He's like, you couldn't. If you actually read the room and understand what's going on here. What? Okay, bro. It was just funny when she said,
title of the video, we have some good news for you today. So,
who's this?
Some dude.
Okay, can we go back and listen to this excellent audio?
Welcome back, everyone. As you probably guessed from the title of the video, we have some good news for you today. So as of today, this morning, about 2 hours ago, as of when I'm recording this, the Supreme Court has made their ruling on the bump stock case. So just real quick history for folks who aren't familiar with it. I'm going to try to make this video as short as possible, give you all the information you need to know,
okay,
and then what will happen going forward based on this case.
All right.
In 2017, there was the Las Vegas shooting where people claimed that a bump stock was used. President Trump,
hang on,
his attorney general at the time.
Hang on. Already out the gate, people claim that a bump stock was used.
Pictures.
The Department of Justice to ban bump stocks and reclassify them as machine.
Who is the people claiming?
Who's they?
Who's they? You need a source here. And it should be, if you're going to be vague and be like, they claimed this, we don't know if it's true. It could have been an M60 for all I know. Like, if you're going to be that type of rationale, like, aka an idiot, you should be like, ATF or FBI, right? Whoever, cite the specific like case report, right?
Yes.
So you would say the FBI stated bump stocks were used.
Guns, which is what the Department of Justice and ATF did. Of course, no law was passed by Congress authorizing that reclassification. And I should note that machine guns are defined in a specific way under the National Firearms Act, which was passed in 1934. Long story short, in order for something to be a machine gun, it needs to fire more than one round with a continuous pull of the trigger. So if you are pulling the trigger multiple times and firing one round each time you pull the trigger, by statute, by definition,
didn't we
by
just
law,
cover something saying that they were going to be overturned? And like, who was doing the report? Was it like PBS who went and like looked at the bump stocks? We were like, come on, fire the bump stock, fire the bump stock. It was some reporter who actually went out and talked to the guy who invented it, right?
Yes.
Who did that story?
It was... I remember because they never shot the gun.
And we were hoping they would. It was a girl too, I know that.
Yes.
But yeah, we were looking at it saying that it might get overturned not that long ago.
A machine gun. That was the defense that Michael Cargill, as well as many other organizations, took when they took up the case to fight this ban, and it finally made its way to the Supreme Court. I should note this case is the first of a number of interpretations by the ATF since 2017 that are going to the Supreme Court. Many more are coming, and if this is any sort of precursor to
the ATF, should not be making laws, just like the tax department shouldn't be making laws.
The police should not make laws.
Yes. So this should not be happening anyway.
They certainly have proven they're not experts on it. So
exactly. So yeah, all of these should be any law passed by any department that is unelected should be struck from the records, erased. Everybody charged and punished under them remunerated.
In my opinion, I would think that it would be easier to make an unregistered machine gun than to use a bump stock efficiently and well.
Yes. Because 3D printing a machine gun is easy.
Well, also you can just
those cases,
your gun.
Yes.
Like even a Glock switch, that's one of those things where technically it's not a technique. You just it's a conversion. It's a conversion kit. Just like how conversion kits can turn shit into like an SBR.
Yeah.
Go in the way of liberty-loving Americans. That's my take anyway. So before we actually get into a few different quotes from this ruling, it's not all that long. I will link it down below.
Cool disobey shirt, bro.
Pages, and that includes the dissent, which we'll get to here in a second, because the dissent is probably going to be just as important as the actual ruling going forward. But we do need to thank the channel sponsor before we do all that, and that is
go fuck yourself.
Semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun. We hold that a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bump stock is not a machine gun because it cannot fire more than one shot by a single function of the trigger, and even if
factually accurate, a bump stock does not fire multiple rounds with a trigger pull.
If it could, it would not do so automatically. So the automatically thing was something that the Department of Justice was arguing in support of their case for.
Yes, because the automation of the firearm is the automation of the action, not the gun itself.
Yeah, and I think people just kind of, when they were like, "Oh, it just instantly makes the gun a machine gun," right? And there's kind of
they
think it's just a clip you put on something.
They're conflating fire rate with the actual mechanism and trigger pull.
They don't understand that you have to like lean into it. Like it's not if you didn't have to lean into it, you technically don't move like the trigger. Like you're like operating it as like a recoil. Yeah, it operates more as like a recoil buffer.
Yes. And that's exactly what it is. So what I'm saying is people are mistaking that they're mistaking the action of the gun itself, which is still semi-automatic, and the fire rate of the gun as the same thing. They're not. That's the point I'm making. Because you can pull a trigger pretty fucking quickly. But if 2 bullets don't go out at the same time, it's not a machine gun.
You know what else? You know, like the fire rate being really high at the Las Vegas shooting, right? You ever think that he was just leaning 2 guns at the same time and pulling both triggers back and forth? How high do you think a fire rate could that be? Just mag dumping ARs like that.
Pretty fast, and it's, even if you didn't have the bump stocks, right?
I think you need 2 hands to use a bump stock.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But even without a bump stock, right? Just having bipods, just solid bipods, pushing in on the bipods and alternating trigger pulls. I'm theorizing. I don't care what
he definitely was bracing against, like he was set up on something. Like actually
that's what I'm saying. That is if he wanted to and didn't have bump stocks to do what he did, you could easily just lean on very good bipods, which would hold the guns where he wanted them to be, and just alternate trigger pulls. It would sound almost identical because bump stocks are not consistent in their fire rate either because of the way that they work. So there's that too. So there's just so many things, and the footage, the fire rate was inconsistent. It was not consistent with a machine gun.
And then, if you listen to this 2-second clip that a libertarian sent, it's clearly really consistent in this small clip where it puts out like 30 rounds, and that's an M60 clearly.
That essentially a new technology had come out and it circumvented the law that was passed in 1934. However, that absolutely is not true. If anybody knows anything about bump firing, you can bump fire firearms from your shoulder. You can do it from your waistband. You can do it with a rubber band. Quite literally, people have been doing this for hundreds of years, or over 100 years, I guess, at this point.
It literally is like when you do like the carnival guns, right? Where they would like shoot the thing behind them in the mirror. Like who is the girl who did that, who made that famous, is shooting in the mirror?
I don't know.
Come on, chat. Let's hear some history. Famous gun girl cowboy.
Anyway, continue.
Well, it's like trade firing. They do shows.
Yeah.
Annie Oakley. Right when I hit search, I was
got it?
Annie Oakley, and then I searched. It was like, oh yes, it was Annie Oakley. Yeah. That was her big
tradition in semi-automatic firearms ownership.
Back.
Yeah.
Again, for 100 years now, this is absolutely nothing new. And Justice Thomas goes on to say, ATF therefore exceeded its statutory authority by issuing a rule that classifies bump stocks as a machine gun. It's pretty clear, right? The ATF classified a piece of plastic that you can add on to a semi-automatic firearm, and they said that piece of plastic itself was a machine gun, not the firearm you added it to, but the piece of plastic itself was a machine gun, which in no way does that piece of plastic fit the definition of a machine gun under the National Firearms Act. And then it says a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bump stock does not fire more than 1 shot by a single function of the trigger. With or without a bump stock, a shooter must release and reset the trigger between every shot. And they actually go into, if you actually read the ruling, they very clearly go over like trigger reset, sear release, all of those sorts of things that people who are into guns know about in terms of how firearms function. And the Supreme Court has illustrations in a ruling of all of these things, disproving the ATF's theory and the Department of Justice's theory that these items are machine guns.
This is one of those things where I don't see how it would uphold in like even a more liberal court. What was the actual ruling though?
On the bump stock?
Yeah. Like how many votes to what?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'll look up.
That's what I want to know. But are
accounts. I will upload a video
auto
that was done by the gun collector.
machine guns?
I don't know what that is.
Glock switches.
Yes. Can you pull the trigger down and dumps the magazine, right?
Yep.
Then it's a machine gun, or it's a machine pistol, but whatever.
Yeah, I tried
Well,
to
it's
do it here on YouTube. YouTube will
it's
not
just
let me,
like how
post that
silencer
video,
is
so
in the
I will
law, even though it's a suppressor.
Yeah.
Right. By U.S. law, it is a machine gun.
Yeah.
Put it on all my various social media accounts. It's a high-speed video that will show how an actual bump stock works and how, with every time the trigger is pulled, the trigger is fully reset, and a single pull releases a single round in glorious, like I think it's like 6,000 frames a minute.
Yeah,
so you guys
you're
will
just
see it,
pulling
and
with your
you
front
should be,
hand.
after watching that video,
It's almost like
pretty clear on
shooting
what
a
bump stock
shotgun.
actually does and what
Like,
it doesn't do.
you know,
However, that is
the
6 to
fucking
3, okay.
the trick during World War II with the shotgun is you could slide fire it by holding down, or World War I, the trench gun, you could slide fire it by holding down the
Slam
trigger.
fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
Well, slam fire
Yeah.
is more like a homemade shotgun.
No. It's called slam fire.
Is it still?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
It's called slam firing, and it's a specific feature. It's actually a feature. It's not a fault.
But that's literally closer to a bump stock
Yes, it is.
than an actual machine gun.
But that will.
It's a similar technique that you use to shoot it.
That may be a semi fully automatic shotgun.
Yeah, well, because you're technically
because you're holding the trigger down.
But you are with the bump stock too. You're just using the motion to go forward on it.
All right, semi fully automatic. New category.
Yeah.
New category unlocked.
What is it? You want to go fully semi-automatic? Is that the thing that he says? The CNN guy?
Yes, fully semi-automatic. Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Full semi-auto.
what Clarence Thomas said. The dissent was written by Justice Sotomayor. She states within a matter of minutes.
I disagree, and I'm generally pro reasonable gun control.
You disagree on the dissent?
No, I think that's a bad call. I think that it should be a unanimous decision. It's clearly not.
Okay.
It's clearly not what the law defines.
Okay.
Minutes using several hundred rounds of ammunition. The shooter killed 58 people and wounded over 500. He did so by affixing bump stocks to commonly available automatic rifles.
Is fertilizer
super
illegal?
Important that the
that seems very emotional for a SCOTUS dissent. That seems very. Won't somebody think of the children?
Yeah, it's. Are we doing it by how many kill? If you can kill this many people, it's a machine gun.
Like,
and then we're gonna fucking have. You know what? You know what the Razor Cat is? It's a specific type of gun. Okay,
No.
I'll just show you it real quick.
dissent in this case just admitted in an official Supreme Court ruling that semi-automatic rifles are commonly available and or common use. So if you look back to the Heller decision, which is probably a top 3 pro-Second Amendment decision in the history of the United States, it's a very important one. It's one that a lot of things are based on going forward. And Heller determined that anything that was in common use could not be banned either by a statute, whether it be an executive agency making a ruling or by Congress passing a law, because that law would inherently be unconstitutional because anything in common use could not be banned, and it was common use at the time. That was the standard. So Heller looked at bearable arms, and that included, which was contentious at the time, handguns with detachable magazines. But basically, that decision has been cited many times in many other decisions to establish that anything that was in common use could not be banned. And that is important because we have the Naperville case, which is potentially going before the Supreme Court this year, which is the Illinois assault weapons ban. That will encompass many different state cases that are being appealed right now to the Supreme Court, to include California, New York, Hawaii, Illinois, like we just talked about. It's going to be many of them, which are essentially bans on semi-automatic firearms, which, again, Justice Sotomayor, as well as the 2 other liberal justices concurred with, that those are in common use. So if they're in common use, based on precedent that has been set for decades now, they cannot be banned. So that looks to be a very good sign going forward for future wins here in the case. Additionally, like I said earlier, the bump stock ban was the first thing that has actually made it to the Supreme Court. That was a challenge to executive agency rulings by the ATF and Department of Justice. There are many others, to include forced reset triggers. That's coming up soon. Additionally, frames and receivers rule, as well as the pistol brace. We had a big win in that case yesterday. However, it's not the Supreme Court level yet. But all of those things are executive agency overreaches by the Department of Justice that are pending Supreme Court ruling. And with this as a precedent, looks like everything's going to be pretty good news going forward. Of course, we can't count the chickens before they hatch, but it is a good sign for sure. And definitely good news for anybody who likes civil rights and just civil liberties in America. If you guys have any questions about this, anything like that, you can post those down below in the comment section as well. You can also post over at my various social media pages. Again, I will have a video over there that will show you guys exactly how bump stocks work. I got a bunch of media inquiries this morning. I'm not responding to any of you out there who reached out to me in the media, simply because I do my own media, give my own answers. But that will be there for you guys to reference. It is a video done by the Gun Collective. It's a very good video, and definitely check out the Gun Collective if you haven't done so already. But again, if you are following me on all my social media, if you are subscribed here, you've hit the notification bell, and you're not seeing 2 videos a week here on the channel, you are being censored by an algorithm, 2 to 4 videos, I should say, and that is because I put them up every week, and YouTube or some other.
Just a razor cat that's smithed, and it doesn't have any of the fancy doodads on it. Okay. So they're specifically made by a competition shooter. Like he designed and made the gun. So like, watch how much pressure he puts on the trigger to actually function.
Oh yeah, there's no no pressure at all.
Is that a machine gun?
Back in Atlanta, and I just briefly want to discuss the Supreme Court's ruling today on bump stocks. Understand what bump stocks do. They allow the firing of...
I mean, her opinion really doesn't matter. It's just going to be a political partisan. I know
guns
are bad, you know.
Still going to be funny hearing this idiot talk about guns that she has no idea about.
Bump stocks that resulted in 60 people being dead in Las Vegas, Nevada on one off.
Okay, what does this have to do with the functionality of the firearm?
This isn't a razor cat, but it's basically the same gun, right? Without. Like, it's pretty fucking fast and accurate, you know. That's the thing with the Vegas shooter. He didn't have the accuracy.
You're a moron.
And frankly, when we think about the decisions voters going to make in November, there's a clear contrast between where we stand and the former president.
A doofus.
The former president literally said, "Folks need to get over it."
Yeah, and you need to get over the bump stocks not being banned anymore. Shut the fuck up. How many people have bump stocks killed in total? 58? Oh, the bump stocks didn't kill anybody?
How many people have guns?
But wait, what's that I'm hearing? The bump stocks didn't kill anybody. They didn't even make the gun a machine gun. Interesting. You should shut the fuck up.
So let's take this seriously. Let's understand that we all have the ability to weigh in on this important issue, especially when 1 in 5 Americans has a family member that's still like.
I think they should have made the Supreme Court fire the bump stock.
1 in 5.
What?
Has a family member who's died from gun violence.
Okay.
Where the fuck is that coming from? Is this like extended family? Your entire family? Like thousands of people? Like what the fuck definition is this? What are you fucking talking about? What does that mean?
Well, also, there's people who have had multiple family members die to gun violence, which skews the
does that only count as 1?
No, because it's the average. So the average, if you average out the family with how many deaths there are and how many families there are, the average is 1 in 5.
So it's a fake statistic that means nothing.
Yeah, it's a mathematical statistic.
Okay, it means nothing.
Just like how they say, like, 1 in 3 people has herpes or an STD or something, whatever they used to fucking tell you in fucking celibacy class.
Yeah, right.
The number 1 cause of death for children in America, not cancer, not car accidents, gun violence. So voters have a choice in November.
Is there recourse that the administration can do?
Pieces of plastic cause gun violence. Revolutionary from Kamala Harris. All right. We're over time.
Yeah, I mean, haven't we covered everything?
Kind of. There's still heaps, but
what do you mean heaps? Like what? Did we get to the top? We got everything on the top.
We got everything in the bar.
Okay, then it's done. You say you put the next ones on the list for next week at the top.
All right.
Anything?
That's not a proper piece of etiquette.
Good night. Ugh. Fucking hell. Slow water.
I like turtles.